The following programs were originally aired live, long before the advent of high fidelity, and they were recorded using a variety of means, from direct recording onto early audio tape and glass records, to simply placing the microphone of a wire recorder in front of the speakers of a radio playing the program. I hope, however, that any variance in audio quality will not take away from your pleasure in listening to these, some of the all-time favorite shows.
The following program is brought to you in living color on NBC.
Beginning the expulsion of all Spanish warships. In 1697, forced the Prince Eugene of Savoy defeat the Turks, ending Ottoman control of large parts of Central Europe. In 1708, Great Northern War, Charles XII of Sweden stops his march to conquer Moscow outside of Smolensk, marking the turning point in the war. In 2001, attempt by passengers and crew of United Airlines 93 to retake control of their hijacked plane from terrorists causes plane to crash in Pennsylvania field, killing all 64 people on board. In 2001, terrorists hijack passenger plane and crash it into the Pentagon, causing the deaths of 125 people. In 2001, 2 passenger planes hijacked by Al-Qaeda terrorists crash into New York's World Trade Center, causing the collapse of both towers and the deaths of 2,606 people. In 1928, first ever TV drama WGY's Queen's Messenger broadcast in New York area, starring Izetta Jewell. In 1914, W.C. Handy, father of the blues, publishes his most famous composition, St. Louis Blues. In 1985, Sri Lanka scores their first Test cricket victory by 149 runs versus India. Born today were O. Henry, D.H. Lawrence, Theodore W. Ardono, Ferdinand Marcos, Bob Packwood, Bashir al-Assad, Ed Sobel, Tom Dresden, Harry Connick Jr., Paul Bear Brunt, Tom Landry, and Franz Beckburner. Died on this day Cornelius D. Holtman, Jan Smuts, Billy Bishop, Nikita Khrushchev, Salvador Aldani, and Todd Beamer. And that was This Day in History. Now let's get on with the show. Hey, Maya, who's on first? Why, it's Bud Abbott and Lou Costello who are up next.
We'll tell you how to win it later in the program. But now let's have some rest with our stars, Bud Abbott and Lou Costello.
All right, Costello, come on out here. Say, where'd you get that lump on your head?
I got it last night. I was playing piggyback with my little 3-year-old nephew, Tony.
Oh, now, wait a minute. How could you get a lump on your head playing piggyback with a little 3-year-old boy?
I fell off his back.
You're always getting into trouble and getting lumps on your head.
Oh, that's nothing. I once had my nose broken in 3 places.
Now, what did you do about it?
I'm staying out of those 3 places.
You please talk sense. How's your Uncle Mike getting along? I know he's going to the doctor every day. What's the matter with him?
Well, Uncle Mike is kind of nutty. You know, he used to go around the house thinking he was a St. Bernard dog.
Is that so?
Yeah, but he's much better now.
He is?
Yeah, now he only thinks he's a Cocker Spaniel.
Well, never mind that. You know, I've been looking for you all week. I telephoned your house Monday night, and they told me that you were taking a bath.
Monday night?
Yes.
Well, brother, did you have the wrong number?
Well, forget about that. It's bad enough I can't find you all week, and we're late getting here today at work. What's your excuse this time?
Well, there was a terrible heavy fog in the valley this morning. I got up, washed, dressed, and came down here to the studio, and then I had to go home again.
Now, wait a minute. The fog wasn't that thick.
Oh, no. When I got here, I wiped the fog off my face, and it wasn't me at all. I had washed and dressed my brother.
It must have been really foggy.
Oh, but we kids in the valley have a lot of fun when the fog gets thick. Yesterday, I painted a train engine on my Aunt May's reading glasses.
And what happened?
She hid in the alley all day waiting for the super chief to go by.
Costello, how could you be so stupid?
The dumber you are, the easier it is.
And now the singing star of the Abbott and Costello Kid Show, 10-year-old Anna Mae Slaughter. Would you like to sing for us today?
Johnny, I'd like to sing 2 beautiful ballads. I'll be home for Christmas and White.
Well, go ahead and sing them, Johnny. Go ahead, honey.
I'll be home for Christmas. You can plan on me. Please have snow and mistletoe and presents on the tree. children listen to hear sleigh bells in the snow.
Ting-a-ling-a-ting-a-ling.
I'm dreaming of a white Christmas with every Christmas card I write. May your days be merry and bright, and may all your Christmases be white.
And now we present our guest star. Our guest today is a real headliner. She's had her name in lights on Broadway many times. She's a real trooper and one of the finest singers in show business. It's Miss Lillian Ross.
Thanks, Johnny. Hi, kids. Hello, Mr. Abbott.
Hello, Lillian. Welcome to our kids' show. How do you like our swell bunch of kids?
Swell is right. But that kid over there looks like he swelled up a little too much. Think I'll stick a pin in him and let the air out.
Now, just a second, Miss Roth. Before you stick any pins in me, you better find out who's boss around here. Costello, I'm the boss around here. Well, what am I? You're nothing. Boy, you got a lousy job. What do you mean? You're boss over nothing. Yeah.
Now, boy, don't fight. I came here to sing for the kids. What kind of music have you got to accompany me?
Well, Lillian, now, we've only got an organ.
Well, I should have some wind instrument. Do you suppose you could get a tuba player for me?
A what?
A tuba. Could you get me a tuba?
Oh, sure. I'll run up to the drugstore and get you one. No, wait a minute. What kind of a tuba could you get in the drugstore? A tuba toothpaste. Pay no attention to him, Lillian. If you like, I'll sing with you. Would you like to hear my voice?
Yes, Mr. Abbott. Let's hear you sing.
Pardon me. Just blow out a tube here in a joint.
Costello, does he always sing like that?
He's been singing like that for 10 years, and he ain't laid an egg yet. How'd you like to hear me sing, Lillian?
Okay, what do you sing?
I'll sing a little song I sang when I went to school. It's called A Pineapple for the Teacher.
You mean an apple for the teacher?
I mean a pineapple for the teacher. I went to reform school. You know, Lillian, I wish my wife was here. She could sing with you. My wife is a mezzo-soprano. I knew she was a mess of something. Lillian, I can really sing, and I practiced up to sing with you. I was singing in your dressing room before you came in this morning.
Is that what that noise was in my room?
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm. Well, I wish you'd have told me sooner. I spent 15 minutes oiling the door.
Costello, why don't you just run the scales for Lillian now? And maybe she'll let you sing with her. Okay, here I go. Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, do.
Costello, that do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do. You left out the T.
I can't help it. When I get to a high note, my voice sinks.
You left out the T again.
Lillian. Lillian, what can Costello do to improve his voice?
Well, I have an idea. Costello, why don't you stand back about 50 feet from the microphone when you sing?
Mm-hmm. If I do that, nobody will hear me.
That's the idea. Mr. Abbott, let's hear you sing again.
Oh, thanks. I knew you'd appreciate that. Hey, Peter. You know, by the way, I had my voice cultivated. You should have had it plowed under.
Do you?
Well, as a rule, I only sing while I'm shaving. Abbott, you should grow a beard. Why, enough of this nonsense, Costello. Lillian, what about you singing a song for the kids right now?
Okay. You know, kids, I was only a kid myself when I started in show business. 5, to be exact. I'll do a little medley of songs I introduced in the past for my first big Broadway production at the tender age of sweet 16. Ain't she sweet? See you coming down the street. I ask you very confidentially, ain't you sweet? And then for my first motion picture short subject, I'm in love with you, honey. Loved you from the start, honey. Everything could be so sunny.
There is another kind of
with you. And then, for the first time on the Paul Whiteman radio show, so you met someone who set you back on your heels. Goody, goody. You met someone and now you know how it feels. Goody, goody. You gave her your heart too, just like I gave mine to you. And she broke it in little pieces. Now how do you do? So you lie awake just singing the blues all night. Goody, goody. And you think that love's a barrel of dynamite. Hooray and hallelujah. You had it coming to you. Goody, goody for her. Goody, goody for her. And I hope you're satisfied, you rascal, you. Oh, ho, ho, ho. I hope you're satisfied, you rascal.
Thanks a lot, Lillian Roth, for coming over today to entertain our kiddie audience.
It's been a pleasure, Mr. Abbott, and I'd like to say a few words of my own to your kid listeners. Kid, Lou Costello and Bud Abbott are two of the best friends that Kid ever had. I know. I've seen the grand work Abbott and Costello are doing to fight juvenile delinquency at the Lou Costello Jr. Youth Foundation. So keep listening to your Uncle Bud and your Uncle Lou kids, and you won't go wrong. So long. I'll be seeing you.
Thanks for those kind words, Lillian Roth, and good luck to you because you're a swell girl.
And now for our quiz game, Bubble or Nothing. Each kid in the audience gets a piece of Fleer's double bubble gum. And we have 10 kids on the stage chosen from the studio audience. They're all chewing Fleer's double bubble gum. The kid who blows the biggest bubble in 10 seconds gets a special prize. Every kid who blows a bubble gets to be a contestant. Those who don't blow bubbles get nothing. So let's go with Bubble or Nothing.
Well, the contestants are chewing their Fleer's double bubble gum. On the count of 3, the gong will ring, and they will start blowing. Are you ready, kids? 1, 2, 3. Now go ahead, blow out a big bubble. Blow out a big bubble, win a big prize. Go ahead. Hey, look at here. Look at here. Whoa, look at that bubble. Well, that is it. That is it. Well, I want to tell you, that's the biggest bubble we've had on this show in many, many a time. Oh, give me that little boy and girl over here. Give me that boy first. Give me that boy over here. Brother, that is the biggest bubble I ever seen blown on this here show. What's your name?
Bill Mautner.
How old are you, Bill?
10.
10 years old. Well, you know what you get for blowing that bubble? You get a gorgeous radio from Mr. Layton from the Radio Burbank and Appliance Company in Burbank, California. That's a gift for you. And over here we have a little girl over here, sweetheart. You know what you get over here for blowing? You blew a wonderful bubble, too. What's your name?
Lil Joy.
Who?
Lil Joy Hefner.
Lil Joy Hefner? Okay, Lil Joy. You get from Joni of Hollywood, we have for you this beautiful artist apron with a complete set of watercolors, crayons, modeling clay, and everything to make you a real artist. And here is also a whole case of delicious vacuum tinned circus peanuts. And after the show, each kid in the audience will get a big bag of circus peanuts, a gift from you to them. And here we go. We got still more. We have here a full box of Yippee polka dot suckers for you and also a sucker for each kid in the audience. That means a lollipop for everybody. Yay! What a party! What a party! Hey! Now we have the first contestant over here, very pretty little girl. Come right over here, sweetheart. I'm going to ask you your name right away. What's your name? Beverly what?
Beverly Hope Coyle.
Did you take the bubble gum out of your mouth yet? Oh, you got it out? And your name is Beverly Hope Gordon?
Gorlin.
Oh, Gorlin? That's a very pretty name. How old are you, Beverly?
5.
You're 5 years old, and you talk like a great big grown-up girl. Come on closer to Uncle Lou over here, because I want to see your beautiful eyes. Have you got any boyfriends?
Yes.
How many?
2.
You got 2 and you're only 5? Did you go to Macombo at any time with those boys? That's a nightclub. You don't go. What do you drink when you go?
Nothing.
Nothing at all. You stay sober, don't you? Does your boyfriends drink?
Yeah.
What do they drink?
Coca-Cola.
Do they mix it? They really have a wing-ding, don't they? Well, Beverly, here's your question. What do you blow with bubble gum?
Bubble gum.
You're right. That's right. Bubble gum. Now, Beverly, you over to Mr. Abbott. He has a wonderful gift for you. Oh, a whole box of famous chocolate milkshake bars made by the Hollywood Candy Company. And every month for the next year, we will send you another box of these swell bars. And wait a minute. After the show, each kid in the audience will get a chocolate milkshake bar. We've done a double up this time, Lou. We also have for you one of the sensational new BB ballpoint pens, the world's largest selling pen. Now, here we have Professor number 2 over here. In fact, he's so small he has his brother with him as a guard, or a guardian. What's your name?
Jeffrey.
Jeffrey, and your last name, Jeffrey? What's your last name, Jeffrey?
Jeffrey Lane.
Oh, how old are you?
3.
You're 3 years old. Well, if you ain't the cutest little colored boy I've seen in a long time, I'll bet you I ain't you? I think you are. Well, Jeffrey, I'm going to ask you a question. Where do you live?
Down the 2nd Street.
On 2nd Street? And who was here at the show today with you?
Show today down there.
Yeah? And today at the show, who's with you besides your brother? Mama?
Uh-huh.
You don't want her to hear that, huh?
Uh-huh.
What's your mama's name?
I want a puppy. No.
You want a puppy?
No, Jeff.
No. Oh, he has a puppy?
Yeah.
Oh, now wait, I'm going to talk to you. We'd like to talk to your bodyguard, your brother. Wait a minute. How old are you?
I'm a 9.
And he has a puppy, huh?
Yes.
So he wouldn't want another one, would he?
No.
So we'll let some other little boy or girl that don't have a puppy, we'll let them win it, huh?
Yes.
Well, Jeffrey, we're going to give you a nice prize anyway. Now, here's your question. Now, I'm going to ask you something. Where do you wear an earring? Where do you wear an earring? Say, in my ear.
In my ear.
That's right, Jeffrey. That's right. Walk right over to Mr. Abbott, Jeffrey, and he's going to give you a nice big prize. You win 2 pairs of Ranch Champ blue jeans and a Ranch Champ cowboy hat from the Howard Orange Supply Company of Los Angeles. There you are, son. Take them home with you. Little Jeffrey walks off. Well, here's the next contestant over here. A nice little girl, too. What's your name?
Marilyn Gilmore.
Marilyn Gilmore. Well, Marilyn, how old are you?
8.
8. What direction does the north wind come from? That's a hard one, but I know you can get it. What direction does the north wind come from? South?
North.
North is right. You're right. You're right. And you win this pedigreed Ideal Cocker Spaniel puppy and a 6-month supply of Wilson's Ideal dog food. Ideal feeds your dog in 7 ways, and here is your Ideal puppy. Well, here's the next contestant over here, another little cowboy. What's your name?
Bobby Smith.
Bobby Smith. How old are you, Bobby?
7.
7 years old. Where do you live?
132 North Kenmore.
That's good. Have you any boyfriends on the block?
Yes.
Anybody you want to say hello to?
No.
You don't talk to them?
Yes.
Maybe you got a girlfriend on the block you'd like to say hello to.
There aren't very many.
There are not very many girls? You mean you haven't got very many, or there are not very many on the block?
There are not very many on the block.
How come? With a handsome guy like you, I think all the girls would like to live around you. Haven't you got any girlfriends?
No.
None at all? Do you have any brothers and sisters?
1 sister.
1 sister. How old is she?
16.
16? Well, gee, how old are you?
7.
7, and she's 16. Mm-hmm. Quite a wait, wasn't it?
Yes.
Where's Mother? Is she with her?
Yes.
Where's she sitting?
Up there.
She's sitting out there? She'd have to be sitting out there, wouldn't she? How's Daddy? Is he working?
No.
What's he doing?
Dad.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to ask you that. Well, anyway, here. Well, we'll all say a nice prayer anyway for Daddy, huh? Okay. Now, here's your question. Are you good at figures?
Yes.
Okay, now listen closely. If I gave you 10 ice cream cones, and Abbott gave you 6 more ice cream cones, and then I gave you 20 Cokes, and Abbott then gave you 4 more ice cream cones, what would you have?
A party.
How can you go wrong with that, around here. He's right. He would have a party.
Wait a minute. You want to give one of those rings, Lou?
Abbott, for hitting a question like that, I gotta give this boy,
one of those sterling silver rings.
Bobby, wasn't it? Was your name Bobby? Well, Bobby, I got a sterling silver ring here from the House of Schrager's, from Norma Schrager, from Mr. Schrager to you. And it's a sterling silver ring, and we're going to have your name, Bobby, put on it, and fit you, and that's for you, okay?
Well, wait, we got something else.
We got something. Now, turn right about face.
Right over here, Bobby, come on.
Wait a minute, we're soldiers. Right face. Right face. You know,
that is his right face. Forget about it.
Aren't you a Boy Scout? Okay, when I say right face, you make a right turn. Now, let's go. Right face. That was roundabout face. Forward, march.
Forward, over the head. Now, hold it. Don't run through the stand. From Cabot's Shoe Stores in Beverly Hills and Englewood, we have for you this beautiful pair of Edwards shoes. That's yours.
And now we have a very sweet little girl over here. And what's your name, dear?
Sherry.
Sherry, and your last name?
Nagawa.
Sherry Nagawa. What's your nationality, Sherry?
What?
What's your nationality? Are you a Japanese? Say, yes, I'm a Japanese.
Yes, I'm Japanese.
Well, that's good, and we're very proud to have you. Now, look, Sherry, I got it. Certainly we are. Let's show her we're very proud of you. Isn't it nice when everybody loves you like that, Sherry? Huh? You bet your life it is. Now, look, Sherry, here's your question. If you belong to a sewing circle, what would you be doing most of the time? If you belong to the sewing circle, what would you be doing most of the time? Sewing?
Yes.
Well, say sewing.
Sewing.
That's right. You go right over to Mr. Abbott, Sherry, and he's got a lovely gift for you.
This is from Joni of Hollywood. We have for you this beautiful artist's apron with a complete set of watercolors, crayons, modeling clay, and everything to make you a real artist. There you are. Take it home.
Well, here's our next contestant over here, and a very cute little blonde. How old are you? 8 years old. What's your name?
Eric Newton.
Who?
Eric Newton.
Eric Newton?
No.
What?
Derek.
Derek? Derek. What are you laughing at? Isn't that your name?
Yes.
Derek Newton. What are you laughing at?
You make me.
I make you laugh? Look, Derek, did you ever see Abbott and Costello in pictures?
No.
How old are you?
8.
8 years old. You hear us on the radio?
Yes.
Do you laugh when you hear us?
No.
Then I'll show you right off the stage in a minute. Now look, Derek. I'll get a Derek to do it. That's what I'll do. Derek, when you go to a moving picture and you see a very funny picture, how do you laugh?
Same as I just finished. Did.
When you see something real funny, how do you laugh?
I don't know.
No, let me hear you laugh. Go ahead. When you see something that's not too funny, how do you laugh?
I don't laugh.
You just, don't you like that a little bit?
No.
All right, Derek, here you are, pal. By the way, if you get a chance, you go see Abbott and Costello and Frankenstein. I think you'll like it. I think you'll like it. I'd like to have you see that as the first picture of Abbott and Costello that you ever saw. So will you go see it? Huh? Okay. And if that scares you, go see Mexican Hayride. That's coming out next. Now look, what kind of an animal is used to make fried chicken?
Chicken.
Chicken is right. This Play School Hammer Nail Kit. A complete home construction kit with a hammer, bench, seat, and all of the Play School tools for America's favorite toy.
Kids, we are happy to announce that each week we're sending 1,000 pieces of Fleer's Double Bubble Gum to the kids of some orphanage or home. This week, the Fleer's Double Bubble Gum goes to the California Junior Republic at Chino, California. Well, kids, how did you like bubble or nothing? And now we present the Lou Costello Junior Youth Foundation Award. This award is given each week to a boy or girl for a civic good deed. You, the listeners, select this winner by writing a letter to Abbott and Costello, Hollywood, California. telling of a good deed or act of heroism done by some boy or girl. The letters are judged by our board of directors, and the winner receives many valuable prizes. The winner of this week's award is 16-year-old William Hodges of Sylvania, Georgia.
Well, kids, this is truly a story of great bravery on the part of a 16-year-old boy in the face of a terrible tragedy. A few weeks ago on a farm near Sylvania, Georgia, Farmer Leroy Hodges was about to start a fire in his fireplace.
Edward, come here.
Here I am, Dad. What do you want?
I can't get this fire going. Get me that canning.
Here she is, Dad.
Now, I'll just pour a little of this over the wood, and I'll have this thing going in a minute.
Five-gallon can of kerosene exploded, scattering fire all over the room. The entire house was soon blazing. Mr. Hodges was knocked unconscious by the explosion. He, Edward, his 13-year-old son, and Harry, his 3-year-old son, as well as his wife, Mrs. Hodges, were all trapped in the blazing house.
Hey, the house is on fire. Dad! Mom, come on, we gotta get out of here. The house is on fire. Where is everybody? Where are the kids? Please, somebody say something. Where are you?
In here, William! In here!
I'm coming in and get you!
William Hodges managed to drag his two brothers from the burning building. Then he went back for his mother and brought her out. By that time, the fire had reached such proportions that he was unable to get his dad out. His father lost his life. William's two younger brothers passed away a few days later in a hospital, but his mother is still alive.
That's a terrible tragedy, Lou. Terrible. Fires are always a tragedy, especially when they happen on a farm.
Fires are bad things anywhere. Kids, please listen, Uncle Lou. Be careful of fires. Go through your house right now and make sure that everything that could cause a fire is put in its proper place. And above all, don't play with matches. Don't start bonfires unless you're absolutely sure that you've got a way of putting them out if they do get out of control. I sincerely hope that this story of William Hodges will remain in your memory as an example of what a fire can do. And William Hodges, I know you're listening in, and I want you to know that you have the sincerest sympathy of Mr. Abbott and myself, and of the kids all over the world who have heard of your great tragedy. And for your great bravery, we are truly, truly proud of you.
How do you kids feel about William Hodges? Don't you think he's about the bravest kid in the world?
Okay, Johnny, make the award.
To William Hodges goes this week's Lou Costello Junior Youth Foundation Award. And here are your prizes. First, a beautiful Gruen wristwatch. This is a solid gold 17 jewel Gruen, engraved from Bud and Lowe. Next, a beautiful alligator leather personal radio from David's Industrial Gloves of Springfield, Ohio. Now you can have your radio with you wherever you go. From the Kitty Jewelry Stores of America, a solid gold signet ring with your initials on it. And a super streamlined airflow Monarch bicycle. This is a Monarch Super Deluxe, America's most beautiful bicycle. And a complete set of medals of all the presidents of the United States in a beautiful leatherette case, presented by one of America's leading coin concerns, the Numismatic Gallery of Beverly Hills. For Moto Day, we have for your mother a complete Moto Day Monday through Friday wardrobe. 5 lovely Moto Day frocks, one for each day in the week. And another gift from you to your mother, the sensational new Kirby, the nearest thing to push-button house cleaning. And another gift for your mother, a complete service for 8 of Franciscan ware made by Gladding McBean and Company. I know all kids help their mothers with the dishes, and to make the job easier for you, we're sending you a Her Majesty dishwasher. This Her Majesty dishwasher will wash your dishes in 2 minutes, and it dries them, too.
William Hodges, I know you'd like to start a foundation of your own right around your farm place. If you have any children there, we're sending you a complete, loads of play school toys for you to give out to any child that you want to give them to. And William Hodges, this week goes the foundation, the Junior Youth Foundation Trophy for Good Citizenship. And this is a beautifully engraved gold trophy made by Dodge Incorporated, largest manufacturer of trophies in the world. And William Hodges, our good friend, Mr. J.B. Fuqua of radio station WG Radio Station.
From China and Germany, from France and England, from Russia and the United States, the world's deadliest assassins have joined forces for a single sinister purpose. Who brought them together and why?
I brought them together to destroy the most dangerous man in the world. That incredible idiot. That stumbling, bumbling menace to society. Inspector Jacques Clouseau.
He's back again. Peter Sellers as Inspector Clouseau.
Mark my words, Francois. Sinister forces are at work.
In his latest, greatest, most baffling case, the Pink Panther strikes again.
I expect you're all wondering why I asked you here.
The fate of the world is in his hands. But Clouseau is no ordinary man.
That is why I have always failed where others have succeeded.
Never before have his senses been sharper, his reflexes quicker, his tactics trickier, his disguises so ingenious.
I am André Beteur, mustard salesman from Dijon.
It's Dr. Schatz from the village.
Never before has his mind been more brilliant.
But that's a priceless Steinway.
Not anymore.
His women more beautiful.
Do you think that you could fall in love with an ex-Russian agent?
His enemies more evil.
No.
Behind the walls of this ancient fortress, a madman has created a doomsday machine.
Ignition!
He has threatened to destroy the world. Unless the world destroys Clouseau.
It's Clouseau! Kill him!
Could it be possible? Can it be true? Will this be the end of the world's greatest detective? You'll find out when the Pink Panther strikes again.
From the sound of music. And Bing Crosby is up next.
Hey, Rosie, grab a hold here, will you? Help me hold this, will you?
Yes, but what is it?
This is the entire CBS radio network.
I'm impressed.
Grab a hold now.
I won't get shocked, will I?
Never on CBS. Say, it was right nice of Gary Moore and Durwood Kirby to turn this tremendous network over to us, wasn't it?
Oh, those boys go. They do things in a grand manner.
Fine chaps indeed.
The best. Say, who sings first?
You take it now, Rosie.
Okay, hang on to the network now.
Got it.
Kiss, you say, and I kiss you. Go, I go, but I miss you. You've got the Indian sign on me, the Indian sign on me. Smile, and boy, I'm in stitches. Frown, I'm down in the ditches. My friends and relatives all agree. You've got the Indian, Wild West Indian sign on me. I bluff and bluster, blow and bleat to prove each move is mine. But I'm like Custer, I can't beat that old Indian sign. Wink, I babble and bubble. Call, I'm there on the double. You've got me dreaming I'll take your name and live in the same teepee with 2 little Indians, 3 little Indians. me dreaming I'll take your name and live in the same teepee with 2 little Indians, 3 little Indians, 4 little Indians. Gee, you've got the Indian sign on me.
You know, it's surprising how much difference a little paper can make.
Paper lady, get your Royal Edge and Royal Lining paper.
Royal Edge and Royal Lining paper?
Yes, ma'am. The latest news for every shelf and drawer in your home.
Spruce up for spring. Don't just do spring cleaning. Add the touch of elegance that gives spring cleaning meaning.
Royal Edge and Royal Lining papers come in early American, French provincial, all kinds of decorator designs.
They sound expensive.
They look expensive, but Royal Lining paper lines a whole chest of drawers for just pennies.
And Royal Edge?
Royal Edge shelf paper has a colorful edging you just fold down.
What a time saver.
What a money saver. Royal Edge and Royal Lining papers are your best buy at every variety store. So,
spruce up for spring. Make your home bright and gay. Get Royal Edge and Royal Lining papers today.
Well, what's your song, Bing?
You'll never know. I'm not being evasive either. That's the title.
Well, then I shouldn't make an issue out of this, should I?
Please don't. I'm going to sing You'll Never Know by Mac Gordon and Harry Warren. Mrs. Phil Harris figured prominently in this song. Matter of fact, she sang it in the motion picture Hello, Frisco, Hello.
You'll never know just how much I miss you. You'll never know just how much I care. And if I tried, I still couldn't hide my love for you. You ought to know, for haven't I told you so? About 1,000,000 or more times. You went away and my heart went with you. I speak your name in my every prayer. If there is some other way to prove that I love you, I swear I don't know how. You'll never know if you don't know now. If there is some other way to prove that I love you, I swear I don't know how. You'll never know if you don't know now.
There's a whole world of pleasure, entertainment, and complete practical help wrapped up for you in May Good Housekeeping. 28 fancy-free new hairdos that you can do yourself. Let Enrico Caruso, Charles of the Ritz, and other famous hairstylists compete for the pleasure of making you more beautiful. Photographed in full color. Next, a complete, handsomely illustrated casserole cookbook. Wonderful fun dishes that need just a little warming time while you're chatting with guests in the living room. Also, fresh flair and easy care. Page after color page of summer clothes for dress, play, and travel, and where to buy them. And Good Housekeeping's Better Way section is filled with practical advice on many subjects. Included this month is an important discussion of polio vaccines and which to use, Salk, Sabin, or both. And don't forget the memorable fiction, including a major new novel by Niven Bush, author of Duel in the Sun. All this and much more in Good Housekeeping for May. What a buy. May Good Housekeeping.
sing a song of love. When I speak your name. And when I dream of us and hope that you will do the same. When I cry, it's 'cause you're far away. When I laugh, it's 'cause you're near. And when I sing of love, a love that grows each year, a love that grows each year. It's 'cause you're far away. When I laugh, it's 'cause you're near. And when I sing of love, a love that grows each year, a love that grows each year.
Bing, Rosemary, do you ever hear the expression down in the mouth?
Oh, I go you one better there, Ken. I've been down in the mouth.
I wonder how the expression started.
Maybe a guy ate some goose feathers by accident.
Time.
Oh, you're sharp today, Rosie. How about down at the heels?
Meaning a shabby appearance.
Right. How do you think that started?
Oh, I'd say quite obviously from heels that are worn down a little.
Yeah, I'll buy that. Run-down heels do affect one's entire appearance and posture.
Makes you sag.
Yeah, it does. Fortunately, however, up-to-date shoe repairing is available everywhere. Rebuilding worn shoes good as new quickly, economically.
Cat's Paw is everywhere, too. Cat's Paw soft, resilient, non-slip heels. Cat's Paw soles. And lighter than leather, lighter than rubber, microlite soles. All add miles of extra wear and comfort to the whole family's shoes.
So, folks, in shoe repair windows everywhere, look for the famous Cat's Paw cat. For over a half a century, the sign of the best in shoe repair workmanship and materials.
And look for Cat's Paw on new shoes, too.
So rare, you're like the fragrance of blossoms fair, sweet as a breath of air, fresh with the morning dew. So rare, you're like the sparkle of old champagne, orchids in cellophane couldn't compare to you. You are perfection, you're my idea of angels singing the Ave Maria. For you're an angel, I breathe and live you with every beat of the heart that I give you. So rare, this is a heaven on earth we share, caring the way we care. Ours is a love so rare. something, that certain manner thrills me just like the Star-Spangled Banner. You stage a love scene so sweetly tender, and in that love scene I gladly surrender. So rare to have a future like yours to share. Sweetheart, the way we care, we'll live a life so rare. So rare. Well, I have a nifty little axiom here today for our auditors. It
What's
pays
that?
to kick.
What is it?
Pays to kick.
You mean it pays to complain? Pays to speak up?
Well, that too. But what I had in mind, Rosie, was it pays to kick in the sense that it pays to give out with a good, swift kick now and then.
Yeah, well, that kind of kicking pays off, especially if you're a football player.
True, Lou Grotzer or somebody, but just a plain, ordinary citizen can gain a lot with a good kick, Ken. For instance, there's a man over in England who has saved a small fortune by kicking.
Who's he kicking?
It's not who he's kicking, Rosie, but what he's kicking.
But he's not kicking a football. He's not a rugby player or anything.
No, this fella's far removed from anything like that. But let me explain. This fella I speak of has been having a lot of trouble, you see, with his television set. He's had the repairman in, and each time something goes haywire. The set blacks out, flops over, gets all kind of grainy lines on it, you know, snow and everything, ghosts in the picture. Well, his TV has just been acting up in general and driving him nuts.
And the TV repairman haven't done anything about it?
Sent bills, a lot of bills. So this fellow really got fed up. One night not long ago, the set was really dancing around. Picture was all garbled, sound was off. This fellow became so distraught that he jumped up from his chair, dashed out of the house, walked out to the front, and there's a big utility pole standing out there, you see, telegraph or telephone pole, whatever you want to call it. This fellow was so mad that he gave that pole a good, swift kick. He kicked it real hard.
Well, that was just what the fella needed. I can see how kicking paid off. He had to give vent to his feelings. He had to have some release.
Sure, just what he needed. It might be a little painful on the foot, but the guy had to blow off steam or he'd have flipped.
Oh, yeah, but wait a minute now. There might have been a little therapy in just kicking the pole, but there's more.
More?
Yes. You see, when this fella kicked the pole, the utility pole outside his house, he no more than kicked it than his wife and children ran screaming out of the house, jumping up and down with joy, because you know what happened?
What?
The minute he whacked that pole, the television set went right back to normal.
By kicking the pole outside of his house, he fixed the television set in his living room?
He did indeed. And from that time on, every time the TV set X up, he just dashes out, gives the pole a good swift kick, and everything's okay.
That's one of the greatest money savers I ever heard of.
Yeah. Just think of being able to do all your own television repair work with just a little kick.
Well, not only does this particular man who made this discovery save all that money on TV repairs, but everybody in that block, they have any trouble with their TV sets, you see. Thanks to this fella, they just go out and kick the pole, and everything's all right with them, too.
What a picture.
That must be some sort of utopia, that neighborhood.
Well, as long as the poles hold out.
And their feet.
Run out of poles. Friends, I pass this word on to you free and clear. If your TV set is acting up, you might try this method of repair.
That's right, and it'll be good for you, folks, because you not only blow off some steam, you not only fix up your frame of mind with that kick, but you fix your set at the same time.
That's what I call a real doubleheader.
Isn't it a beauty? So remember, friends, it pays to kick. Now, with television repair, be sure you kick a utility, a telegraph pole. You can't kick a fishing pole or a gallop pole. You know?
No. It's got to be a utility
And
pole.
if it doesn't work, don't blame me. You just don't happen to have the right touch, that's all.
I wonder now if I could give Buddy Cole just a slight kick, you know, to start the music.
Be gentle about it, though, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah. Kick Buddy lightly, and he'll kick the orchestra, and the first thing you know, we'll all be in action just kicking and ringing and twisting. Every morning, every evening, ain't we got fun?
Not much money, oh, but honey, ain't we got fun?
The rent's unpaid, dear. We haven't a car.
But anyway, dear, we'll stay as we are.
Even if we owe the grocer, don't we have fun?
Tax collectors getting closer, still we have fun.
There's nothing surer. The rich get rich and the poor get poorer. In between time, ain't we got fun?
Ain't we got fun? Ain't we got fun?
Are you sure?
got fun.
Still we have fun.
Hysterical.
Ain't we got fun?
Every morning,
Every night,
ain't we got fun? Not much money,
but honey,
ain't we got fun? The rent's unpaid, dear. We haven't a car.
but anyway, dear, we'll stay as we are.
Even if we owe the grocer, don't we have fun? Tax collectors getting closer, still we have fun. There's nothing surer. The rich get rich and the poor get poorer. In the meantime, in between time, ain't we got fun? So long, folks. Until next time.
Thanks for listening, friends.
Bing Crosby and Rosemary Clooney with Buddy Cole's music may be heard over these same stations each weekday, Monday through Friday. This is Ken Carpenter inviting you to join us again tomorrow.
Pardon me, sir, but what are you looking at? Is that by any chance the picture called The Pink Panther? Who's in it? Oh, it's David Niven. And Peter Sellers. How is he in the picture? Rolls him in the aisle, eh?
We must find that woman.
Who else? Capucine? Ah, exquisite.
Won't be a moment, my darling. I'll just put on my pajamas.
Darling,
Here?
look, I think I've got something in my right eye.
Let me put
No,
you
I
in
mean
the-
the left. No, this one. I
You
told
don't
you.
come in the light, darling.
But,
I
darling, but it hurts.
I see Robert Wagner's in it, too. And what is your impression of that new Italian star, Claudia Cardinale?
Well, are you?
What?
What they call you? The Virgin Queen.
I'm not the queen.
That's only half an answer.
I was 6 when I went on my first safari. Frazari. Wild animal hunt.
Oh, sir, what are you looking at now? Are those the bedroom scenes? Aha, they are, aren't they? Come on, don't be so selfish.
There's hiding under the bed.
George. Oh,
That's more like
no, you should be ashamed of yourself.
Oh, I'm planning on it. Why should anybody want me to go to Brunico?
No!
Darling.
No!
I'm so sorry. I was trying to kiss your
No,
foot.
it's all right, my
Let
dear.
me kiss your
No,
face.
it's all right.
I understand that the picture features the music of Henry Mancini. And introduces Fran Jeffries.
Meglio stasera che domani, oh my. Domani chi lo sa quel che sarà.
Can you give me some idea of what takes place in the picture?
Look out!
unfortunate, Mr. I'm sorry. I'm afraid I didn't get the name.
A true legend of American comedy, Bob Hope, is up next.
The Bob Hope Show. Transcribed direct from Hollywood with Les Brown and his band of renown. Our special guest, Jane Wyman. Our singing star, Margaret Whiting. And here he is, Bob Hope. Thank you very, very much, ladies and gentlemen. I want to tell you, I've had a busy week. I flew down to Dallas to attend the Bankers Convention. Now, the bankers really held quite a convention. Even the confetti was in triplicate, and they really celebrated. They really celebrated. In the morning, they all looked tired and overdrawn. And they never forgot they were bankers. At dinner, I nearly starved to death. Nobody would pass me anything until it'd gone through escrow. And they held a big parade down the main street. It was an inspiring sight, the bankers marching, the flags flying, the band playing, and the whole thing had a wonderful theme. Who can we dispossess? I'm only kidding. I've loved bankers since my tough early days in Hollywood. The banker was really a lifesaver to me. Just as my shoes wore through, they started putting out size 9.5 blotters. And I want to tell you, they're really proud of that 20-story skyscraper they put up in Dallas. A big Texan said that's the tallest building in the world. I said, how about the Empire State Building? How about the Chrysler Building and the Woolworth Building? He pulled out his gun and said, well, how about them? And you know something? I didn't have an answer. I had a wonderful visit down there. What fine people. You know how some people sneer at you if you haven't got $1 million? Not Texans. Down there, if you haven't got $1 million, they call you over in a corner and give you one. And what presents they give each other. One oil man just thought of a nice trinket for his wife. He's having Rhode Island gift wrapped. Here's Les Brown, his band of renown, playing You Are My Sunshine. Well, folks, when it comes to bravery, backbone, and intestinal fortitude, Bob Hope has as much courage as the next man. Especially if that next man happens to be Casper Milquetoast. I am getting a little ahead of our story, which really began this morning when I arrived at Bob's home in North Hollywood. Good morning, Bob.
Oh, hiya, Bill.
On the way in, I brought your mail. There's a lot of it.
Yeah, my fans just adore me. Well, I'll have to take my address out of the directory so I won't be getting these huge piles of letters every day.
Well, I know a quicker way than that.
What?
Pay your bills. Oh, say, here's a note from your dentist, Dr. Pincus. He says, Dear Bob, you have an appointment with me this morning to fix your teeth.
Yeek. Well, cancel that, Bill. I'm too busy to have my teeth fixed today.
Well, what reason will I give?
None.
Why don't I just write him a note? I could use yellow ink and let him figure it out for himself. What's the matter, Bob? You afraid of the dentist?
Me afraid? Don't be silly, Bill. A little pain never bothered me.
Oh, no, then how come you fainted twice while you were plucking your eyebrow?
Anyway, I don't think my teeth need fixing. Let me look in this mirror. Looks like the stock room at the Chiclet factory. Boy, what fangs. I look like Lassie in CinemaScope.
Can I come in? Hi, fellas.
Hello, Maggie.
Hiya, Maggie.
Why the tooth inspection, Bob?
Bob has an appointment with the dentist this morning, and he's all a Twitter.
Oh, get with it, Bob. If you have to go to the dentist, go. You can stand a little pain, can't you?
I sure can. I listened to the entire new Crosby album without flinching. Okay, I'll go. I'll see you later.
Dr. Pincus will be with you in a few minutes, Mr. Hope. Just sit down and I'll call you.
Thank you.
Hello, Bob.
Well, Jane Wyman, well... Well, this is a pleasant surprise. It's been quite a while, hasn't it?
It certainly has, Bob. I haven't seen you since you came around to my house playing trick-or-treat.
Yes, incidentally, the candy was delicious. What are you doing at the dentist, Jane?
Oh, this happens to be the day for my semi-annual visit.
Well, there's nothing to be nervous about. Just act like me.
Act like you?
Sure.
You're shaking like a leaf.
Well, don't get the wrong idea. I took my mambo lesson at Arthur Murray's last night, and I'm still vibrating.
I understand how you feel, Bob. I'll admit I'm a little nervous myself.
Yeah, I wish this were over with.
Oh! What was that?
They're playing our song.
Oh, doctor!
Gee, Bob, I thought Dr. Pincus was a painless dentist.
Yeah, he could be. Maybe she's not a patient. Let's change the subject. Tell me, Jane, how's your picture career going?
Oh, it's wonderful, Bob.
I certainly enjoyed your performance in Magnificent Obsession. You were great.
Well, thank you. Men don't usually like sad pictures.
Oh, I do, Jane. I love a good cry. The sadder the picture, the better I like it. My popcorn gets so mushy I have to eat it with a spoon. Incidentally, Jane, I noticed that your leading man in Magnificent Obsession was Rock Hudson.
That's right, Bob. Rock Hudson is a very talented actor and also a very handsome man.
Yes, if you like that type. Well, I don't want to brag, Jane, but when good looks were being handed out, I was right at the head of the line.
When they were handing out noses, you must have been there a day ahead of everybody else.
You're speaking of the cheese slicer I love. By the way, Jane, how'd you like to be the guest star in my next radio show?
Drop around to my house this afternoon and we'll discuss it after we've finished with the dentist.
Okay, I'll be there.
Gee, it's a long wait, huh? These are awfully hard, uncomfortable chairs.
Yes, I suggested a way to make people feel more comfortable on these hard chairs, but the doc wouldn't do it.
Why not?
He said it would require too much Novocaine.
comes the nurse now.
Pardon me. The dentist is ready for the next patient. One of you can go in now.
One of us can go in? Which one?
Oh, you go ahead, Bob.
Me? Oh, but you were here before me, Jane. After you, ladies first.
Oh, no, after you. Cowards first.
Excuse me. You're next, Miss Wyman.
Yeah, well. Oh, that lets me out. Go ahead, Jane, and don't worry about the dentist drill. It's well broken in. Weekends, he works on the freeway. Pretty good, huh? That goes to the seagull. Go, kid, go.
You're very brave now that you don't have to go in.
Well, have fun, Janie. Remember the dentist theme song. The Yanks are coming.
Why don't you grow some feathers? You'd make a wonderful vulture.
Oh, I got the cards mixed up. It isn't Miss Wyman's turn. You're next, Mr. Hope.
Me?
That's right.
Boing.
Well, go ahead, Bob. Just sail right in there. You told me there was nothing to be scared of.
Well, I'm not scared of this dentist, Jane. I'm just afraid he'll strike a nerve.
How can he strike what you haven't got?
Come along, Mr. Hope.
Oh, on second thought, I think I'll postpone having my teeth fixed till this afternoon or next week or next year. Better yet, I'll just mail them in.
For heaven's sakes, Bob, go on in and get it over with. You just finished telling me how simple it was.
Well, if I only knew what he was going to do to me.
Well, first he takes a long, sharp needle and squirts Novocaine into your gums. Then he takes a sharp pick and starts scraping the enamel. And then he starts drilling.
Jane, you got one Academy Award. Isn't that enough? Well, here I go.
Make yourself comfortable, Miss Wyman. We'll be with you in a few minutes.
Thank you.
No! Please, Doc, you're killing me. Oh! Just relax, Bob.
Good grief.
Oh, no, Doc, don't. Oh, I can't stand it.
I gotta find out what's going on in there.
Oh.
What are you doing to poor Bob?
Not a thing. We're still trying to get him into the chair.
Here is Maggie Whiting. Teach me tonight.
Did you say I've got a lot to learn? Well, don't think I'm trying not to learn. Since this is the perfect spot to learn, teach me tonight. Starting with the ABC of it. Right down to the XYZ of it. Help me solve the mystery of it. Teach me tonight. The sky's a blackboard high above you. If a shooting star goes by, I'll use that star to write I love you 1,000 times across the sky. One thing isn't very clear, my love. Should the teacher stand so near, my love? Graduation's almost here, my love. Teach me tonight. The sky's a blackboard so high above you. If a shooting star goes by, I'll use that star to write I
and Mother Whiting. Isn't that great?
Folks, Robert Hope managed to survive his visit to the dentist, and a couple of hours later, we drove out to Jane Wyman's home. Now, Jane lives in the ultra-fashionable suburb Bel Air, one of the most exclusive residential districts in California. It was about 3 o'clock in the afternoon when we got there.
Gee, Bill, Bel Air gets more swanky every day.
Well, naturally, Bob, only the cream of society and the very wealthy live here.
Yeah, look at that sign. You're now entering Bel Air. No automobile horns, noisy children, yapping dogs, and loud breathers will please use only one nostril.
Gee, they're really strict about noise, aren't they?
Yeah, canaries are allowed to sing, but they can't beat time with their feet.
How you feeling, Bob?
Oh, I'm still a little groggy from that sedative pill the dentist gave me. Am I driving okay?
Well, yeah, except when we stopped in that gas station, you looked up at the neon flying red horse and said, "That crazy Phil Harris, look where he parked his Jaguar."
Well, with Phil, I could still be right.
Hey, Bob, we'd better watch these street numbers. Jane Wyman lives along here somewhere.
Please pull over to the curb.
Now, wait a minute, officer. I wasn't...
Please, keep your voice down to a moderate level. You're in Bel Air.
Oh, yes. Well, anyway, I stopped the moment I heard your siren.
We didn't blow a siren. In Bel Air, we don't have such a thing as a siren.
What do you do in case of an air raid?
We squeeze Jessica Dragnet.
Well, that figures. Well, what's the charge, Tallulah?
My dear sir, you were going 43 miles an hour, and while we don't want to seem unreasonable, we must reprimand you slightly for exceeding the limit.
Oh, well, of course you have to do your duty, officer.
You understand that we mean no offense.
No offense.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, would you mind taking your car off the sidewalk?
Right away, officer, and thank you for being so considerate.
Oh, it's nothing at all. Nothing we wouldn't do for any resident of Bel Air. You gentlemen must be newcomers to our beautiful suburb. What street do you live on?
Oh, we don't live in Bel Air.
You don't?
No.
Oh, Melville.
Yes, Montgomery.
These men don't live in Bel Air.
Okay, come out of that car with your hands up over your head.
Look, officer, I can explain.
Gee, that was too bad, Bob. You know, we were delayed 45 minutes in that police station.
Yeah, 5 minutes while they fined me and 40 minutes while they gave me a bath. Well, here we are, Bill. This is Jane Wyman's house right here.
Boy, what a neighborhood.
That's Jimmy Stewart's house over there.
Where's Jimmy now? What's he doing up on the roof?
That's the television aerial.
Say, by the way, Bob, how much money are you going to offer Jane to be on your show?
Oh, the usual.
Oh. Well, I'll wait in the car with the motor running.
Later. Oh, I'll be right out, Bill, as soon as I get her to sign on the dotted line. Then it's all settled, Jane. I'm happy you're going to be on my show.
Well, so am I, Bob. But tell me one thing. How much money do I get?
Don't worry, Jane. You'll be well rewarded.
Yes, I know, but how much will it be?
Believe me, Jane, you'll be very happy with the deal.
Bob, just tell me in plain English, what am I going to get?
Well, let me put it this way. You'll never have to buy cottage cheese again. Seriously, Jane, we pay our guests from $75 to $750, and I'll be happy to give you the top figure.
Well, that's fine, Bob. What are those papers you have there?
Oh, it's a contract, but you and I can settle our business without it. After all, who needs a contract when two people trust each other? You trust me, don't you?
Where do I sign?
There in 4 words is the story of my life. Okay, Jane, sign right here.
Good. There you are. I wouldn't insist on this, Bob, except the last 3 times I was on your show, I didn't get paid at all.
Well, I'm sorry, Jane, but you see, the man who handles my income tax also makes out the checks, and he's been out of town for a while.
For 3 whole years?
And 7 more to go. It was a tough judge. Well, I'll be running along. See you tomorrow night on my radio show.
Okay, Bob. And since you're going into town, will you do me a favor?
What's that?
I packed an evening gown in this valise. Will you drop it off at my dressing room at NBC?
Oh, I'll be glad to. So long, Jane.
Goodbye, Bob.
Gee, I must have stayed in Jane's house longer than I thought. It's dark. I'll go out the side gate here. There's someone sitting in that car parked across the street. I wonder who it is. Say, pardon me, could I ask you something?
Yes?
Oh, no, not those same 2 cops.
I thought we threw you out of Bel Air this afternoon. So what have you been up to?
Well, you can't talk to me like that. I'm not a criminal.
Oh, no? You didn't get that mean mouth and those shifty eyes going to PTA meetings.
Look, Sergeant... Who applauded? Look, Sergeant Friday, I've just been visiting Jane Wyman's house, and I'm on my way home. Do you mind?
What have you got in that valise?
In this valise? Oh, this is my laundry. Yeah, that's what's in there, my laundry.
Then I'll just open it and take a peek. Well... a pink chiffon evening gown.
Look, I can explain.
Who's your laundryman? Christian Dior?
Now, listen.
And what have we here? A pair of gold earrings and a string of pearls. You've got quite a wash this week.
Well, Bobo Rockefeller goes to the same laundromat, and I didn't want to look cheap. Look, before you flip your badge, why don't you go in and ask Miss Wyman if I'm telling the truth?
We'll phone her from the station house. Come along, you, and bring that crazy laundry.
This is a very peculiar contract. I've read it all the way through, and there's no mention anywhere of that $750 I'm supposed to get. Well, wait till I see Bob Hope. Hello?
Hey, Jane. Say, this is Bob. I'm at the police station. The cops think I was prowling around your house. Will you tell them I was visiting you, or I'll have to spend the night in jail? Here, I'll put the sergeant on.
A night in jail.
This is Sergeant Nelson. Was this man visiting there?
Very sorry. Nobody visited Mrs. Wyman. She's been out of town for 6 months.
Oh, no.
Hope Show is brought to you through the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Sister, have you considered the seriousness of what you're doing?
Yes.
Sister, is there nothing we can do?
Nothing.
On this fateful autumn day, the nun called Sister Luke, under special and extraordinary circumstances, was released from all her vows. She took leave of her convent forever, because, in her own words, she was no longer a nun. Only afterwards did she reveal to the world her truly remarkable and very personal story. This is that story. As a book, The Nun's Story swiftly became the most gripping and dramatic bestseller of this decade. Now a tremendous motion picture. It pierces deep into the fascinating secrets of a seldom, if ever, seen world. Deeper into the pageant and violence of the teeming African Congo. And deepest of all, into the conscience of a young and beautiful girl.
You will be assisting Dr. Fortunati. He is a genius and a devil. But remember, he is also a man, a bachelor, and I'm afraid an unbeliever. Don't ever think for an instant, sister, that your habit will protect you.
You will search your memory in vain for motion picture excitement and entertainment to compare it with. There is no equal. There has never been a motion picture like The Nun's Story.
Will do you good. And meeting Father Merlin will too. Religion hasn't made him tense and disciplined.
A nun is a disciplined person.
Yes, but not necessarily tense. As a surgeon, it's not my business to pry into the mind, but I'd say that tension is the sign of an exhausting inner struggle.
Do you realize that every time you make me talk to you like this, I should go down on my knees before my sisters and proclaim my fault?
True crime stories of the LAPD are up next with Jack Webb's Dragnet.
Ladies and gentlemen, the story you are about to hear is true. The names have been changed to protect the innocent.
Dragnet.
You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to juvenile detail. A narcotic ring has been supplying drugs to the teenagers in your city. There's no lead to the identity of the key people in the operation. Your job, find them.
It was Monday, February 9th. It was cold in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch out of juvenile detail. My partner's Frank Smith. The boss is Captain Powers. My name's Friday. I was on my way into the office, and it was 8:01 a.m. when I got to Georgia Street Juvenile. The squad room.
Joe?
That's right.
Hi, old buddy.
Been in long?
Oh, since about 7:30.
How come?
No, I couldn't sleep.
What's the matter? Anything wrong?
No, Fay and me had a beef. One of the kids is sick. We were up with him most of the night.
What's the matter?
I took him over the rides yesterday.
The rides?
Rides. You know, the place over there where they have the merry-go-round Ferris wheel.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Got a little carried away, I guess. We sure had a good time, though. Took in everything, roller coaster, airplanes, whole works.
Mm-hmm.
She can't expect us to do it on an empty stomach. We had a little something to eat. Guess maybe we overdid it. Anyway, the youngster got sick last night. Fay says I'm to blame. One thing led to something else, and the beef was on.
So you just got up and came into work, huh?
Yeah. Stopped and had some breakfast, read the paper. Come on in.
How's the kid now?
Okay, it was nothing serious. A little too much cotton candy's all. Fay's got a tendency to make too much of those things, but, you know, she always does.
Yeah. Something we can do for you, young fella?
I'd like to talk to somebody.
All right, come on in. Maybe we can help you.
You're a cop?
That's right. It's Frank Smith. My name's Friday.
Hi.
Hello, son.
What do you want to see us about?
Kind of private. Is there someplace else we can go to talk?
Well, we can, yeah. There's a room down the hall.
Well, that might be better.
All right, we can go down there. Come on. Down this way.
Yeah.
Just a minute. This is it right here. Go ahead.
Yeah.
All right, you want to take a chair right there, son?
Okay.
All right, now what can we do for you?
I want you to put me in jail.
Why?
Because it's the only way I'll stop. I know it. I gotta be in a cell or I'll do it again.
What do you mean, son?
I'm hooked bad. I want to stop.
He was a nice-looking boy, well-dressed and clean. He looked like he was in his late teens. He asked us to put him in a cell. There was an intenseness in his eyes that showed that he was serious. Frank and I questioned him further.
What's your name, son?
John Coulter.
You spell the last name for me?
Colter.
How old are you?
17.
Where do you live, son?
You have to have that? Hasn't got anything to do with why I'm here.
Oh, we'll have to have it, son.
1896 Dillon Street.
Is that in L.A.?
Yeah.
How big a habit do you have, son?
I'm using 4 a day.
How long you been hooked?
A year, a day before yesterday.
Want to let us see your arms?
Yeah.
Yeah, you got a lot of marks there, haven't you?
Yeah, I guess so.
A couple of them there we better have the doctor look at.
All right, I don't care anymore.
How long since you had a fix?
Last night.
You must be feeling a little rough by now, then, aren't you?
Not easy.
Oh, I guess it is.
Hey, you mind pulling those blinds? It's awful bright in here.
Yeah, I'll get it.
You live with your folks?
My father died when I was 5.
Your mother know about this?
No.
She's going to have to, you know.
Then you're going to tell her I'm not.
All right, we'll take care of that.
Is the light better now, son?
Yeah, thanks.
When'd you eat last?
Yesterday.
You hungry now?
No.
How about a cup of coffee?
No, thanks.
How'd you get started on this stuff?
Oh, it probably runs like all the rest of the stories you've heard.
Well, why don't you tell us yours anyway?
All right.
You sure we can't get you something?
Only one thing would do any good, and you can't give that to me.
All right, go ahead. Now, how'd you get started?
A couple of years ago, it was Halloween. The kids had a party.
Oh.
We all went to this house. Kid that owned it had the rooms all decorated up. You know, paper streamers and those cardboard skeletons.
Mm-hmm.
Had the whole place done up like that. We got there and found out they were figuring to play games. We went the game route for a while, and a bunch of us decided to leave. Things were dull, so we left.
Where'd you go?
Oh, just drove around for a while. Tried to figure something to do.
Whose card you have?
One of the kids had his father's.
All right, go ahead.
Well, we drove around for a while, and one of the kids said for us to go up to Mulholland. Go up and scare the lovers up there.
Yeah.
Wasn't anything else to do, so we drove up. When we got there, one of the guys, a fellow I didn't know too good, said he had some tea. Said we should have a blast party.
This boy was at the other party, was he?
Yeah, but I didn't know him. Didn't meet him until we were out on the ride.
You go to your school?
No.
All right, son, go ahead.
Well, we parked, and he took out these cigarettes. He had them in a tobacco can. You know, like you buy pipe tobacco in.
Uh-huh.
Had them in one of them. Then we lit up and started to smoke. At first, it made me sick. I didn't like it much. Come right down to it, I didn't think the whole thing was such a good idea.
Why'd you do it then?
All the kids there had to, or they'd have said I was chicken.
All right. How'd you get started on the hard stuff?
Oh, I just got to the point where there wasn't much kick in tea. You know, same thing all the time. Wanted to go up a step.
Who set you up?
One of the kids I met.
Wasn't the same boy who had the marijuana, was it?
No. You see, once in a while we'd go to a big blast party at somebody's house. The other kids there. New ones. I met Jerry there.
Jerry, that's the boy's name?
Yeah, Jerry Roth.
How old's he?
19.
Is he hooked?
Yeah.
Was he when you met him?
I guess so.
How'd he spell his last name, son?
Roath.
How'd he turn you on?
We were talking about tea. How the kick wore off. He said there was something else. Something that had a real jolt.
Yeah.
Ah. Boy, it's rough. I'm starting to get cramps.
You better have that cup of coffee now.
I'll get it, Joe.
All right. Feel pretty rough, don't you, son?
Yeah. It's a good thing I'm here. I'd start looking for a connection.
Did you take your first shot of heroin the night you met this Roth kid?
Yeah. We went outside to his car. He had a fit there, and he cooked up a fix. He took one, then I tried it.
What happened?
Never got so sick in my life. Thought I was going to die. Figure what's happened since then might have been a good thing.
How you been supporting your habit?
Only a couple of ways. You steal or you start pushing yourself.
Which way do you go?
Both.
What'd you steal?
Anything I could sell. Never took anything from anybody else, though, all from my own house. Most of the stuff was given to me. Rings, my watch, whatever I could raise a buck on.
What'd you get rid of it?
Around the school. Couldn't go near a pawn shop, but the kids didn't care as long as they got a bargain. Sold my old man's watch for $3. 17 jewels, solid gold, $3.
What were you pushing?
T, H, anything. I'd buy the H and then cut it myself. You don't have to do that many times until you got a couple of extra caps. That took care of me for a while.
Yeah.
Pretty soon there was never enough. Got so as I was always looking forward to the next fix.
When'd you start mainlining it?
I chippied with the stuff for a couple of months. Skin pops. Then that wasn't enough. Started in the arm.
When'd you find out that you were hooked, son? Do you remember?
About a year.
Took a while, huh?
I figured it would never happen. Thought I could beat it. Turn it off when I wanted to. Didn't work out that way.
Didn't you know you had it bad when the charge went up?
Not really. I still thought I could quit when I wanted to. Just never seemed to get that far. Kept putting it off. Guess if I figured I could start the next day, it didn't matter much. Time I decided to quit, I couldn't.
Here's your coffee, John. Brought one for you, too, Joe.
Thanks.
It's hot.
Try to get it down. It'll make you feel a little better.
Yeah. Cramp's getting worse. You got a doctor here?
Yeah, there's one upstairs.
I better see him. Might be something he can do.
Is your mother at home?
No, she works.
She there now?
What time is it?
9:15.
Be about 10 minutes.
Better give us the number, huh?
Yeah. You're going to call her, huh?
That's right.
Going to tell her about it?
Yeah.
Going to take it pretty hard. I don't think she knows anything about it.
Well, we have to do it.
I guess so. Tell her how there's a cure, though, huh? She's going to be pretty scared.
How do you mean?
She read where only 2% come out of it.
Well, there's less than that who want to be helped. There's a lot less.
Yeah?
Maybe you got a piece of that 2%. 8:57 a.m. The boy was taken up to see the doctor on duty at the receiving hospital. At a couple of minutes after 9, we put in a call to the firm where his mother was employed. We talked to the personnel manager, and he said he'd have Mrs. Coulter call us. A few minutes later, the phone rang, and we talked to the woman. We told her briefly what had happened and asked her to come right over to the office. At 9:25 a.m., the door to the squad room opened, and a tired-looking woman who looked to be in her late 40s or early 50s entered. She identified herself as Nora Coulter and asked us what had happened to her son.
He's upstairs right now, Miss Coulter. The doctor's looking at him.
You tell me he's been using narcotics.
That's right.
Is that what he says?
Well, he's admitted it to us.
Is he all right?
Well, we think so. He's got an infection on his arm caused by a bad needle.
But it's going to be all right.
That's right.
You have a cigarette, Sergeant?
Yeah. There you are.
Thanks.
Help yourself.
Here's a light.
I guess I should have known it'd be something like this.
Beg your pardon?
I should have known. Had to show up someplace.
I don't think I understand, Miss Coulter.
There's a trouble spot in them all, Sergeant, all of them. This is Johnny's. Hope you don't think I'm saying this personal to you. It's just what I've seen in the years I've gone around. Trouble spot in all men.
Did you know your son was using heroin?
No, I didn't have any idea.
Well, according to what he told us, he's been hooked for over a year. You must have noticed something, didn't you?
When you use the word hooked, I'm afraid I don't understand that kind of
Oh,
trouble.
I'm sorry. I mean, he's been an addict for that long.
Sergeant, I've been working for a long time. Ever since Johnny's father died. I worked before then. When I get home after standing on my feet all day, I got a few more important things to do than wonder what he's doing. All I can do to just drag myself down to the factory every morning.
Yes, ma'am.
Always something. Bills to go over. Decide who's going to have to wait this month. Clothes to wash and iron. Time I just get the things done that have to be taken care of. That's all I can do to climb into bed before I pass out.
All right, Miss Coulter, we understand.
I wonder if you do.
How's that?
I said I wonder if you do understand. Have you ever raised a boy by yourself?
No, ma'am.
I have. Believe me, it isn't easy. Since 11 years ago, I've been a mother and a father both to Johnny. I always knew there'd be something that'd blow up. I knew it because he's just like his father, exactly like him. I'm 35 years old. 35, and for the past 17 years, I haven't had a minute of happiness.
Yes, ma'am.
Anything we can get for you, Mrs. Coulter?
No. Only thing I want is a little happiness. It seems like there just isn't going to be any of that while I'm on this earth. I'm sick, Sergeant. I'm old and I'm sick, and I can't go through any more of this.
Your boy's pretty sick, too.
Yes. I know all about that, too. I read how none of them cures work. Well, they say 2%. There's something else I got to carry.
Might be a little different with John.
I don't see why. No reason for him to be something special. No reason for him to be cured.
Yes, there is. He wants it, Miss Coulter.
What's going to happen to him?
We'll file a petition on him.
After that?
Well, he'll have to make an appearance in juvenile court. They'll decide what treatment's going to be best for him.
Can I see him?
Yes, ma'am. We can take care of that.
Now?
Frank, you want to see if the doctor's through with him?
Yeah.
You have another cigarette, Sergeant.
Yes, there you are. Here's a match.
Thanks, Sergeant.
It's all right. I want to tell you something, Miss Calder. Your son's pretty sick. He's not going to look too good when you see him.
You been hurt?
Not so it shows, but he's going through a great deal of pain. There's going to be a lot more.
For both of us, Sergeant.
Well, I guess you're right at that. Might be better if you remember that he's just a youngster. He's only 17.
I won't forget. He's mine.
All right. He's made a mistake, but he knows it, and he's taken it on himself to try and do something about it.
Tell you something, Sergeant.
All right.
I've had a lot of trouble with Johnny. When he was little, he was always running away from home. Time he got to school, he played hooky a couple of times a week. High school, it was the same thing, but that's not the worst of it.
Ma'am?
He's been stealing. From his own mother, he's been stealing.
Yes, ma'am, he told us.
He admitted it?
Yes, he did.
Well, there you are. It's not bad enough he's a dope fiend. He's a thief, too. I wasn't sure about the stealing. I just thought so. A few things have been missing around the house, and I'd asked Johnny about him. He'd offered some half-baked story, and now I know. He's a thief. I haven't got enough.
Try to take it easy with the boy.
Take it easy. That's a laugh. All I've done for him, nice home. Not real big or fancy, but it's clean. We've got a kind of closet, sort of, nice and big with a window. Got that all fixed up for Johnny. Airplane pictures on the walls. The best I could do. We eat good. Never gone hungry. Lord knows I have, but he hasn't. No reason for him to do a thing like this. No reason at all.
Yes, ma'am.
Hello, Mother.
I know all about it, Johnny. These men told me. All the time I've been telling you it'd end up like this. You in trouble with the police. You just wouldn't listen. You thought you knew better than me. Well, you found out how much you know.
Yeah. I'm sorry about it.
It's a little late for that. How am I going to go home with all the neighbors knowing about what's happened?
I'm sorry.
Well, if that lot of good that's going to do. I had you home right now. I'd show you, and don't think you're too big for me to do it.
You want to take me upstairs, Mr. Smith?
Yeah.
Just a minute. I got some more things to say to you. Don't you go walking out on me like that.
I don't feel so good. I'd like to be by myself. I'll talk to you later.
You talk to me now. I got a lot of things I want to tell you, all the trouble you've caused.
I'm sorry. Please, Mr. Smith, it's tough enough.
All right, let's go, son.
You bring him back here. You bring him back. Well, that's it. Now they're both gone. Now there isn't anybody.
Anything we can get for you, Miss Calder?
Yeah. Get me a reason why this had to happen. Give me one. Do you know one?
Well, I can't be sure.
What do you mean by that?
Just like you said before.
What?
He's your son. We made arrangements for Mrs. Calder to be taken to her home. That night, John Calder was kept at Georgia Street Jail. The next morning, we filed a petition on him. We had one of the doctors at the county hospital talk to Mrs. Calder, and he finally convinced her that her son would get proper treatment at one of the state hospitals, and she signed the necessary papers. For the next 3 days, the boy had it pretty rough. If the novice drug user had the opportunity to witness a patient going through withdrawal pains, the majority of drug traffic would be brought to a halt. Because of the sincerity of the Calder boy, Frank and I spent as much time as we could spare with him while he was going through the symptoms. He complained of violent headaches and stomach cramps, the usual things. He was unable to keep any food down. His eyes watered constantly, and for 72 hours he was in a state of constant violent pain. On the 4th day, he began to recover. He was able to take some warm beef broth and apparently was on his way to being physically well. On Saturday, February 15th, we talked to him at the hospital.
Rough go.
Yeah. You got the worst of it behind you now.
Best thing I've heard for a week. Don't think I could go through any more of it.
Well, you got it made now, John. From here on in, you'll get all the help we can give you.
Well, you guys have done a lot already. A couple of times there, I think I would have gone off my rocker if I hadn't been able to talk to you.
Well, that's what we're here for.
Hey, either one of you got any gum?
Yeah, sure. Here's some.
Jumpy. I gotta do something to calm down. You seen my mother?
She called us yesterday, yeah.
How's she getting along?
A lot better. One of the doctors here at the hospital talked to her. Says she wants to see you.
What's that going to prove? Be the same thing. Her telling me how tired she is, how I'm a goofball.
I don't think so this time. It hasn't been easy for her either, you know.
Maybe not. I don't know.
Well, why don't you give her a chance to make it up? She wants to.
Yeah. I guess there isn't much more I can do.
All right, now, there are a couple of things we want to ask you.
What?
We want the men who kept you supplied.
Names?
That's right.
You figure I'll tell you?
Don't you figure you will?
Wrong base. I'm a bum in a lot of ways, but I ain't going to get anybody else in trouble.
You told us about this Jerry Roth, didn't you?
Yeah.
We got a warrant out on him now. Only be a matter of time before we pick him up.
Then let him tell you.
Do you think you got it a little wrong here?
Yeah?
What'd these people do for you?
They're friends.
Check the books. Go over what they've done for you against what you've done for them.
What do you mean?
You're a big boy. Figure it out for yourself. You know, they tell us there's an estimated 25,000 narcotic users right here in Los Angeles, and a big part of them are kids.
Read's good. Figures always help.
I know. You remember something else, youngster. You came to us and you asked for help, didn't you? You walked into the office. You said you were in trouble. We're not trying to steal a plea or sound like big men, but when you said you wanted help, we didn't ask you if you could afford it. We didn't care. Now, if these people are such good friends, why didn't you go to them? I'll tell you why you didn't. Because you were scared. You knew what had happened if you walked up to them with empty pockets. You knew they'd spit right in your face. They're your buddy as long as you can pay for it. As soon as you're broke, they never met you, did they? Loyalty's fine. It's a good thing. People could use a lot more of it, but turn it around, son. You've stolen things from your own family to support this habit. Now, how loyal have your friends been when you haven't had the price of a cap? How quick did they come through for you then? You know what it's like in here. You've had it bad. Any of your friends been around to see you? Any of them been willing to hold your head while your insides fell out? Now, we asked you a question. We don't really need the answer from you. We'll pick up the people that did this. We'll reach every one of them, from the mule that sold you that first cap to the guy who's been bringing the stuff right into the country. We just figured you'd like the chance to help out the other 25,000. I guess we had it wrong, didn't we? There's the phone. Put in a call to one of your high-powered friends. See how fast they come through for you now. You don't need us, and we don't need you. Let's go, Frank.
Yeah. Oh, wait a minute.
Yeah.
I'll give you the names.
We talked to the boy for another hour and a half. During that time, he gave us as much information as he could on the operation of the narcotics ring. He supplied us with the names, dates, times, and places. However, he could only go so high in the organization. Frank and I went back to the office, and we called narcotics detail. We talked to Sergeant Roxy Lucarelli and his partner, Steve Broadhurst. We filled them in on what had happened and gave them a list of the names we had. The roundup of narcotics salesmen started. Inside the next 24-hour period, 14 men and women had been taken into custody. Each one of them was interrogated, but they either didn't know the name of the key man in the operation or they refused to tell us. They were all booked on various sections of the state narcotics code. On Wednesday, February 18th, we received word that Jerry Roth had been picked up in a washroom in Pershing Square. Frank and I went over to the main jail to talk to him.
All right, get it over with.
We want one thing from you, Roth.
Yeah?
The name of the wheel.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Roll up your sleeves, boy.
What for?
Roll them up. Let's see the other one.
They're both the same.
Let's see it. There's marks, John.
What's that proof?
That you're left-handed. When'd you have your last fix?
Who says I use the stuff at all?
Oh, come off it, Roth. We got you and you know it.
I don't see where it says that.
How old are you?
Well, you got the record. Look it up.
You're a big talker, aren't you, son?
I live that way, too.
Well, you're just taking a little drop, kid.
Yeah, you won't keep me here for more than 12 hours.
Don't make book on that.
Well, I got a lot of friends in this town. They'll get me out.
You keep believing that. We put a hold on you when we came in.
What's that mean?
It means you'll be dropped into an ISO cell. There isn't going to be anybody who can talk to you without us knowing about it. Everybody comes near you is going to be checked back to the time they were born.
And what's that going to prove?
We'll get to the wheel.
You talk loud, cop, but I got trouble with my ears.
All right, you sit right with it, kid. You'll be screaming for us to talk with you.
Yeah, sure.
Keep believing it, because I'll give you one thing free.
Yeah?
Next time we're here, it'll be to listen. Jerry Roth was returned to his cell, and Frank and I went back to the investigation. For the next 2 days, we kept a constant check on the suspect. During that time, nobody had attempted to see him or talk to him. Saturday, February 21st, we got back to the office from lunch.
Want to check the book?
Yeah.
Anything?
Yeah, we're supposed to call the main jail.
Roth probably wants to talk, huh?
Well, we might have tried to spring him.
Yeah.
This Friday, juvenile. When? We'll be right over.
Roth?
Yeah.
Want to talk?
Well, maybe we can ask him.
Huh?
They just cut him down. He tried to hang himself. Frank and I left the office and drove over to the jail. The boy had torn his trousers into strips and braided them into a rope. He'd attempted to take his own life. He'd been found on a routine check and had been cut down. The action had been discovered almost immediately, and by the time we got there, he was almost fully recovered. We talked to him in the interrogation room.
Kind of lousy way out, isn't it, kid?
That looked good at the time.
How's it seem to you now?
I made a mistake.
How do you feel?
Pretty lousy.
You want to give us the name?
What kind of protection do I get?
How do you mean?
Well, if I tell you, I gotta know he ain't gonna get me.
Well, we'll try to build some kind of a wall for you.
He won't know it's me?
No, not from us.
All right. His name's Pollard Zern.
You want to spell that?
Yeah, Z-E-R-N-E.
He the top man?
Yeah, built the whole thing.
Did he bring this stuff into the country?
Yeah, Sergeant, he's got a boat. He tells people he's going fishing for albacore.
Was he bringing it in from Mexico?
Yeah, I've been with him a couple of times. He lands the boat at a beach down there, makes the contact, and then comes home. Hides the stuff in fish. Got the idea from an old movie. That way, if they look the boat over, chances are they won't find it.
Nice setup, huh?
Yeah, it sure worked good for him.
Yeah.
He made a mint, got a big house, drives a new car, got everything he wants. He just sits back and pulls a handle. Jackpot every time.
No, not this time.
Huh?
He just turned a lemon.
Pollard Harris Zern and the other members of the narcotics gang were tried and convicted of violation of the State Narcotic Act, a felony, and received sentence as prescribed by law. A petition was filed on John Keith Coulter, and he was made a ward of the juvenile court. After treatment, he was pronounced cured and returned to the custody of his mother.
You have just heard Dragnet, the authentic story of your police force in action, and starring Jack Webb, a presentation of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
I used to be afraid of that look. The withering glance of the goddess.
I didn't think that alcohol would do... Oh, shut up.
Dinah, stay here.
Oh, please, Mother. Maybe he's going to soccer again.
It's what everybody feels about you. It's what I first worshipped you for from afar.
George, listen.
First, now, and always. Only from a little nearer now. Hey, darling?
I don't want to be worshipped. I want to be loved.
Someday over the rainbow, way up high.
What is this, Connor? Oh, easy, old man. She's not hurt?
No.
Not wounded, Saul, but dead.
Seems the minute she hit the water, the wine hit her.
Now, look here, Connor. A likely story, Connor.
Hello, Dexter. Hello, George. Hello, Mike.
You have a good mind, a pretty face, a disciplined body that does what you tell it. You have everything that it takes to make a lovely woman except the one essential, an understanding heart. And without that, you might just as well be made of bronze.
And the night that you got drunk on champagne and climbed out on the roof and stood there naked with your arms out to the moon, wailing like a banshee.
I told you I never had the slightest recollection of doing any such thing.
What in the name of all that's holy am I to do?
Tracy.
Yes, Mike.
Old Parson Parsi, he's never seen Kittredge before, has he? Now look, I got you into this thing, and I'll get you out of it. Will you marry me, Tracy?
Let's drop in to Duffy's Tavern.
It's Wednesday night, so we take you now to Duffy's Tavern with our guests tonight, George Jessel and Rudy Valley, and starring Archie himself, Ed Gardner. Duffy's Tavern is brought to you by Bristol Myers, makers of Ipana toothpaste and Truchet, the beforehand lotion. Two products that will pay you to remember. Ipana for the smile of beauty, Truchet for softer, lovelier hands. Ipana, Truchet.
Hello, Duffy's Tavern. Where do you late meet eat? Archie the manager speaking. Duffy ain't here. Oh, hello, Duffy. Yep, tonight's the big testimonial dinner. And guess who's coming down? Georgie Jessel. Yep, the famous spokesmaster and racketeur. Well, there'll be other people besides Jessel. There'll be Crackpot O'Toole, the forger, Nitro McNulty, Machine Gun Van Smythe, Second Story Jackson, Rudy Valley. Rudy Valley, Duffy. Remember? Vaguely, huh? Oh, sure. He was a big radio star in the old silent days. Yeah, before they talked on the radio. Duffy. Oh, sure. You remember. Remember the time you bought that crystal set? And you thought there was something wrong with it? Yeah, that's the guy. Well, Valley and Jessel is coming down to MC, the biggest testimonial dinner that Third Avenue has ever had. Who's it for? Me. Yeah, it's a surprise. Where's the surprise? I'm surprised I never thought of it before. I'll call you back. Hey, Eddie.
Yes, Mr.
Eddie, did you chill the champagne yet?
Chill it? I ain't even finished making it yet.
Well, you should have started making it yesterday like I told you. Champagne should always be aged before it is served. Did you put out the finger bowls?
Yes.
With lemon?
Yes.
And individual straws?
I knew I forgot something.
Well, be more careful in the future.
Say, Archie.
Just a minute, Miss Duffy. Eddie.
Yeah?
Eddie, see that the guests intermingle with each other. You know, start them circulating.
Circulating? Most of them is revolving already.
Now, what did you want, Miss Duffy?
I was just reading the guest list. I see Rudy Valley's coming.
That's right, the pride of Yale University.
Good old Eli.
Yeah?
Archie, do you think I'm too young for Rudy?
Miss Duffy, I don't think you're too young for old Eli. And furthermore, I don't want you to... Wait a minute. Eddie.
Yeah?
Eddie, I am desisted by the way you've set this table. Look at them napkins.
What's the matter with them?
How many times do I have to tell you that napkins should always be folded with the clean side out?
many times can we fall in with the clean side out? Other thing, how come you so particular about this dinner anyhow?
Why? Because me whole future depends on this dinner, Eddie. You remember that beautiful French girl that I fell madly in love with last week? What was her name again? Renee?
Yeah.
Well, I just can't come out and tell her myself that I got looks and charm and brains, so I thought at this dinner I'd get guys like Valley and Jessel to praise me.
What are you going to do?
I thought I'd just sit there and blush.
You worried about the competition with Mr. Jessel and Mr. Valley?
Huh? Worried? Couple of schmoes like them? Eddie, it'll be like Rennie and me being left alone on a desert island.
Go ahead.
Well, I leave it to you. If Rennie and me was left alone on a desert island and she had to make a choice, what do you think that choice would be?
Can she swim? Tell me, how come you got Mr. Jessel and Mr. Valley both coming down here tonight?
Well, I thought I'd have two MCs for this testimonial dinner. You know, the old adagio, Eddie. Two heads is better than one.
What?
Hello, Finnegan. Are you enjoying it? Hey, what's that adhesive tape doing on the top of your head?
Did he? Oh, I got a boil.
Oh, well, I'm glad to hear it. Maybe now your head will come to a head.
I don't see the point.
Just roll your eyes upwards.
Hey, you're right, Art. Hey, boy, this is some party. Them appetizers is swell.
Well, thank you.
Only one thing. What are them little things on the end of the toothpicks?
Olives.
Well, they sure get in your way when you want to pick your teeth.
Do you suffer from dry scalp?
A little.
Then go soak your head. Now, stop bothering me, will you, please?
Well, hello, Archie.
Well, Georgie Jessel, glad to see you. Well, George, how does the tavern look to you after all of these years?
What are you doing, fishing for insults?
Very clever crack, considering it comes from a movie producer. By the way, how's things in Hollywood?
Pretty good.
You like it out there?
Oh,
huh?
gosh, I like it a lot. I think it agrees with me.
Naturally. In Hollywood, everything agrees with the producer. Tell me, how's it going with Zanuck?
Oh, just fine. He's a wonderful man, Mr. Zanuck. Whatever success I've attained in Hollywood, I owe to him.
Yeah, huh?
I can thank him for everything that I have.
Yeah, huh? Hey, that's a nice pair of cufflinks you're wearing.
Mm-hmm. Mr. Zanuck gave them to me.
And them pearl studs.
Mm-hmm. Mr. Zanuck gave me those, too.
Mm-hmm. I think we ought to drink a toast to Mr. Zanuck, George.
I can't drink, Archie. Ulcers.
Zanuck, huh? Well, we have the same problem around here, except we call it Duffy.
Well, tell me, Arch, what's cooking here tonight?
And whatever it is, don't eat it.
Georgie, I'm giving a big testimonial dinner tonight, and that's why I asked you down. I figured after we eat, we could use a few antidotes.
On this, I would bet. Tell me, what particular subject would you like to have me talk about?
What? Me.
This should happen to Eddie Kent. Am I the only speaker here tonight, Archie?
No, I also invited Rudy Valley.
Rudy Valley.
You remember the guy with the megaphone?
Oh, yes, the prehistoric Perry Como. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's the guy.
No, I was only kidding, Archie. I've known Rudy ever since he was just a kid, just getting started in show business. I was back in the days of the Roaring 40s.
The Roaring what?
The Roaring 20s.
Oh. One change? Was Rudy singing in them days?
What do you think they were roaring about? Archie, I remember. Wait a minute. Well, look who's here. Clifton Finnegan. Glad to see you again, Finnegan.
There seems to be some mistake.
George, better apologize. This dame thinks she's a Goldwyn girl.
She looks more like Goldwyn.
Archie, I think I've been insulted.
At your age, it's flattery. However, I shall come to your defense. Colonel Jessel, sir.
Yes, sir?
Sir, we all here in the tavern admit that Miss Duffy is powerful hideous. But we don't like strangers pointing it out.
Thank you, Archie.
Your servant, ma'am. Now, what was we talking about, George?
We were talking about Rudy Valley.
Oh, yeah. Well, let's change the subject. You made any new pictures lately?
Yes, I've just finished making a picture that I'm very proud of and one that I'm sure will be a tremendous hit.
Yeah, huh? What's the name of it, George?
It's called Nightmare Alley.
Nightmare Alley, huh?
They've already stolen the plot.
Yeah, who is this guy?
Finnegan, this is Georgie Jessel, the famous Toastmaster.
AC or DC?
Mr. Jessel is a well-known after-dinner speaker, a guy with a very quick wit and a nimble mind.
Oh.
You know, no matter what you say to me, ad-lib's a funny answer.
Oh, is that so? Mr. Jessel?
Yes?
What do you think of the weather?
Well, it's very nice.
Do you think it'll rain tomorrow?
Might.
What else is new?
Nothing much.
You're right, Arch. This guy's terrific. And he ain't even had dinner yet.
These are children. Look, where's Rudy Valley? We got to get this dinner started.
You know, friends, you know as well as I do that your dentist is the person qualified to tell you what's best for your teeth. And when your dentist recommends something for the care of your teeth, you can be certain it's the best advice you can get. For that reason, we know you'll be very interested in this.
Ipana toothpaste is recommended by dentists 2-to-1 over any other toothpaste, according to a recent nationwide survey.
So try Ipana yourself and see why it's so widely recommended. See how Ipana can help your teeth to a brightness, your smile to a loveliness you never thought possible. For Ipana really cleans your teeth, and followed by gentle gum massage, promotes the health of your gums. And listen how easy it is.
Brush your teeth regularly with Ipana, then gently massage the gums at the line where they meet the teeth.
You see, this gum line is important because we all need firm, healthy gums as well as clean, bright teeth to keep our smiles lovely. So do as so many dentists recommend. Use Ipana toothpaste for your Ipana smile of beauty.
Boy, will that Rene be impressed tonight. First Jessel flatters me, then Valley flatters me.
That'll make her go for you, huh?
Eddie, I never seen a dame yet that didn't fall for flattery.
Well, these are nice things they're going to say about you.
Yeah?
Who's writing the material? You?
Don't be silly. Rudy always says nice things about me.
Oh. Sort of a nasal appraisal, huh?
Well, if you must be alliterative.
Bonjour, Archie.
Well, Rene, bonjour. Como some samovar. Terrific dress you're wearing. That's what they call an off-the-shoulder, ain't it?
Yes.
Beautiful material. Let me feel it. Silk, ain't it?
Archie, that is not the material.
Oh. Sorry. Look, Rene.
Archie.
Rene, the gentleman who was just clearing his throat is Mr. Jessel. The gentleman who should be clearing his mind. Rene here would be a great bet for pictures, wouldn't she, George? Take a look at her.
No, it's been done before. You know, young lady, I have an idea that would make a great combination.
What?
What's the French word for us?
Us? The word is nous.
Nous? I've been speaking French for years and I didn't know it.
Look, Rennie, not that I don't trust this elderly gentleman, but, I think you would find it safer to mingle with some of the other guests. I'll be with you in a nonce.
My time is your time is my time.
Well, Rudy, let me take your coat. Hey, how come you ain't wearing a raccoon?
Molting season.
By the way, you know Georgie Jessel.
Oh, sure. Hello, George. Seen Dolores lately?
Yes, I was out with her last night. By the way, how's Carlotta?
Pretty good. Been seeing Lorraine?
Whatever happened to Valerie?
I was off with her Thursday. How's Marie?
Pretty good. How's Phyllis?
Fine. I saw Cynthia last night.
Is that so? How is Cynthia?
Pretty good. Seen anything of Evelyn?
If one of these guys mentions Rennie, I'm going to punch him right in the nose.
Just a second, Archie. Tell me, who's Rennie?
Rudy, stop watering at the mouth. Rennie happens to be the girlfriend that you're supposed to praise me in front of at the testimonial dinner tonight.
Praise you? Archie, do you think I would perjure myself for the sake of a measly dinner?
Measly dinner? Rudy, if you was to pay for it, this dinner would cost you 75 cents.
Archie, what do you want me to say about you?
Well, Rudy, we've known each other a long time, and, why don't you say the first thing that comes to your mind? You know, something that's close to your heart.
Believe me, this means a 2-hour talk entitled Life Can Be Beautiful Without Spending Money.
Well, George, after all, a fellow likes to put a little something away for a rainy day.
Rainy day, $8 million. What are you expecting, a monsoon?
Fellas, please, stop insulting each other. You two guys could be here all night. We got to get this testimonial dinner started.
Well, look who's here. Miss Duffy. And prettier than ever, may I add?
There seems to be some mistake.
Rudy, I hate to do this before dinner, but meet Clifton Finnegan, an alleged person.
A trailer for Nightmare Alley, no doubt.
Is that an insult?
No, Mr. Valley is merely speculating on what you do for a living.
I pick up a few nickels and dimes here and there.
How?
I put chewing gum on my shoes.
Chewing gum, eh?
Sure.
I wonder. You put it on your shoes and, no, sounds too messy. I think I'd do better with the pick-a-note.
The pick-a-what?
The pick-a-note, Archie. It's my new musical instrument that I'm promoting.
Is that so? Well, tell me, Rudy, what is it like?
It's very simple, George. Instead of playing notes, you just take this instruction sheet and follow the numbers.
Jessel needs an instruction sheet to know how to follow numbers. Sorry, Judge. Well, what does this pick-a-note sound like, Rudy? Go ahead. Don't be modest. Show us.
1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 3, 4, 3.
What lyrics? Better even, he should have stuck to the saxophone. You finished, Rudy?
Did you like it, Archie?
I thought it was great. Yeah. Yes, sir. You know, if Beethoven was alive today, he'd turn over in his grave.
Well, thank you. Well, how about it, ladies and gentlemen? Who would like to buy the educational, entertaining, fascinating pick-a-note with the simple numeral note system? Speak up, please. $1.85.
Personally, I would prefer the RCA, Victor, console, radio, and phonograph with the golden throat tone system. Now, look, Rudy, leave us forget the pick-a-note. Remember, you're supposed to be down here helping me to make an impression on my girl.
Come on, Arch. Why don't you start eating? The fruit is delicious.
The fruit? Finnegan, that's the wax centerpiece you're eating.
No wonder the bananas taste so much like the peaches.
Oh, soup's on? Well, come on, fellas, the dinner's starting. Now, don't forget, you two guys, give me a big build-up. Oh, Miss Duffy.
Yes?
It's time to eat. Finnegan, take Miss Duffy's arm.
But, Arch, I ain't that hungry.
All this guy thinks of is chewing the fat. Come on, everybody, we gotta get this dinner started.
Say, Mr. Stewart.
Oh, yes, ma'am. What can I do for you?
Well, first, do you mind if I butt into Duffy's Tavern this way with a small question?
I wouldn't mind at all.
Well, last week I heard you say something about the Trouchet touch, and I was curious. Just what is the Trouchet touch?
Oh, that's easy. The Trouchet touch is the softer, more velvety way hands feel after you've used Trouchet. You see, Trouchet is the beforehand lotion. A really different idea in hand lotions.
But why is Trouchet so different?
Because you can use Trouchet beforehand. Before you do dishes or light laundry. Before you put your hands in that hot, soapy water.
But what's the point of that?
Because Trouchet was made to guard hands. Guard them even while they're in hot, soapy water. And so protect them from the damaging effect of water.
I see. But how about after my work? Can I use Trouchet then, too, as I would use another hand lotion?
Sure, you can use Trouchet anytime for every lotion need. But what makes Trouchet really different from other hand lotions is that important Trouchet Extra. Beforehand protection when you need it most. So for those softer, lovelier hands you want, for the Trouchet touch, why not begin today to use Trouchet?
Get a load of what these guys got to say about me, Rennie. Well, everybody, leave us start the festivities. For he's a jolly good fella, for he's a jolly good fella. Come on, folks, join in. For he's a jolly good fella. Yeah. Eddie, you may begin reading the testimonials.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to begin this testimonial dinner to Mr. Archie by reading a message that was just received from the Department of Sanitation.
The Sanitation Department, after all the trouble we've been having with them, too. What's the message, Eddie?
No message, just a white flag. They surrendered.
Eddie, please, the telegrams.
Oh, yes. In honor of our host, telegrams have been pouring in from all over 3rd Avenue. And here it is. I quote, to Archie, 6 pounds, 7 ounces full of joy. If you aren't a girl, we hope you're a boy. Signed, Clifton Finnegan.
Finnegan, what's the idea?
Arch, number 12 was the only one I could afford.
Perhaps we should hear from Mr. Jessel.
I'm eating.
Oh. Well, then don't let me interrupt you.
Please do. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to introduce you to the next speaker, Miss Duffy.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think the best manager we've ever had in the tavern, of which Archie has been the only one, is, I'm very proud to say, Archie.
Archie, this is a compliment?
You don't get the subtlety.
Mr. Chairman.
The chair recognizes Mr. Finnegan.
Well, it should. I've been sitting in it for years.
This is one of my oldest friends, Rennie. Listen to what he has to say about it.
To Archie. Roses are red, violets are blue. I like Tootsie Rolls. So do you.
See what I mean, Rennie? It's wonderful to have friends to say things like that about you.
What have they said?
Ain't you been listening? These guys love me.
I would like to propose a toast to my old friend Archie.
Oh, Clancy the Count. Get a load of this, Rennie.
First, I should like to say something about Archie's honesty. let me put it this way. I would like to talk about his unquestioned integrity. No, that's not it either. Folks, there are very few people with real sincerity. And, no.
Would you like to try a different category?
Eddie, please stop interrupting the epitaphs.
And in conclusion, it is with great pleasure that I say Archie is the one man you can point to and truthfully say, there goes Archie.
Tributes like this bring tears to me, I see. Well, who's next, folks?
Are you going to speak yourself, Archie?
Well, I might if I'm called on.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, comes the high point of the evening. I bring you a man among men. A man who is known to you all.
Thank you. Friends,
Just a minute. A man of great talent, rare charm, and scintillating wit.
Thank you. As I.J. Fox once said...
Please.
Well...
So, folks, without further ado, I give you the man of the hour, Rudy Valley.
Archie, I thought you were going to speak.
I can't now. I'm too choked up. Besides, I'm too modest.
Hi-ho, everybody. It is with great pleasure that I speak tonight about something which is dear to my heart. As we walk through life, we find that there are many qualities that make for success.
Good already.
Let's analyze those qualities. What are they? Popularity.
Yes.
Universal appeal.
Yes.
The ability to make friends.
True.
And so, ladies and gentlemen, tonight I would like to introduce you...
Get this running.
I would like to introduce you to the pick-a-note. All because it will hold your honor. I thank you.
Archie, I thought they were going to talk about you.
I guess they're saving me for the after-dinner speeches.
Oh, Eddie, please pass the gravy.
No, I'm sorry, Officer Clancy, but Mr. Colucci just spilled it all over his vest.
Well, then pass Colucci.
Friends, I would like to introduce our next speaker. This man has always been known as a great wit, but tonight he has a serious message.
Well, folks,
I give you America's famous master of ceremonies, Mr. George Jessel.
Well, no, everybody, and thank you, Rudy. We are gathered here tonight with but one purpose in mind. I know how Archie, our guest of honor, feels about these things, and how he would hate to have me elaborate on the subject at this time.
Not at all, George. Go ahead. Collaborate.
But it is a subject that is very close to my heart. And I know that you will all forgive me for saying that Nightmare Alley is the greatest picture that I've ever made.
They're kidding me. The big twist will come any minute, Rene.
And I have a big surprise. Everybody here tonight is invited to a special showing of Nightmare Alley around the corner at the Fox Theater.
George, you can't take these people out of here. I ain't made me speech yet. Miss Duffy, Rudy, you can't do this to me. Wait a minute, Rene.
Good night, Archie.
You mean you're going to leave me to go out with Valley and Jessel?
Sorry, Archie.
But you're too young for him, and you're too old for him. All right. Go ahead. Get out of here, all of you. Leave me alone, you sunny weather friends. Desert me in me hour of need. Archie, the sucker. The wise guy that fell for a rag and a bone and a hunk of hair. Now look at him. Alone. Sprained. Jilted.
Yeah, I ain't jilted, George.
Oh. Finnegan, you didn't go with the rest of them, huh?
Of course not, Arch. You think I'd leave me old pal? Desert the kindest, nicest guy I ever knew?
Fine thing. Now somebody comes up with a compliment.
This is the time of year for colds. You might even say this is the cold sneezing. So if you're suffering from one right now, listen. Get real quick relief from your cold discomfort with Minute Rub, a really modern chest rub. Rub Minute Rub on the throat, chest, and back. In a minute, Minute Rub's soothing menthol vapors begin to clear that stuffed-up feeling in the nose and throat. Helps bring a feeling of warmth and relief to those tight, sore, aching muscles. And listen, Minute Rub is greaseless and stainless. So get a tube of Minute Rub and get quick relief from annoying cold misery the modern way. The greaseless, stainless Minute Rub way. It's time now to leave Duffy's Tavern for this evening, but let's meet here again at the same time next Wednesday when our guest will be Dinah Shore. George Jessel appeared through the courtesy of 20th Century Fox, producers of Gentleman's Agreement. Rudy Valley can now be seen in the RKO picture, The Bachelor and the Bobby Soxer. Until next Wednesday, then, this is Jay Stewart reminding you that for the smile of beauty, remember Ipana toothpaste. And for softer, lovelier hands, remember True-Shea, the beforehand lotion. Each Wednesday, Bristol-Myers bring you Duffy's Tavern and Mr. District Attorney, which follows immediately over most of these stations.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Ladies and gentlemen, don't move, don't stir. The best is still to come.
Makoko, the fabulous, the hawk of the sea, the prince of pirates, whose spirit and legend will live on through the ages for his immortal deeds, staggering to the imagination and ravishing the sensibilities with tales of wealth, of stolen treasure, of maidens captive for a whim or a caress. Oh, I can see you now in battle, the clash of swords, the roar of angry cannon, and you, Makoko, standing there with lightning breaking about you. You dominating everything.
Manuela, there's something I have to tell you.
And to think I thought you were nothing but a common actor. Oh.
Now look, I've apologized abjectly. What more can I do? Just exactly... You're overdoing this. You're being vindictive.
Be a clown. All the world loves a clown. Show him tricks, tell him jokes, and you only stop with top folks. Dress in huge baggy pants, and you ride the road to romance. Be a clown, be a clown, be a clown.
Fasten your seatbelts. Classic adventure is coming your way with the air adventures of Jimmy Allen up next.
And now back again to Jimmy Allen and his flying adventures. Jimmy is delighted that his chum, the great airline and combat pilot Speed Robertson, is now teaching him to fly. And there is no doubt that what the lad's flying has improved under the expert tutelage of the experienced veteran. Speed's motive, however, was more than just an interest in his young friend's flying. He is sure that another attempt will be made on Jimmy's life because the young student has shown too great a curiosity in Major Moto, the mysterious Oriental who also is a student at the aviation school. Major Moto is supposed to be learning to fly, but Jimmy is sure that he is an experienced pilot and wonders just why he is attending the school. In the last episode, Jimmy finally convinced Speed that maybe something was wrong when they followed the Oriental in the air and saw him land alone in a small field away from the airport. But now it's time for Jimmy to get another flying lesson, and we take you inside the hangar of Central Flying School. Shorty Mason is standing beside an instruction plane, and Flash Lewis, the mechanic, sees him.
Hi there, Shorty. What are you doing with this ship?
Well, hello, Flash. How are you? What am I doing with the ship? Oh, just looking it over. Just inspecting it, Flash.
Well, what's the big idea? You ain't going nowhere in it. I understand you've been grounded by the CAA. You know, for sending Jimmy Allen solo the other day.
I got a dirty deal on that, Flash. I tried to help the kid out, and what do I get for it? That big chiseler Speed Robertson sticks a knife in my back.
Yeah? If you was helping Jimmy Allen out, there ain't a dog in Georgia.
Oh, so you're on their side too, eh? Well, let me tell you something, Flash. I'm going to make Robertson take it and... Oh, well, never mind. Here comes Mike Jones. You better be acting like you're busy. Maybe you can fool him.
Don't kid yourself, Shorty. I ain't trying to fool Mike Jones or anyone. That's more than I can say for some wiseacres around here.
Say, Flash, what are you supposed to be doing now?
I come in here to inspect this ship, Mike.
Yeah, and he's been spending the last 15 minutes leaning up against it, talking to me.
Pipe down, Shorty. Have you run your morning inspection on it yet, Flash?
No, I ain't. But I'd have been through with it if this here ex-instructor of yours would do his loafing someplace besides the hangar.
Say, where do you get off telling me what to do?
Do it, Shorty. Save that for some other time. Say, Flash, let this ship go for the present. Take a look at the left magneto on my engine. It's been cutting out on me. You may have to take it off and test it.
Well, it was working all right yesterday afternoon, and the ship ain't been flowing since.
Don't argue with me. Scram over and see what's wrong with it. The ship's in the next hangar.
Then you don't want me to inspect this ship at all, Mike?
No, I'll look it over myself.
Well, okay, Mike, you're the boss, but I still can't figure out what's wrong with your left mag.
Well, Shorty, did you finish your job?
How can I finish my job with that half-wit Flash Lewis messing around here? I thought you was going to keep him out of this hangar.
I gave him a job that should have taken all morning. Well, that magneto trouble will keep him busy for a while. How much you got to do yet, Shorty?
Just this strut here. Then we're all set.
Get going. We're wasting a lot of good time. They'll be down here in 5 or 10 minutes.
I'm glad you came along. I thought I was going to have to shoot Flash to get rid of him.
Never mind the gab. Go to work.
Okay. How does that look to you? Is it good or not?
Yeah, that ought to do it. Better give it another one, though.
That's just what I was going to do.
That looks okay.
You got the stuff with you?
Certainly. And I brought along some putty, too, to cover up with.
Say, if this don't do the work, I give up.
It'll do the work, all right. Don't fool yourself about that.
Yeah, but will it work fast enough? You know Robertson. He ain't leaving the ground without a parachute, and he'd just as soon take to the silk as jump off a chair.
Yeah, I know. Thought of all that. This stuff is powerful, Shorty. Begins working right now.
Yeah, but what if you get the bus out on the line and they don't show up for a half hour? Where'll you be then?
Oh, Robertson's always on time. And the kid's sitting out on the bench right now waiting for him.
Yeah, I hope you're right.
Come on. Don't be worrying about my part of the play. I can handle that all right.
You've had plenty of experience, all right, Mike. Well, give me the bottle.
Here it is. Now take it easy. Remember, this stuff's got power.
I'm watching it. Hey, Mike, hold this tube steady while I give it the works.
All right. Go ahead.
There. That ought to be enough.
It won't miss it. All right, let's get this other one.
Hold that tube steady.
I'm watching. Give it to her.
Ah, there we are. Just a little present from Shorty Mason to Speed Robertson and Jimmy Allen.
You said it, boy. Just a little surprise package from a couple of friends.
Oh, this is a perfect play. Nobody'd ever get wise to this stuff in 1,000 years.
You're telling me? Listen, Shorty, I'm not as dumb as I act.
No, I'll say not. Those fellas aren't going to pitch us curves and get away with it.
You got them puttied up, Shorty?
Just finishing the last one. There. How's that? Just take a look.
Yeah, not a sign of a hole. Fair enough.
Hey, There's Robertson out on the line now, waiting for the ship.
Couldn't be any better. Here, get on that other wing and we'll push it out on the line.
All right, give a heave.
Hey, Shorty. I've just been thinking.
Yeah? What's that?
You better take a duck until they take off. Wait in my office. I'll get Mac to help me roll this out.
All right, Mike. And get them into the air in a hurry.
Hey, Mac. Help me roll this ship out on the line.
Sure, Mr. Jones. Shall I get on this wing?
Yeah, that's right. Now, bear down on it.
You all ready, Jimmy? Here's the ship.
I sure am, Speed.
All right, get on your parachute.
Well, here's your airplane, boys. All ready for you.
That's fine, Mike. I feel like flying today.
Oh, boy, so do I, Speed. Are you going to let me take it off today?
Sure, you should make it take off now without any trouble. Say, Mike, where's Flash Lewis?
Jimmy, Speed tells me that you're getting to be...
Where's Flash Lewis, Mike?
Oh, Flash? Oh, he must be around here. Say, come to think of it, Speed, Flash must be sick today. I haven't seen him around here all morning.
Why, I thought I saw Flash this morning when I went to ground school. He was over in the repair shop.
What do you want to see Flash about, Speed?
I want to know if he ran his morning inspection on this ship.
Why, sure, the ship's all right. Fact is, I looked it over myself.
If Flash is sick and hadn't been down today, how could he run his morning inspection?
What I meant was that Mac ran the inspections this morning. He's a good mechanic, you know.
Hey, Jimmy, hand me the logbook out of that cockpit.
Sure, Speed. Here it is.
Uh-huh. Just as I thought. This logbook hadn't been initialed for today's inspection.
Well, Mac must have forgot, Speed. You see, Flash usually does that job. But say, you better get started. The wind's getting stronger. It's going to be gusty and bumpy if you don't get going.
Shall I start the engine, Speed?
Yeah. Go ahead, Jim. Now, look here, Jones. As long as I fly any of your ships, they're going to be properly inspected. I'm willing to overlook this once, but from now on, you see that these ships are properly examined and the logbook initialed by the mechanic.
Sure, Speed. I'll tell the boys about that. It was just an oversight on Mac's part. Well, have a good ride.
All right, Jimmy. You take her off. And remember to keep on a little right rudder to allow for engine torque. Otherwise, she'll pull over to the left.
I'll watch your Speed.
Okay, take her away.
Takeoff, Speed. Did I watch my rudder close enough?
Well, it swerved a little, Jimmy, but not bad. A few more and you're going to be as smooth as an eel. There, you're climbing a little too steep. Throttle back your engine to cruising. Remember, never climb a ship too steep on a takeoff.
There. Is that better?
Yeah, that's real performance, Jim. Well, level off, kid, and we'll try some turns. Now, put her nose on the horizon. That's the stuff. Now, get your wings level. Look out there along the wing. You can tell you're level that way.
Yeah, I've noticed that when I'm flying level, the cross brace wires between the struts are just about... Speed, look at that rear strut. Why, look.
What's the matter, Jim? What strut do you mean?
That left rear strut, Speed.
But, Jimmy, I don't... Great heavens, it's coming.
Speed, that strut's broken. It's tearing loose.
Speed Robertson was right. Again, the avengeful Mike Jones has struck a blow. Will it be successful this time? Let's follow Jimmy and Speed in the disabled plane in the next episode of Jimmy Allen's Air Adventures.
One man.
women. One night, the night of the iguana. Since man has known woman, there has never been such a night.
How weak is man? How often do we stray from the straight and narrow? For only when we abide in the Lord are we like cities without walls. Only then can we defend ourselves against Satan and his temptations. We cannot rule ourselves alone.
I'll rule your spirit. I'll hold you.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
No. Mm. Mm.
Open the door. You hear me, Shannon. You've got that child in there.
You're through, Shannon. I'll see to that. When I finish with you, there won't be any place left to hide.
You know what you're sore about, what you're really sore about? That little quail of yours has a natural preference for men. What's statutory rape? I've never known what that was.
That's when a man is seduced by a girl under 20.
Take my hand, Larry.
For?
Says we don't drift apart. Why did they lock you out?
For conduct unbecoming a man of the cloth.
The trouble is, Sharon, I caught the vibrations between you two.
Here, please, let me help. Let me take it off.
I got to break the chain.
Will Mr. Shannon be all right, do you think?
All right? Honey, I don't know.
All women, whether they want to face it or not, want to see a man in a tied-up situation. Oh, yeah.
Stop it! Stop it!
Let me out of here! Let me loose! Shannon will emerge triumphant.
I hate you. You're a hustler. A fantastic, cool hustler.
Oh, you beast. You were building your nest, and you didn't even know it.
Fantastic.
Since man has known woman, there has never been such a night. The night of the iguana.
Hey, man, how about we check in with Fibber, Magee, and Molly next? That sounds good to me.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber, Magee, and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax products for home and industry present Fibber, Magee, and Molly, written by Don Quinn and Phil Leslie, with music by the Kingsmen and Billy Mills Orchestra. In every block, there's some fellow who keeps his automobile looking a little better than anybody else. Maybe that's you. Maybe yours is that shiny car that sits proudly at the curb in front of your house. In that case, you've probably discovered Johnson's Car New. It's easy with Car New to keep your car shiny and beautiful looking all the time. Takes so little work, you'll gladly clean and polish the car yourself. Easy, because Car New really does two jobs at once, both cleans and polishes with one application. This wax-fortified polish is a liquid, easily applied with a cloth without hard rubbing. Then Car New dries to a white powder. And, brother, when you wipe this off, you wipe away the dirt and gloom like magic. Honestly, Car New does an amazing cleaning job. And it leaves such a wax-smooth finish that dirt and road grime just don't have an easy foothold. Now, just in case you haven't discovered easy-to-use Car New, why not try it this week? Ask your dealer for Johnson's Carnu, spelled C-A-R-N-U. One of the priceless privileges of an American citizen is the right to pop off about the government, national, state, and municipal. In this case, it's municipal. It seems that the city of Wistful Vista has failed in its duty to two of its taxpayers, namely and to wit, Fibber, Magee, and Molly.
I'll blast those buzzers out of the city hall, that's what I'll blast. I'll show those baby-kissing, ballot-stuffing ward healers who swings a little power in this town. This is 3 times in 5 years they've done this to us.
Well, my goodness, dearie, it might have been just an oversight.
Oversight my clavicle. It's things like this that cause epidemics. This might start a plague that would sweep the whole state.
Look, dearie, just because they didn't collect our garbage today doesn't mean a thing. They didn't carry it out to the curb till 9:30.
What am I expected to do? Make a formal appointment with them honey wagon pirates? They could check back this way and see if our garbage was out, couldn't they? We give them a nice gift every Christmas, don't we?
Of course we do. And you'd think they'd remember $1 longer than that, too.
Well, say, suppose there was about 250,000 people in this town. Suppose everybody gives the garbage man $1 every Christmas.
Sure.
That's $250,000. $250,000. Holy smoke, $250,000. By George, I could drive one of them trucks as good as anybody. Hand me the phone. I'm going to call Mayor Latrivia.
Here. But aren't you assuming a little too much?
Any guy with my influence at the city hall shouldn't have any trouble getting a job like that. All you got to do is know the right people. That's all you got to do is know.
Yeah, but dearie...
Hello, operator. Give me Mayor Latrivia at the city hall. Up a chair and sit down, Molly. It's Mert.
You'd think a city this size would have more than one phone operator, wouldn't you?
How's every little thing, Mert? Says, eh? What's say, Mert? Your sister? Miss America, huh?
Oh, isn't that wonderful? Is she in Atlantic City?
No, she married a guy in England. Says she's going to Miss America. Look, Mert, will you please...
Hold it, Magee. The garbage men are picking up the garbage right now.
Okay. Skip it, Mert. Thanks anyway. That shows what influence will do, Snooky. I merely threatened to call the city hall, and them monkeys start jumping like monkeys.
Sometimes I wonder why you don't go into politics, Magee.
Not enough money in it if you're honest, and too much trouble if you're not. Personally, I'd just as soon be a silent figure in Wistful Vista politics. The man who knows everybody. The man who...
That's probably Westbrook Pegler wanting to know how to spell Roosevelt. Come in. Hello, Mrs. Carstairs. So nice to see you.
How do you do, my dear? Good day, Mr. Magee.
Hi, Carsty. Sit down and build yourself a lap.
Thank you.
Take Mrs. Carstairs' coat, dearie.
Sure. Shoot the sable to me, Mabel. That's the girl. Now then, what seems to be troubling you, Carsty? What's putting all them furrows in your well-plowed brow?
I'm sorry that my agitation is so obvious, Mr. Magee, but I am perturbed.
Well, tell us all about it, Millicent, dear. If there's anything we can do, we'll be glad to.
You betcha, kid. You tell old Uncle Fibber your troubles. You owe some bookie more than your allowance will cover? Just give me his name and I'll win enough to tide you over.
Well, that isn't exactly...
You worried about putting on weight again? Don't worry about that. Remember, elephants are a lot more popular than snakes.
No, Mr. Magee,
You found a telephone number written in lipstick on your husband's dress shirt? So what? Nobody'd give a guy like him their right number. Besides... Huh?
Dearie, why don't you let Mrs. Carstairs have a word?
Huh? Why, sure. Have a word, Carsty. Have two. They're small.
My trouble is this, Mrs. Magee. It is imperative that I be in Florida next Monday for my niece's wedding. Are you familiar with Pensacola?
Yes, and I like it, too. Though I just as soon have root beer.
No, Molly. She says Pensacola. That's a town in South Carolina.
Florida.
Oh, what did I say? South Carolina? It's a town in Florida. When do you leave, Kirsty?
That is the crux of the whole matter, Mr. Magee. I can't leave because I find it impossible to get a train reservation. My secretary's on her vacation, and Mr. Carstairs is out of the city. I'm almost desperate enough to what does one call it, weigh my thumb?
No, thumb your way, dear.
Yes, though I shudder at the very picture of a Carstairs sitting on a suitcase at the side of the road.
Oh, I don't know, Kirsty. You'd be surprised how much abuse a well-made suitcase can take. But don't you worry about it. I'll get you on a train. I'll get you a double compartment with hot and cold running brakemen. Old Atchison. Yes, sir. Old Atchison, Topeka, and San Claus Magee. That's me.
You might just as well go home and start packing, Mrs. Carstairs. And you might as well throw in some fishing tackle, too.
Fishing tackle?
Yes, I wouldn't put it past him to route you by way of Nova Scotia.
Never mind what way I route her. I'll get her to Pennsylvania before she can say...
Pensacola, Mr. Magee.
Yeah.
Please call me the moment you have my reservation. And if a man answers, don't hang up. It'll be I. Me, hoarse with excitement. Good day, and thank you so much.
Well, shall I run upstairs and get you your wool muffler?
What do I need my wool muffler for?
You've stuck your neck out so far, I don't want you to catch cold.
Hand me the phone. Hello, operator. Give me the Atchison, Topeka, and Santa Fe. Wait a minute, Molly. I'm talking on the phone. Now, look, Mac, here's my problem. I got to get a friend of mine's wife on the Rattler to Pensacola, see? Yeah, it's a matter of life and death. If I don't do it, she'll kill me. Now, wait a minute, Mac. This is a... Yeah, but I've got a... Yeah, but Mac, Hello? Hello? Disconnected.
Who's Mac? General MacArthur?
Oh. Friend of mine named McNally. Used to sing baritone in the old Winter Garden 4. Great pal of mine, Fred Nittany.
Who?
Fred Nittany. He's a guy from Starved Rock, Illinois. That he and I used to have a vaudeville act together. You know, singing and dancing and witty sayings.
Yeah.
Never forget one time we played a split week in Boise, Idaho, and Frankfort, Kentucky. It was...
How could you play a split week in places? How could you play a split week in places so far apart?
Fred went to Boise and I went to Frankfort. I used to sing smart, sophisticated songs like, if I got to drink champagne from her slipper, I got to get a gal with smaller feet. Music, boys. All special material like that, see?
What's all this got to do with getting Mrs. Carstairs a train reservation?
Well, this McNally I was talking to, he used to play snooker with a guy named Charlie Bonfield, see?
Yeah.
And this Bonfield married a gal who used to be private secretary to a guy who was a cousin of Hap Vanderveen who went to school with Gordy Bestel, see?
Yeah.
And Bestel is the barber that cuts the hair of P. Morton Brilling, the president of the TS&R Railroad. You see how it pays to have connections?
No.
Me either. Bonfield moved to Michigan, and Vanderveen is in the South Pacific. Bestel won the Irish sweepstakes in 1937 and lives in Bermuda. And Brilling hasn't been president of the railroad for 16 years. But I'll find somebody, by George. I still got connections. I got an in at the City Hall, don't forget that.
Have you tried calling the president of the railroad?
Several times. I can't get to him. His smart aleck secretary keeps cutting me off. Even after I tell her who I am, she cuts me off.
You don't mean even, you mean especially. Are you sure you weren't cut off accidentally?
Sure, I'm sure. Look, I'll show you. Hello, operator. Give me Wistful Vista 1234524. Yeah. No, the president's office, please. Hello. This is Mr. Magee speaking. A very close friend of Mr. What's the president's name again? Huh? Rudolph? Rudolph what? Oh. Well, I'm a very close friend of Rudy's, and I wanted to speak to him about a reservation. Hello? Hello? See, she does that every time.
Well, who else have you called?
My gosh, everybody I could think of. The last hour, I've talked to a state representative, the Brotherhood of Pullman Porters, the Interstate Commerce Commission, and a guy named Godfrey P. Dugmore.
Who's Godfrey P. Dugmore?
I don't know. I got him on a wrong number. Very interesting chap. Said he was the first guy to go over Niagara Falls in a wardrobe trunk.
My goodness.
Yep. Says as soon as he gets out of the hospital, he's going to try it again without drawers. In the trunk, I mean.
Well, looks like you'd better get to Mary Latrivia, dearie. Time's a-wasting. Come in. Well, for goodness sakes, Dr. Gamble. How are you, Doctor?
Hello, Molly. Hello, potholder.
Hi, Aerosmith. You're just the guy I wanted to see.
Okay, Toadface. Stick out your tongue and say ah.
I'm all right. Well, who do you know on the railroad racket, Doc?
Well, the chairman of the board of the Wistful Vista and Eastern has been under my care for 7 years.
Heavenly days. What's he got, Doctor?
3 railroads, a castle in Scotland, a 400-foot yacht, 2 ex-wives, arteriosclerosis, and a tendency to pinch waitresses.
Well, look, kid, give him a buzz on the Amici here and see if he can swing me a good reservation on the train to Pensacola, will you?
No,
Why not, Doctor?
because he spends his afternoons on the golf course and, if interrupted, would fly into a rage, which would raise his blood pressure. And he's already so red in the face, he looks like an Indian, and strangely enough, he is. What time is it?
3:41, Doc. Why, you got to go?
Yes. Yes, McGee, I've got to go. Got to be in my office at 4 o'clock to extract a dog's tooth.
Oh.
Heavenly days, isn't that a...
Is that a job for a veterinarian, Doc?
No, it isn't. I have to extract this dog's tooth from a mail carrier's derriere. See you later.
Hey, what's a derriere?
Well, it's a French word, dearie, meaning the back of the lap.
Doggone it if that secretary of the office of that president of that road wasn't so. Hey, I got an idea. Hand me the phone.
Here.
Thanks. Hello, operator. Give me Wistful Vista 1234524.
Howdy, ma'am. This is Wild Bill Hornaday talking. Wild Bill Hornaday from Wyoming, ma'am. President of the Tonto Cattlemen's Association.
Well, you be my old Kai, a paw in the character.
Look, ma'am, I shipped a heap of beef critters on your railroad, and I'd like to ask you a trifling favor. I got to get me to Pensacola, Florida, and if you can rope me a reservation, I... Hello? Shucks, Ma, she cut the wire on me.
Can't understand it, Paul. You were sure mighty convincing. I could almost hear them Mavericks bawling down there in the Silkwood.
Cottonwoods, Ma.
Excuse me, I forgot the place was kind of run down. Now, look, McGee, the time is getting short. You better call the City Hall and get Mary Latrivia to help you with Mrs. Carstairs' reservation.
Well, I hate to do it till I have to. My gosh, there must be somebody I know that's...
Hello, Molly. Hiya, pal.
Hello, Mr. Wilcox.
Hi, Junie. Look, kid, you know anybody connected with the TS&R Railroad?
The TS&R? What railroad is that?
The Tallahassee, Saskatchewan, and Richmond. The TS&R.
Otherwise known as the Two Streaks of Rust.
Oh, the Tallahassee, Saskatchewan, and Richmond.
Yeah.
Sure. I know the purchasing agent very well. He buys Johnson's wax from me by the carload.
Splendid.
Here's the phone, Junior. Tell him that I
With
want...
the job he's got, of course, he realizes how Johnson's wax preserves and protects their equipment.
Oh, that.
Brings out the natural beauty of the wood in their club cars and helps to keep their dining cars spotless and gleaming.
Of course it does that, but...
He wouldn't think of using anything else to protect the leather upholstery from dirt and dust and dampness.
Yeah, but what that got
to keep the picture frames and lampshades clean and new-looking.
Yeah, we know all that, Junior, but...
No railroader who's ever seen what Johnson's wax can do to beautify the interiors of his lounge cars and Pullmans would ever think of using anything else.
Look, Waxy.
Pardon me?
About Carstairs' reservation.
Who?
Mrs. Carstairs, Mr. Wilcox. McGee promised to get her on a train to Pensacola.
Oh, yes, you're sending Carstairs to Pensacola.
That's right.
I think it's a marvelous idea. Best of luck, pal. Let me know how you come out. Bye now.
Oh, dear. That boy.
I don't like to say this, Daddy, but aren't your connections coming a bit loose? The influential people you've contacted so far couldn't give you standing room in a gondola.
Well, doggone it, I must know somebody around here that'll be useful. If that secretary in the president's office wasn't so dad-ratted snippy, Hey, let me try her again. Hand me the phone.
Here.
Thanks. Hello, operator. Give me... Huh? No, Mert, not now. No, I haven't got time. Give me Wistful Vista 1234524. Yeah.
Wild Bill Hornaday rides again.
Well.
Hello? Mr. Gongchu Long, Chinese ambassador speaking. Like very much, Kashi number 1 reservation on railroad train to Pensacola Chop Chop. Hello?
That's luck anyway.
Well, you know what Confucius say. Man who make big bluff apt to fall over it in dark.
She's got no business cutting me off. If she realized who she was talking to...
Hello, Alice. Come in, dear.
Hi, Alice.
Hello, Mrs. McGee. Miss McGee.
Aren't you a little late for work today, Alice?
Oh, this is my day off, Mrs. McGee.
How is the new job, Alice? You're working at the Bonton now, aren't you?
Yes, at the perfume counter, Miss McGee, and it's perfectly fascinating.
Uh-huh.
Did you know we have some perfumes down there that sell for about $75 an ounce?
You really pay through the nose for those, don't you?
One woman opened a bottle to sniff it and asked me if she could have just $1's worth, and before I could say no, she'd had it.
Hey, is it true that a lot of men are beginning to use fancy-smelling toilet water and stuff like that there, Alice?
Oh, yes, Mr. McGee. But we call those items by very masculine names, so men won't mind asking for them.
Oh?
You ought to try Souvenir de Sawmill, or a bottle of locker room essence, or maybe some of our Cologne de Caboose.
Hey, speaking of cabooses, Alice, do you happen to know anybody down at the railroad station?
Oh, creepers, yes, Mr. McGee, my cousin Marjorie. You've heard me mention her.
Oh, yes, I have.
Great. What does she do, Alice? Has she been there long?
Oh, yes, she's been there for simply ages and ages.
Well, at last we're getting somewhere.
Yeah, whose office is she in? The president's?
Oh, she's not in any office, Mr. McGee. Huh? She's waiting to get on a train.
What?
Sure, I take her sandwiches every day.
Oh, this is ridiculous.
The King's Men sing In the Middle of May.
She was kind of distant in a charming way, but he was so persistent. It all began one day in the middle of May. He met a gal named June, took her out in July, beneath an August moon, and all through Sept he kept admiring her charm, and all through Oct they were locked in each other's arms. But good from November to Jan, the runaround began. February and March, he was a worried man. 'Twas not until April that she said, okay, okay, okay. And they were married in the middle of May. In the middle of May.
Oh, happy day.
They had a honeymoon. They found a flat to rent.
OPA.
By the middle of June. July and August through December was a loss. For both were trying to discover which was boss. He found out in the middle of Jan.
Man, oh man.
Her darling mother came. By the 2nd of March,
sad to relate,
he was thoroughly tame. They've got him scrubbing floors and washing dishes every single day. But there's a revolution coming in the middle of May.
Nice going, boys.
Look, McGee, why don't you give it up? After all, you don't have to get Mrs. Carstairs a train reservation.
No, I don't have to. But won't I look like a mug if I fall down on the job? I had to flap my big fat lips about what a big shot I was. Knew all the right people, friends every place, and what happens. Looks like I couldn't influence a 90-point Marine to accept his discharge papers.
You know, that girl at the office of the president of the railroad. You know, if there was some way you could avoid using the word Pensacola, that's what tips it off that it's you every time.
Hey, I'll bet you're right. That's what gives me away.
Sure.
Hand me that telephone again.
Here.
Thanks. Hello, operator. I want... Huh? No, Mert. Please, not now. No. Give me Wistful Vista 1234524. Yeah.
Old Paul Muni McGee, the man of 1,000 voices.
Evening, ma'am. This here is Colonel Beauregard speaking. Colonel Beauregard, ma'am. From Mount Julep, North Carolina. Yes, ma'am. That's about halfway between here and hello. Why, that little Yankee whippersnapper.
Well, that ought about end your impersonations for the day, dear.
Read it anyway.
Even Mason and Dixon had to draw the line someplace.
What them railroads need is a lesson in courtesy. That's what they need is a lesson in. If I ever get to own a railroad...
Own one? My dear boy, you can't even get a friend to ride on one.
I'm beginning to feel a little cheap, too. Here I go blowing around about knowing people in the right places, and I can't...
Come in. Well, for goodness sakes, Mayor Latrivia, this is quite an honor, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, Molly. Hello, McGee.
Hi, Politico. Say, you're just the guy I wanted to see. No, I don't want to ask you for any favors for myself, you understand, Mayor, but...
That, in my experience, is approach number 2. Number 1 is, I want a favor. Number 2 is, I want a favor for a friend. Number 3 is, I want to do you a favor, Mr. Mayor. Number 3 is the one that is always loaded. Anytime anyone does a politician a favor, there are enough strings to it to equip the violin section of the Boston Symphony.
Well, this is a very simple thing, Latrivia. You can do this with one eye tied behind you.
He wants you to use your influence with the railroad, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah.
Oh. Whom do you wish me to corrupt in what railroad, McGee?
The TS&R, Latrivia, Tallahassee, Saskatchewan, and Richmond. All we want is a decent reservation to Pensacola, Florida. That ain't so tough, is it?
Oh, not at all, my boy. When I finish that little task, I shall be happy to bake you a lemon meringue cake in the shape of the Taj Mahal. Then let you and I put on our bathing suits and climb Mount Everest. Who do you think I am, the Wizard of Oz?
Well, is it so difficult to get train reservations, Mr. Mayor? I mean, I know it is for common people like us, but after all, an important man like you
Can't
should...
swing it, eh, Latrivia?
As it happens, my friends, the president of the TS&R is a fellow club member of mine.
Oh, fine.
We play chess together twice a week.
Oh, McGee used to play chess, too, didn't you, dear?
Yeah, I used to be a marvel at it, Latriv. One night I played 27 opponents while blindfolded.
You don't say.
Mm-hmm.
How many games did you win?
He didn't win any. He stumbled over a chair and knocked himself out for 3 hours.
That's in the past. You say you're a pal of the railroad, Prexy, eh, Latriv?
Yes. He was asking me just this afternoon if I could use my influence to get him a set of automobile tires.
And did you?
I did not. I wouldn't use my influence to get anyone enough rubber to erase a comma from a petition to remove me from office.
What did he need a set of tires for, Mr. Mayor?
He wants to drive to Florida, Mrs. Magee.
Drive to Florida? Why don't he take one of his own trains?
This is the point at which I was trying to arrive. Huh? He can't get a reservation. I hope that answered your inquiry. Good day.
He didn't need to do that to me. Here, I voted for that guy every time. Sometimes twice at a time. How does he show his gratitude? This is a fine state of... Oh, my gosh. How am I ever going to tell Mr. Carstairs?
Have you exhausted every single angle, dearie?
Yes, and myself, too. My gosh, I'd have swore... Excuse me. I mean, I was sure I knew somebody that could swing it for me. But no. I guess I'm just a flop. A failure. Just a big windbag that never...
Magee, I have an idea. Hand me the phone.
No, it's no use. I've tried all the dialects.
Hand me the phone, please, dearie.
Okay, here.
Thank you. Hello, operator. Give me the Union Station, please.
You get no place that way.
Hello, ticket office. What have you on the TSNR for Pensacola tomorrow night? Drawing room B in car 172.
Huh?
Well, please reserve it in the name of Millicent Carstairs. Thank you. Goodbye.
Well, I'll do a drawing room. Well, what do you know about that? By George, I knew somebody that could swing it. Hand me that phone and I'll tell old Lady Carstairs. I'll show her who has influence in this town.
You're simply wonderful, dearie.
Oh, it's nothing that any red-blooded American boy couldn't have done. Just got to use your head, that's all. Hello, operator? No, not now, Mert, not now. Give me the residence of Mrs. Carstairs on the corner.
Here's one thing you can really count on. If you protect your things regularly with wax, with genuine Johnson's wax, your home will be more and more beautiful. Your floors will have that rich, mellow beauty that good housekeepers love so much. Your tabletops, furniture, woodwork, windowsills will have that glow and lovely luster that only regular Johnson waxing can give them. And in every room, there are other things that will benefit by regular waxing. Venetian blinds, picture frames, ornaments, leather goods. This wax method of taking care of your things is called protective housekeeping. It's the modern, smart way to protect and beautify your home. And you ladies discovered it yourselves by finding so many extra labor-saving uses for Johnson's wax in your homes. This famous wax polish comes in 3 convenient forms: the paste, the liquid, and the new white cream wax, especially developed for furniture and woodwork. Many housekeepers keep all 3 kinds on hand.
What did Mrs. Carstairs say when you told her you had a reservation for her, Magee?
She said skip it. Said she changed her mind. Said she wasn't going.
Well, my goodness, after all the trouble you went to, what did you say?
Oh, I says that was perfectly okay. Then I asked her if she was going to be here 2 weeks from Wednesday.
What difference does that make? 2 weeks from Wednesday is Halloween.
Nasty laugh. Yeah. Good night.
Good night, all.
This is Harlow Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax Products for home and industry, inviting you all to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
There is no phone ringing, damn it!
The last man on Earth lives in a fortress.
What day is it anyway? Monday? The hell it is. It's Sunday. Sunday I always dress for dinner.
discovered check. How does that grab you, Caesar?
The last man on Earth always carries an automatic weapon. The last man on Earth is hunting. Because the last man on Earth is not alone.
Mad bomber himself. And I see you got a mad scientist.
You know me?
And about your work.
My work?
Incremental effects, countermeasures to toxic agents in liquid systems delivery, microbiological letters, January 1975, remember?
You know what it means?
I was a med school senior when they scratched the world. Family.
God, I forgot to keep the fuel up in the generator. They'll be into the garage!
Not the place where all the dead were burned. Get the switches! Get the switches on! Find the switches! Get those lights on! He's gone! Find him! Find him!
Damn it, left and step on it!
I sure hope Jack Benny doesn't mind that Fred Allen is our next show.
It's Texaco time with Fred Allen. Texaco dealers from coast to coast present the Texaco Star Theater, starring Fred Allen, with Fred's guest, radio's foremost writer and producer Norman Corwin. Portland Hoffa. Alan Reed is Falstaff Openshaw. Minerva Pius is Mrs. Nussbaum. The Texaco Workshop Players, Hilo Jack and the Dame, and Al Goodman and his orchestra. This is Jimmy Wallington inaugurating Be Kind to Automobiles Week. The old family car isn't getting any younger. Treat it kindly, and it'll live longer. Drive around to your Texaco dealers for that all-important spring changeover. His expert service will put your car in shape for the hot weather ahead. Be kind to your automobile. See your neighborhood Texaco dealer tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Mother's Day. If I had my way, tonight I would introduce my mother. But since I have a family to support and I need this job, you know who I'm going to introduce. So here he is again, Fred Allen.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And Jimmy, you are well spoken. I caught your opening remark. Just happened to be going by as you were announcing me.
Good.
And I heard you say that this is Mother's Day. Did you spend the day with your mother?
Why, no, Fred. My mother's working in a shipyard 7 days a week. I have to get her up at 4 o'clock every morning to go to work.
Well, you should have done something for your mother today, Jimmy.
Oh, I did, Fred. This morning I didn't wake Mother until 4:30.
Until 4:30? You let your mother sleep an extra half hour on Mother's Day?
That's right.
You're a good boy, Jimmy Wallington.
Thank you, Fred. Thank you. Tell me, Fred, did you remember your mother today?
Oh, yes, Jimmy. You know, I was an incubator baby. I sent a forget-me-not to the American Can Company at Moline, Illinois. The American Can Company was a good mother to me, Jimmy. I was born FOB Rock Island some years ago, and as I look back to the...
Alice!
Portland. Well, Portland, what's new?
The paper said Mayor LaGuardia almost got a sponsor for his radio program.
Oh, I saw that. Some perfume company made the mayor an offer. I'm glad he turned it down.
Why?
Well, how would it sound if the mayor of New York City came on the air singing one of those singing commercials, you know, like this? Good evening, folks, I'm on the air, bringing you my perfumes rare. Tune in each week at this hour. You too can smell like the little flower.
Might have named the perfume after the mayor.
You mean like an evening in Paris?
Yes. They could call it an afternoon at City Hall.
Oh, that would be a rare odor. Well, tell me, what else is new?
The president came back from his vacation.
I know. He had a nice rest at Mr. Baruch's place.
How does the president happen to go to Mr. Baruch?
Well, he probably got the idea from the radio, calling all men to Barney's. And calling reminds me, Portland, we'd better start calling on our friends in Allen's Alley.
What is your question tonight?
Well, last week when some meats were taken off ration lists, people hoped that sugar would soon be more plentiful, too. But the War Food Administration says that sugar stocks have decreased and the end of sugar restriction is not in sight. And so our question tonight is, how are you getting along these days with your quota of sugar?
Shall we go?
As the Lone Ranger said to Silver, away! Gentleman has his head on upside down. Portland, here we are back in Allen's Alley. I'll see if Senator Bloat is in.
Yes?
Senator Bloat, how do you feel about this sugar conservation?
Sugar must be used sparingly.
Have you taken any action, Senator?
Yes. If my bill, the Bloat bill, goes through,
yes,
people will be forbidden to mention sugar even in conversation.
Oh, I see.
It will be against the law to call your girl sugar, sweetie, or honey.
Well, have you stopped all sweet references in your own conversation, Senator?
Yes. When I play golf and miss a putt on the green, I don't say, oh, sugar anymore.
What do you say?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Well, I think I heard a chickadee chirping in the senator's beard. Now, let's see what happens here next door.
Hello, eat what's cooking.
What was your name again, brother?
Pablo Idipiti.
Oh, that's right. Well, tell me, Pablo, how are you doing with your sugar quota?
Tutti Pie, I'm doing altogether without sugar.
Oh.
I'm using a substitution.
A substitution?
Sure. It looks like sugar.
Yeah.
It feels like sugar.
Uh-huh.
It even smells like sugar.
Looks like sugar, feels like sugar, and smells like sugar. What is it?
Salt.
Salt. You put salt on everything?
Sure, I like salt.
Well, doesn't eating all this salt make you thirsty?
I like water, too. Do me something. So long, Tutti Pie.
Well, let's try this next door.
No.
Ah, Mrs. Nussbaum. How are you doing with your sugar quota?
Sugar, he says. Every day my husband is eating 10 pounds sugar.
Your husband eats 10 pounds. He's a sugar fiend?
Sugar my husband is putting on pot roast.
Uh-huh.
Sugar on pickled herring.
Uh-huh.
Sugar on ice cream. Sugar on sugar.
Sugar on sugar, he puts, huh? Well, where do you get all this sugar?
Every morning,
First, I'm going to Kaplan's Cookie Kitchen.
Yeah.
Next, I'm going to Shapiro's Strudel Center.
I see.
Then I'm going to Doberman's Donut Dunkery.
Well, what do you do at all these bakeries?
At every store, I'm buying 2 dozen sugar donuts.
Uh-huh.
When I'm getting 20 dozen sugar donuts, I'm going home.
And then?
I'm scraping the sugar off the sugar donut.
Uh-huh.
The sugar I'm giving to my husband.
You buy 20 dozen donuts every day just to get the sugar?
Exactly.
Well, what do you do with all of the donuts?
Who knows? I got 7 closets full.
Well, that brings us to the little FHA job at the end of the alley.
Our glorious gathering before it disperses, Falstaff's here to recite a few verses.
You seem to be in a mood tonight, Stroller Openshaw. You have forged some new dactyls?
Indubitably.
Really?
Have you heard, said the cutlet to the herring, you have your nerve? I'm the main dish. You're just the hors d'oeuvre.
No.
Or, I was just about to kiss her when she whispered sedately, does your cigarette taste different lately?
No.
Or, the old soldier was reminiscing. He fondly fondled his sword and said, how well I remember the Battle of Montgomery Ward.
Now, wait a minute. No wonder people keep mistaking this program for information, please. You are chronically irrelevant. Tonight we are mulling over the sugar problem.
Precisely.
I know. What is your poem called?
Without a little sugar, it can't be.
It can't be what?
My poem provides the answer.
Oh, I see. We have to hear it to get the answer.
Yes.
Well, how does it go?
Home to a whale is the ocean. Home to a mouse is the pantry. Home to a gopher is a hole in the ground. But without a little sugar, it can't be. Home to a worm is an apple. Home to a clam is its shell. Home to a moth is a pant's leg. Home to a frog is a well. Yes, every animate object has a different conception of home. To each it's a haven, a sanctuary, when one is too tired to roam. But without a little sugar, it can't be. That is the gist of my poem. For it takes just a little sugar to make a place home, sweet home.
Thank you. And as Falstaff leaves us with his granulated thought for the day, Maestro Goodman raises his peppermint stick baton to conduct Hilo, Jack, and the Dame, their song, Saltwater Cowboy.
He's a saltwater cowboy with the whole world for his brains. Just a saltwater cowboy. And the herd he rides the train. He's a rounding up his country's fool, wherever they may be. He's a saltwater cowboy, a United States Marine. Get along, little nippy. I can hear my singing pal. I'm taking you to pasture in a boardwalk corral. He's the son of the Air Force, and he's long and lank and lean. He's a saltwater cowboy, a United States Marine. He had to leave his home where the buffalo used to roam. He blamed those nipple knees, now he's rounding up gaps on the high seas. He's a fighting buckaroo, from Honolulu to Attu. He's a Yankee through and through, too. Get along, Sukiyaki, sang the man from the Golden West. I'm gonna brand your carcass with a star-striped U.S. Now don't you worry, he will keep your pasture green. He's a saltwater cowboy, a United States Marine.
Thank you, Hilo, Jack, and the Dame. And now, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Jimmy Wallington.
Here it is, May 14th already, friends. And if you haven't yet seen your Texaco dealer for that spring changeover, I hope that you're very...
Jimmy, excuse me just a minute. About that Texaco spring changeover, isn't there some better way you could say that?
You mean spring changeover?
You know, to give it more appeal, more whammo, you know.
For instance?
Well, couldn't you call it Evo Egnac Denerp?
Now, what is Revo Egnac Denerp?
Well, that is spring changeover spelled backwards. You know, a lot of products spelled backwards. People don't know what they're buying, and they go right ahead and get the thing, you know.
Spring changeover spelled backwards. Fred, I don't see the point.
Jimmy, it's easy. Revo Egnac Denerp. Revo Egnac Denerp.
Well, it's a little confusing.
I know, but you might improve on it. Why don't you
I could try, anyway.
Yeah, try it, Jimmy.
All right, Revo Egnac Denerp.
Go ahead, have a go at it.
Okay, friends, drive around to your Texaco dealers for your...
it's terrific, isn't it? You know, we're late, and you put in an extra okay there. It throws everything off.
I'll over again, shall I? Okay, thank you.
Revo Egnac Denerp.
Revo Egnac Denerp. Okay. Now, friends, drive around to your Texaco dealers for your Revo Egnac Denerp. Change over to the oil that helps prevent excessive wear. Texaco's famous insulated Haviland motor oil. And don't forget the chassis when you get your Revo Egnac Denerp. Get Texaco's Marfax 40-point chassis lubrication. Have your Texaco dealer make a complete checkup. Make your car outlast the war. The Revo Egnac Denerp. Oh, Fred, this doesn't make sense.
I think you're right, Jimmy. You've convinced me on short notice by appointment. It sounds as though you're talking shorthand. Do it your own way.
Okay. Friends, drive around to your Texaco dealer for a complete spring changeover now. Now, that makes sense in more ways than one.
It certainly does. That was just a dash of I Love You, played by Cole. We don't have time to mention the rest of his name. Written by Cole, rather, played by Spike Goodman and his city sons-in-law. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Mr. Allen.
Yes, Portland?
Can I sing my song now?
What song?
Mama and I have dedicated a song to Frank Sinatra, Peace and Fred.
Oh, I know that. I heard Frankie had a terrible time at the hospital. One night, 2 germs dragged him out in the hall. The next night, the cat had him, they tell me. What is your song called?
Here's to our Frankie.
Oh, good. How does it go?
Here's to our Frankie who's not feeling well. We hope you get better, not worse. While we wait for you to recover, all I want to say is, brother, I certainly would like to be your nurse. If anyone has to be sick, every Sinatra chick says it could happen to Crosby.
Oh, no. Portland, this is one time you should get the gong before the song. I mean, that's the whole trouble with this program. It's too silly. From now on, we are going to cater to the intelligentsia, Portland. I talked with a man who has showed me the light, Norman Corwin. Those are silly, Norman. Your programs make sense. Your dialogue, those wonderful sound effects. Why, I remember once you had a dinosaur walking around on a program. How did you reproduce that dinosaur's footsteps?
Oh, I worked 6 months on that sound, Fred.
Really?
Yeah, I had cows in the studio stepping on wet cement.
Wet cement, huh?
I had 2 kangaroos strapped together hopping on beaver boards.
Kangaroos.
I tried a horse with his shoes off, troughing on damp Kleenex.
Well, how did you finally get the dinosaur step?
I had a duck walk around the microphone.
A duck, huh?
The duck had a megaphone tied on each leg to magnify the sound.
Oh, a little duck with megaphones on it. Now, I'd like to have taken a gander at that duck. You excuse my foul interruption there. Norman, you had another sound, I recall. 2 Eskimos rubbing noses.
Oh, that was no problem, Fred.
No?
I got the Eskimo effect by bumping 2 avocados.
You bumped your avocados, huh? Gosh, I wish I could get some of those. A show like that you couldn't do out of season, could you? Gosh, I wish I could get some of those wonderful sounds on my program.
Fred, you use sound effects.
Sound effects. All we have is a few little doorknobs. Our sound man has no bones in his knuckles. You can't even hear the knock.
Haven't you ever tried Fred, haven't you ever tried any elaborate sound effects?
Well, only once. In one sketch, we had a caterpillar slide down a slippery elm tree, bump against a pussy willow, and then land in a pile of chicken feathers.
How did you work that out?
Oh, we had a terrible time. First, we tried dropping the white of an egg on some Jell-O, and then letting a cup of custard ooze out on a mound of lint.
And that didn't work?
You couldn't hear a thing. The lint was faulty, I'm sure.
Well, how did you finally get the sound of a caterpillar sliding down a slippery elm tree, bumping against a pussy willow, and then landing on a pile of chicken feathers?
The sound man was gone 3 months. When he came back, he had it. He tied some peach fuzz to the end of a tassel and started spanking a wet toupee. And after that, I quit using sound effects on the program.
Well, I guess it's all for the best, Fred. You stick to your type of program, I'll stick to mine.
No, you're not talking me out of it, Norman. I have heard every program you have ever written. I, myself, have written a play fraught with significance, which also accidentally has a message.
What's the play about?
Well, it's the simple story of Jack and Jill as you, Norman Corwin, might do it on the air. Now, I have the script here. If you'll be kind enough to read the narrative part, I'll show you how it goes.
All right.
Ladies and gentlemen, Jack and Jill.
Columbia presents a sequel to 26 by Corwin. 1 by Allen.
This is Norman Corwin bringing you the radio version of Jack and Jill, based on an idea taken from the private files of Mother Goose. We all know this simple little nursery rhyme. Who hasn't heard a little child recite?
Jack and Jill went up the hill to get a pail of water. Jack fell down and broke his crown, and Jill came tumbling after.
Ah, but do we know what conflict of stark emotion, what flames of passion, what depths of tragedy lay behind this innocent little rhyme? This, then, is the true story of Jack and Jill.
I am Jack. I lived with my father and mother at the bottom of the hill. The world thought we were a happy family. Happy, ha 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 ha. I hated my father. My father hated me. Why did I hate my father? Perhaps it was the little things he did that irked me, like asking me to take off his shoes and then kicking me in the sinus when I bent over. Or perhaps it was Father's habit of throwing his old razor blades into my breakfast cereal. That's how I got my big, wide mouth. Only the middle of my mouth has lips. As hatred for my father grew, disturbing thoughts entered my mind. I kept hearing voices. The voices said,
Kill your father, strangle your father, poison your father, shoot your father, kill your father, kill your father, kill your father.
The true story of Jack and Jill might never have been known if it wasn't for a pail of water. One day Jack was in the barn, thinking of ways he could kill his father. He had just finished making a tiny booby trap to slip in his father's corncob pipe. You see, the booby trap would go off when his father inhaled and blow the old man to bits. Suddenly, the barn door opened.
Jack!
Yes, Father?
Take this pail up the hill quickly and get some water.
Water?
Yes, Mother just set fire to herself.
Yes, sir.
Now, you get the water and I'll go in and fan the blaze till you get back.
Yes, Father.
Hurry, Jack!
Yes, Father. Get the water, Jack. Hurry, Jack. Get the water, Jack. Who does he think I am, Gungadin? But wait. Who is this stepping out from behind yonder bush? It is a maiden, young and fair. She speaks.
Hey, Bub, which way's the Paramount?
Who are you?
The name is Jill. I was with the other Jills and 4 Jills in a Jeep. It hit a bump and I got bounced out.
So you are Jill.
Yeah, Jill Jakubowski.
Jill.
Jack.
Jill.
Jack.
Jill.
Jack.
This dialogue, ladies and gentlemen, is not to be found in the original Mother Goose version. Any similarity between this play and any Norman Corwin production is purely coincidental. We return you now to the dialogue.
Jack.
Jill.
Jack.
Jill.
Jack.
Jill. I love you, Jill. Love. Love. Into my bleak little world, love crept on rosy, dimpled knees. as Jill and I sat there and schmoozed on the hill, the music of her musical name ran musically through my head, like musical music. The trees, the grass, the breeze seemed to be singing.
Hill Jacobowski, Hill Jacobowski, Hill Jacobowski, Hill Jacobowski.
Hill Jacobowski.
Yes, it was love. Like two lambs, Jack and Jill tiddly-divied on the hill. The air was filled with laughter and merry dotes. And then, suddenly, Jack remembered the water. A pail of water. After all, his mother was on fire. Frantically, he grabbed the pail and said,
Jill, come with me.
Where?
Up the hill to get a pail of water.
Are you kidding?
But Jill, my love.
I'm hip to that up the hill jive, Bob. The next thing it'll be Essence.
All right. You wait here, Jill. I'll be right back.
At the top of the hill, Jack stopped. Disturbing thoughts raced through his mind. A voice within Jack said,
Will Jill be there when I get back? If I get the water, I may lose Jill. I won't get the water.
Get the water. Don't get the water.
Get the water.
Don't get the water. Water, 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 water.
I can't lose Jill.
Hill Jacobowski, Hill Jacobowski, Hill Jacobowski, Hill Jacobowski.
If I don't get the water, Mother will burn. If I do get the water, I'll lose Jill. Mother, Jill. No matter what I do, I'll lose Jill or Mother. There is only one solution. I'll stand here on the hill. I'll do nothing. Nothing.
And so poor, confused Jack just stood there on the hill. Days went by. Months went by. Soon, the whole country was talking about this boy who stood alone on the hill. Walter Winchell on his broadcast excitedly reported,
Good evening, Mr. and Mrs. America and all the ships and dry docks. From a reliable source, I have just received word that Jack and Jill have... For further details, read undercover.
Pravda, official Russian newspaper, said,
Ihr братцо студое, понедельник, пятница, четверг, непострой, воскресенье, Chicago Cubs 8, Brooklyn Dodgers 7.
In a room in Washington, a group of die-hard politicians was having an emergency meeting. The air was tense. A senator from Vermont said,
You say this guy, Jack, hasn't moved? No, and he hasn't said a word. And he hasn't done anything?
No.
Does it look as though he is going to do anything?
No.
Gentlemen, I nominate Jack as the next Republican candidate for president.
What would Jack do? What would Jack do? What would you do? His world had crashed about him. His mind snapped. Over and over he babbled.
I've lost Jill. My mother's a clinker. It's my father's fault. My father, he sent me for water. If I had killed my father, he couldn't have sent me for the water. Dead men fill no pail. I'll kill my father now. Here he comes out of the silo. Where's my gun? Here it is. I raise my gun. My finger feels for the trigger. I press...
Stop. Wait a minute, Fred.
Yes, Norman? Oh, is something wrong?
Fred, is this the way my programs sound to you?
Why, yes, Norman.
Give me that gun.
Now, wait a minute, Norman. Don't put down that gun.
No, Fred. If this is what I'm doing to radio, there is only one way out. This is Norman Corwin saying goodbye, all.
Before we close the Texaco Star Theater, I want to thank Norman Corwin for committing artistic suicide on our program tonight. Next week, our guest will be Victor Mature. Now, before we wrap up the show for tonight, Jimmy Wallington has a word about wrapping paper.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, wrapping paper and paper boxes are a must for the food, guns, ammunition, and blood plasma that go overseas to our fighting men and for countless other vital uses. Our Army and Navy need 250,000 more tons of paper this year. So save paper these 3 ways. 1, When you shop, don't have your purchase wrapped unless absolutely necessary. 2, use your own shopping containers again and again. 3, save all your waste paper for the scrap drive. Do these 3 things, and you'll help put 3 strikes on the X.
Thank you, Jimmy. This is Fred Allen speaking for Texaco dealers from coast to coast, reminding you that gasoline powers the attack. Don't waste a drop. Thank you, and good night. Thank you.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Our little Charlotte with her good deeds. A haven for destitute children. 20 children to hide one child. His child. That's what hurts you. And if Joe finds out later, after you're married, it tortures you to think what I was to Clem. And still have a good marriage, doesn't it? You must tell Joe. He's a Ralston. He'd never forgive me. I'd lose him. Better lose him than deceive a decent man into a respectable marriage, a man you don't even love. Oh, Delia, listen to me. I do love Joe. Oh, I'll make him a good wife. He'll never be sorry he married me. You're going to tell him? I can't, Delia. Then I will. Delia. Shocked you. No. I should save my kisses for my husband. Nice girls do. She can't marry you. She can't marry anyone now. Don't you know what happens to you means more to me than anything?
You mustn't. I'm not worth it, Charlotte.
I think you are. He loved me. He might have let me keep Tina. But you lied to make sure I wouldn't have him, didn't you? He wanted to see me since. But I refused because I was so ashamed. You're so wicked.
Now it is time to go back to Dodge City with Gunsmoke.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
And here
papered this room. I did. Just followed one of those how-to-do-it books. Fred didn't help you? Lately, he's had nagging backache with sleepless nights and feels worn out. A person doesn't feel up to much with backache. Better tell him to try Doan's pills.
Good advice. That's Doan's pills, an analgesic and mild diuretic to the kidney. Nagging backache, also headache, dizziness, and muscular aches and pains, may come on with overexertion, emotional upset, or everyday stress and strain. Doan's pain-relieving action is often the answer, and they also offer mild diuretic action through the kidney. So if nagging backache is making you feel worn out, tired, and miserable, with restless, sleepless nights, don't wait. Try Doan's pills, used successfully by millions for over 60 years. See if they don't bring you the same welcome relief. Get Doan's pills today. To save money, buy Doan's big economy size.
You going out soon, Mr. Jones?
Yeah, it's a little early yet, Chester, and things seem quiet enough. But why do you ask?
Well, sir, I thought I might rev your thoughts up a little bit and then go.
That's nice.
Well, no, night wasn't made just for sleeping. That's what my mama used to tell us.
You know, Chester, I'll bet you $1 to a dime it was your father who said that.
My papa? Of course it was. Did I say my mama? Well, I sure never meant that. My goodness alive, no. She didn't even do nothing after dark except reading the Bible, and out loud.
That did you no harm. And anyway, you've more than made up for it.
Well, now, Mr. Dillon, I ain't such a wild one as all that.
I don't know, Chester. Every now and then you've got a look in your eye that spells trouble for some pretty girl somewhere.
Now, that's just pure talk. Just pure...
Yeah, it was close by. Come on.
Yonder. Right in the street there, Steve.
Yeah, I see him. There's nobody else around. Take a look down the alley. That's Dane Shaw. Dane, are you bad hurt?
Shot me right in the back, Marshal. Must have been in the alley there.
One of you men go find Doc, huh? Any idea who it was, Dane?
No, sir. None at all. I ain't got an enemy in the world. I know.
Yeah, I know. But has anybody at all said anything lately or done anything that might have led to this?
No.
Did you see him at all?
No, sir. But I did hear him say something about Stone, Marshal. That's all I heard. Stone.
A man's name?
Could be. Anyway, that's all I heard. Maybe he thought I was somebody called Stone. I don't know. Well, I don't know no Stone. Not around here, anyway.
No. Do you, Dane?
No, I don't.
All right. A couple of you men get him up to Doc. Come on, Chester.
Dane's such a nice, peaceable fellow. It's a downright shame, that's what it is. You want to smoke coffee?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, but he's right, Chester. He got shot by mistake.
Mm-hmm. How come you're so sure?
Well, his hat, for one thing. Yeah, it's the same shape and the same color as mine.
Yes?
And Dane and I are built enough alike. We're close enough in size that somebody could possibly make a mistake. Especially at night.
Well, maybe, but that stretching it some cast me.
Except for one thing. I once knew a man named Stone.
You knew him? You mean he's dead?
Mm-hmm.
Well, but if he's dead, then it couldn't have been him.
Stone had a friend called Danch. Might have been Danch.
Why?
Now, they were both cow thieves down in Matagorda County, it was. One day, Danch found his friend Stone hung from a live oak tree. Now, I haven't seen Danch since that event, but I've heard that he's often sworn publicly that he's going to kill me for it.
Oh, did you...
No, Chester. Probably some cattlemen caught him using a straight iron and practiced a little quick justice. I wasn't even around. I don't hang people. Anyway, if it was Danch, he's probably still in Dodge. He'd have heard he shot the wrong man soon enough.
Were you going to look for him?
Well, it's better than letting him look for me, especially seeing the way he goes about it.
Well, what's he look like? In case I see him first.
Yeah, he's tall, thin. He's got one mark you can't miss. If you're standing on his left side, anyway.
What's that?
He had a fight somewhere. Got his ear chewed off.
Well, unless he's grown another, that ought to make him easy enough to spot. I might wander around and see if he's been around the Dodge House, ain't it, Joe?
All right, Chester, I'm going to make a round of the saloons. I'll be at the Long Branch last.
Yes, sir.
You sure you don't want a drink, man?
No, not tonight, Kitty.
You must be expecting trouble.
Maybe. Have you heard the name Dance around here lately?
Dance?
Mm-hmm.
No, I haven't. What's he look like?
He's a tall man, missing an ear.
Oh, yeah. I saw a fellow like that a couple of nights ago. He's in here real late.
Is that so? You haven't seen him since?
No. I could ask the other girl.
Miss Dillon? Oh, Miss Kitty.
Hello, Chester.
Miss Dillon, you know that cheap rooming house at the edge of town, the one they call the Prairie Dog Hole?
Yeah, what about it?
Well, sir, I went to every other place, and then I tried it just on a chance, and sure enough, he was there.
You mean you saw him?
No, sir, he's gone. They said he rode in after dark last night, and he left for dawn. He hasn't been back since and took his horse with him.
Oh.
So maybe it wasn't him after all, huh?
Yeah, maybe not, Chester. But I think I'll keep sniffing the air just the same. The next afternoon, about sundown, Dane Shaw suddenly died. He hadn't been badly hurt, but as Doc said, you never know how a man's heart will react. Anyway, Dane, a man without an enemy in the world, was dead, murdered, and in place of me. That night I was walking down Front Street thinking about it and wondering why it's the innocent that so often get hurt when... All at once I had a feeling I was being followed. I walked on till I reached an alley, and then I turned into it casually. Once out of sight, I ran halfway down it and ducked behind a rain barrel and waited. And a few seconds later, I knew I'd been right.
Don't kill me. Don't kill me, Marshal.
Well, that depends on you, mister. Now get up.
You got my gun. I went on. You went off when you jumped me, that's all.
Shut up and turn around.
Yeah.
All right. The jail's right around the corner. Walk ahead of me and walk careful.
I will. Sure I will.
That's it. Now open the door and go right on in.
Sure, Marshal. Well, I declare, who is this, Dillon?
I don't know. Who are you, mister?
My name's Lee.
Lee what?
Bill Lee.
All right, Lee. Now, when did you follow me down that alley with a gun in your hand?
I wasn't following you, Marshal.
Oh, what were you doing?
Well, I was just... It was dark down there, and I didn't want to take any chances.
All right, Lee. Did you shoot Dane Shaw last night?
Now, you... Look here, Marshal. You can't drag me in here and accuse me of...
Shut up. All I want out of you is one thing. Did Dan hire you to kill me?
You got nothing on me, Marshal. I never heard of no Dank.
All right, lock him up, Chester.
Lock me up? What for?
For lying.
Now, wait a minute. That's illegal.
It sure is.
No, I'm you can't put me in jail.
You show him what we can do, Chester.
All right, mister. Right through that door. Go on. I see you tried for this, Marshal. I know my right.
The only right you've got left is to be hung, and I hope it takes place real soon. Every morning, Chester brought Lee out of his cell, and I questioned him, but he admitted nothing day after day. We kept him in jail anyway, and I hoped Dan should hear of it and come into town to do the job himself. But it isn't a good feeling to walk down the street and know that any minute you might get shot in the back. And finally, I got tired of it. I wanted to know where Danch was.
You're wasting your time, Marshal.
Look, for the last time, are you going to tell me where Danch is?
I've told you 100 times I don't know Danch.
Where do you make his deal with you?
I don't know nothing about no deal. I'm an innocent man, Marshal, and as soon as I get out of here, I'm going to write the government about it.
Tell me, Lee, how does it feel to kill a man for money?
Oh, don't you look at me, Marshal. Nobody's paid me nothing. But what about you? You get paid for shooting people. You get paid regular for it.
Me? I think I'll hit you right on the head and drag you back to your cell like this.
Sure. I'm not...
Wait a minute, Chester. Let him be.
Oh, that kind of talk just makes me boy.
I know, but I got a better idea of what to do with him.
What?
And we're not getting anywhere this way. Lee just isn't going to tell us anything. He's got his mind made up to.
I don't know anything, I told you.
So keeping him locked up isn't going to help. Turn him loose.
Oh, no, now, Mr.
Yeah, well, it's about time.
Now, you can't do that. He'll just try to kill you again for a chance to get.
All right, go on, Lee. You're free. Get out of here.
You really mean it, Marshal?
You heard me. There's your gun. Take it. Don't pick it up by the butt. That's better.
Oh, I wouldn't try nothing, Marshal.
You'd die if you did. You're not fast enough to kill me face to face.
No, and I wouldn't try. Goodbye, Marshal Chester. I'm leaving. I'm taking the next train to Abilene.
I'll leave.
Yeah?
There's just one thing.
What?
You said I get paid for shooting people.
Oh, no, Marshal, I didn't mean nothing.
No, in a way, you're right. Sometimes I have to when there's no other way out. But I won't get paid for shooting you.
What?
Now I figure killing you will be part pleasure and part self-defense.
Well, what are you talking about, Marshal?
Just that.
Yeah, but why do you want to shoot me?
I don't like men of your kind.
Well, Marshal, you can't...
I can't let you get any farther than that boardwalk. I'd be a fool if I did. Now, you go on out the door, Lee, and I'm coming right after you.
No.
I'll feel a lot safer with you dead. Go on now.
No, I'm staying right here.
And then I'll kill you right here. You're armed?
No. I'll give you my gun.
Don't touch it.
Don't kill me, Marshal. Don't kill me. I'll tell you anything you want.
It's too late. You'd probably lie anyway.
Oh, no, Marshal. No, I won't. You listen to me. Danch is down the Santa Fe Trail, about 75 miles, across the Cimarron, place called Wagon Bed Springs.
He is.
He's waiting there for me. He's waiting to pay me when
you kill me, is that right?
I'm not going to kill you, Marshal. No,
Take his gun, Chester, before he changes his mind. He's a pretty brave man.
Sure. You can take it. There it is, Dillon. I told you. You let me go now?
You know, Danch isn't going to like your having killed the wrong man and me still walking around in good health, Lee. And the law wouldn't like it if I turned a murderer loose. So lock him up, Chester, and then get the horses.
You know the way, Lee.
Wagon Bed Springs boasted a hotel with a half a dozen rooms, a restaurant, and 2 saloons, all built out of adobe. It was just a stopping point for bullwhackers and mule skinners driving their freight wagons along the Santa Fe Trail. When night came, Chester and I rode in, found a corral for our horses, and scouted the town. Danch wasn't anywhere in sight, so I decided to begin asking questions.
Beer or whiskey, man?
Here.
Same for me.
Strangers, ain't he? Yeah, we're supposed to meet a friend here.
Well, look around, mister.
I have. I can't find him.
If he's in Wagon Bed Springs, you can find him. This ain't a big town like Dodge and them places. I wish it was. You know, I'd like to see Dodge sometime.
Well, that's where my friend may have gone, but maybe you saw him when he passed through here. A tall man, one ear.
Oh?
Yeah, calls himself Danch.
Well, sure, I know him. He was here quite a while. But he left just yesterday. He's gone to Texas and sure not die.
That's so? He tell you that?
Well, that's what he said when he left.
Yeah. All right, thanks.
Sure. He's staying here long?
No, not long. Here's for the beer. We'll be back as soon as we eat.
Good.
Say, did you mean it in there, Miss Dillon? Are we really going to eat supper again?
Chester, that barkeep said he'd never seen Dodge. He was there last fall. I remember his face.
Well,
If he was in Dodge, he knows who I am. Danch is here somewhere, and that barkeep's going to get word to him mighty fast. Now, come on, let's get across the street.
where are we going?
We'll follow him when he goes to tell Danch I'm here. He'll leave as soon as he thinks we're in a restaurant. All right, he won't see us here.
Can I go with you?
Yeah, if you stay out of the way.
Oh, I will.
I'd figured it right. And in a few minutes, the barkeep came out onto the street and walked down toward the edge of town. We followed some distance behind until he reached a small adobe hut. And there he knocked and then disappeared inside. The hut had no windows we could see, but I sent Chester around back to make sure. He returned in a moment, and I told him to wait while I went up to the door. Who is it? You're trapped, Danch. Come out with your hands up.
You fool. I didn't see him. He said he went to throw out on the street. Got nothing to do with this. I'm getting out of here. Go on. Go on, Bill. Marshal, I'm coming out. I ain't even armed, so don't shoot.
Okay, come on.
Get out. You got a bit more than that. I can't get out.
All right, keep your hands up. Chester.
Sure. I'll take him.
Keep an eye on him.
Come on, you.
I won't do anything. He paid me to warn him, that's all.
You're in a bad spot, Danch. You can rot in there.
I don't suppose you'd give me a fighting chance. And then when you get stonewalled, Bill.
I was in Galveston when Stone got hung.
That's a lie.
That doesn't matter. How come you hired Lee to shoot me? You lost your nerve?
Too many cattlemen in Dodge or what?
Yeah. I forgot your reputation with cows.
And I don't care how you die anyway.
You talk big for a man who's practically buried.
I'm coming out, Dylan. I'm coming out with a gun.
Don't do it, Danch. I'll have to kill you.
I hang anyway, and I just might get you.
I backed off around the corner of the hut and waited. Danch opened the door wide, and then suddenly he sprang out, a gun ready in each hand, expecting to face me. He stood there for a second before he realized he'd been trapped again. And then he made his choice and started for the corner of the hut where I was. Drop him, Danch. Okay, Chester.
Is he dead?
Yeah.
Well, he tried to kill you, Marshal. It was self-defense, pure and simple.
Shut up.
What do we do with this man, Miss Dillon?
Let him go, Chester. He's just scum.
All right.
Bury him, Mr. Eat Pager.
Yes, sir. I'll take care of it.
If I ever see you in Dodge, you'll go to jail.
Oh, no, sir. I wouldn't come to
Come on, Chester. Let's get out of here.
Repeat after me, please. What do you want when you need brand?
What do you want when you need brand?
Reliability.
Reliability.
Now, what do you get in Kellogg's All Brand?
What do you get in Kellogg's All Brand? Reliability.
Right. Hi, this is Dennis James to explain why Kellogg's Way is the reliable way to get the effectiveness you want from brand with just half a cup a day. The Kellogg's All Brand is the real Battle Creek formula, the one that millions of people depend on. And they depend on it because Kellogg's All Brand contains more vital brand bulk to help you keep regular. It's low in calories, and it's mighty pleasant eating, too. Kellogg's All Brand comes in crisp, toasted shreds that have a wholesome brand muffin taste. I think you'll like it. So be sure you remember, for the effectiveness you want from brand, get reliable Kellogg's All Brand.
That's what you get in Kellogg's All Brand. Reliability.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed in Hollywood by Norman McDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston. Featured in the cast were Vic Perrin, John Daner, Harry Bartell, and Lawrence Dodkin. Charlie Baer is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. This is George Walsh inviting you to join us again next week when CBS Radio presents another story on Gunsmoke. Have a happy habit Monday through Friday. Bing Crosby and Rosemary Clooney on the CBS Radio Network. Radio Network. Radio Network.
The Outsiders. Pony Boy. Dallas. Johnny. Cherry. Soda Pop. Daryl. Two-Bit. Steve. Bob. S.E. Hinton's classic novel comes to the screen, capturing all the intensity, all the excitement, all the emotions of youth. The Outsiders, directed by Francis Coppola.
Our next guest will give you the laughs. Just don't ask him to lend you money. It's Jack Benny coming up next.
J-E-L-L-O. The Jell-O program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with I Wonder Who's Kissing Her Now That I'm Drafted. Tomorrow morning, thousands of housewives will say to their grocers, Jell-O, please. And tomorrow night at dinner, thousands of families will say, Jell-O pleases. Because, ladies and gentlemen, it certainly does. Jell-O is a bang of good dessert, a swell treat that everyone likes right from the very first shimmering spoonful. The vivid colors of Jell-O give this attractive dessert a bright, tempting beauty that no other dessert can surpass. And Jell-O's intriguing flavor is just as refreshing as the juicy, ripe fruit itself. Jell-O is delightfully easy to make, too. It dissolves instantly in lukewarm water and sets in the twinkling of an eye. And Jell-O costs so little, you can afford to enjoy it as often as you please. By the way, strawberry, raspberry, and cherry Jell-O now taste better than ever. Each has a new, improved flavor obtained by using a natural flavor base artificially enhanced. And the result is something mighty delicious. So try a rich, glistening mold of Jell-O tomorrow. That was I Wonder Who's Kissing Her Now That I've Moved to Glendale, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it is with great pride and pleasure that I present to you a man who next Friday, May the 9th, celebrates his 10th anniversary in radio, Jack Benny.
Thank you. My goodness. Well, hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And Don, I didn't... Oh, pardon me. Well, my goodness. Gosh, fellas, I'm really getting a send-off here. It's a wonderful tribute. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And, Don, I can't tell you how much I appreciate your thoughtful introduction. You know, I'd almost forgotten about my 10th anniversary. But Now, Phil, don't overdo it, you little rascal. Gosh, this reception has made me all choked up here. Look, my big blue eyes are full of tears. Have you got a handkerchief, Mary?
No, here's a blotter.
Never mind, I'll leave the tears in my eyes. It makes me look like Betty Davis. You know? But no kidding, fellas. All this fuss and everything about my radio birthday is more than I expected. Really, I don't deserve it.
Ah, yes, you do, Jackson. Why, certainly. You're a pioneer in radio, and you're worthy of this recognition.
That's right, Jack. You've got it coming to you.
Well, thanks again, fellas, but gosh, I don't know what to say. I feel like a fool. Look, I'm blushing.
Hooray, you've got blood.
No, I'm just excited, that's all. Naturally, I'm flustered.
Well, that's perfectly natural, Jack. After all, we're making a great big fuss over you, and you've always been so modest and unassuming.
Well, not always, Don. There are times when I'm a little on the hammy side. Of course, it doesn't show, but it's there. Eh, Mary?
Well, if you ask me.
Who asked you? Go away, Mary, please.
Yeah, leave him alone, Mary. Say, Jackson, when you started out in radio, I'll bet you never thought you'd last 10 years, did you?
You said it, Phil. 10 years in this business is a long time. Gee, I'll never forget how nervous I was on my first broadcast. See, there I stood, 24 years old and scared to death. Oh, boy, what I went through, huh?
What was that age again?
37. Anyway, fellas, as I started to tell you, that first broadcast was really a thrill. There I stood shaking like a leaf.
Nervous, huh?
Why, Don, I couldn't even hold the script. I thought I was going to faint. But the announcer came over, put his arm around me and said, "Take it easy, son. There's nothing to worry about. Just step up to that microphone and show 'em what you can do. And good luck to you, lad." Gee, he was a nice guy.
By the way, Jack, who was the announcer on your first broadcast?
Peter the Hermit.
Now, cut that out. Mary, for heaven's sake, will you please try and remember that this is my 10th anniversary? All right, fellas, thanks. You can stop with that. I'm a jolly good fellow now. Let's forget it. Now, where was I?
You were telling us about your first radio program.
Yeah, what product were you selling in them days, Jackson?
Well, I was on the air for Burger's Black Beauty Buggy Whips.
Buggy whip? And this was only 10 years ago?
Well, old man Burger was trying to bring back the horse. Gosh, I'll never forget that program. We had a theme song and everything.
Theme song?
Yeah, I even remembered. It went like this. Now, let's see. What was that melody? Oh, yes. Dum-pa-pa-pum-pum-pum. Won't you buy our buggy whips? You will find that they are pips. If you want your horse to jump, he will go ka-lump. When you hit him on the rump with a Burger's buggy whip, it really snaps. Of course, fellas, that doesn't sound like anything now, but if you could have heard those 8 voices behind me and a team of horses whinnying, I tell you, it was sensational.
Hey, Jack, whatever made you leave that program?
Oh, it was one of those things. I went up to see old man Burger one day about a raise, and he whipped me with a Burger's buggy whip. But enough reminiscing about my early days. It's probably boring everybody.
No, this is very interesting, Jack. What program did you go on after Burger's Buggy Whips?
Well, from there, I went on one of those early morning dramatic shows, The Heartbreaks of Hortense Hooligan. I used to break her heart every morning at 7 a.m. I was pretty good. Huh?
Oh, I remember that program, Jack. Were you the leading man?
Yes, sir, that was me.
I remember that show, too. It was awful.
Well, it was so awful, Mary. Why'd you listen to it? Why didn't you turn it off?
I was such a little girl, and I couldn't reach the dial.
Mary, that was only 9.5 years ago. And if I remember correctly, young lady, you didn't have any trouble peeking over that hosiery counter. Anyway, Don, if I'd have kept up with my dramatic work today, I might have been one of... Oh, hello, Dennis.
Hello, Mr. Benny. Congratulations on your anniversary.
Thank you, Dennis. Oh, by the way, Dennis, you haven't signed your contract yet for next season. Did you speak to your mother like I told you to?
Yes, I did.
Well, what'd she say?
She said it's not worth the Kleenex it's written on.
Dennis, in the first place, it's not written on Kleenex. And in the second place, let me give you a little advice. On my first radio job, I made the same mistake you did. I went to my boss, asked him for a raise, and he whipped me.
Well, beat me, Daddy. I want one, too.
Dennis, this is no time to talk about money. It's my anniversary. And now that you're here, let's have your song.
Okay.
Hold it a minute. Come in.
Telegram for Jack Benny.
Take it, Mary. All right, buddy, what are you waiting for?
Did you ever hear about tipping, or do I have to enlighten you?
Oh, yes, a tip. Here's a dime for you. I'm sorry I overlooked it.
Oh, don't mention it.
The guy's nuts. Mary, who's the telegram from, huh?
It's from Fred Allen.
Fred Allen? What is that? Now, wait a minute. Now, stop it. What's the matter with you? Allen is not a jolly good fellow. All right, Mary, what's he got to say?
Dear Jack, congratulations, and I knew you'd leave your print and radio. You're just the heel that can do it.
What a rat. Why do I let him get away with that stuff? Why don't I do something about it? Why don't I beat him up?
Because you're a coward.
Oh, yes, that's it. Sing, Dennis. Mary, save that wire. I'm going to send him 10 awful words.
The warm and lovely world we knew has been struck by a bitter frost. But my sister and I recall with a sigh the world we knew and loved and lost. My sister and I remember still a tulip garden by an old Dutch mill, and the home that was all our own until we don't talk about that. My sister and I recall once more the fishing schooners pulling in to shore, and the door cotton rolled in days before. But we don't talk about that. We're learning to forget the fear that came from a troubled sky. We're almost happy over here, but sometimes we wake at night and cry. Oh, my sister and I recall the day we said goodbye and then we sailed away. Think of the friends who had to stay, but we don't talk about that.
Very good, Dennis, very good. Yes, sir. That was My Sister and I, sung by Dennis Day, our own Irish nightingale. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
I'm not a nightingale, Mr. Benny. I'm Irish, though.
I know you are, Dennis. I just called you a nightingale as a figure of speech. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
A nightingale?
No, I know it's a bird. It happens to be a bird that sings beautifully.
Oh.
That's why I called you a nightingale. It's meant as a compliment, that's all. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Are you mad because I'm not a bird?
No, believe me, Dennis, I'm very happy that you're almost human. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
It's a wonderful feeling, isn't it?
Certainly is. And now, folks, I'm tired of saying ladies and gentlemen again. And now, folks, in response to a number of requests, Mr. Don Wilson, the eminent American playwright, has written another of his famous one-act plays. Take it, Mr. Wilson.
The scene, ladies and gentlemen, is the home of Mr. and Mrs. Boyle Heights in the little town of Eggplant, Missouri. It is 9 a.m., and as the curtain rises, Mr. Heights, who is a haberdasher, is dashing to his hat.
Well,
curtain, music.
Well, goodbye, dear. I'm off to work. Give me my bear trap. I want to get customers today.
Here you are, Boyle.
Thank you, dear. By the way, dear, what are we having for dessert this evening?
I thought we'd have Jell-O, dear.
Jell-O, dear? All right, I'll stop at our neighborhood grocer, dear, and buy a package.
Is Jell-O very dear, dear?
No, it's economical, dear, and easy to make. And it comes in 6 delicious flavors, dear. Strawberry, dear, raspberry, dear, cherry, dear, orange, lemon, and a lime, dear. Well, I better be going, dear.
Take your umbrella. It looks like reindeer.
That sounded a little corny, dear. Anyway, I think I will. Goodbye, dear.
Goodbye, dear. Well, he's gone. You can come out of the closet now, dear.
Here I am, dear.
Kiss me.
Hey, what is this?
So Mr. and Mrs. Heights' son, who hasn't seen his daddy for years, comes out of the closet.
Oh.
And will Mr. Heights be in for a surprise that evening when he comes home with the Jell-O? I thank you.
Very good. That was excellent. You know, Don, dear, that was one of the cleverest plays you've ever written. It's got suspense and everything. It's one of those plots that you just can't wait to see what's going to happen.
Well, as a matter of fact, Jack, I wrote a second act to it. The scene where you come home to dinner that same evening.
And meet my son? Well, let's do it. Come on, Mary. Set the scene, Don.
Okay. It's 7 o'clock that evening, ladies and gentlemen, and Mr. Boyle Heights is returning home after a busy day trapping customers. Curtain, music.
It's my husband. Quick, dear, hide under the sofa.
Okay, dear.
Quick. Come in, Boyley.
Ah, good evening, dear.
Hello, dear. Did you work hard today?
Yes, dear, and my feet is killing me. Well, where's the surprise, dear?
What surprise, dear?
Our son, dear. Isn't he anxious to see his daddy?
What son, dear?
Our son, dear, that was hiding in the closet, dear. Where is he?
Did you bring the Jell-O, dear?
Never mind that. Now, there's no use lying, dear. I'm going to open that closet and find out who's in there. Now, open that door or I'll shoot. Aha! Who are you?
Believe it or not, I'm a nightingale.
Dennis, my son! Well, Don, that second act was certainly a switch.
Oh, I've got a third act, Jack, where later that same evening...
Thanks, Don, but it's too good for this program. That's Theater Guild stuff. Hey, Phil, it's time for a band number. What's it going to be?
Well, Jackson, we're going to play a real old-timer tonight in a swell tune. It's called Ida, Sweet as Apple Cider.
Say, that is a good tune. You know, when I did my violin act in vaudeville, Ida used to be one of my feature numbers. Be nice hearing it again. Go ahead, Phil.
Oh, say, Jack, this being your anniversary, I think we ought to put the spotlight on you tonight. Now, how about playing a chorus of Ida on your fiddle?
On my fiddle? Oh, say, I might at that.
Don had opened his big fat mouth.
Well, Don's got a little sentiment in them. That's more than you have. Phil, can I borrow a fiddle from one of your violinists?
You ask him. He doesn't speak English.
Never mind. I'll use my own. I happen to have it right here under my arm. Wait a minute. I'll tune it up.
Lot, that'll help.
Just the same, I'm going to tune it up. I'm not going to start out off key. Hey, Charlie. Charlie, give me A, will you? There, that's it. Incidentally, fellas, when I did this number in my vaudeville act, I used to do a lot of tricks in the second chorus. You know, I'd hold my violin on my head and play it, and then between my knees, And then for a finish, I'd put the bowl between my teeth and move the violin up and down.
Try that now, and your teeth will move up and down.
Mary, the next time you say I have false teeth, you're going to make the June payment on them. All right, fellas, let's go. Ida, sweet as apple cider. Here I come, folks. Boy, am I hot tonight. Sing a chorus, Bill.
Oh, I will. Ida, sweet as apple cider, sweeter than all I know.
Can't you hear me calling when the rain at Amma falling?
Oh, come out in the silvery moonlight, our love will whisper, so soft and low.
I'm a Yankee Doodle kiddo. At the girls, I tip my lido.
Seems though can't live without you. Listen, oh, Ida,
This is really jazzy. Everybody thinks it's nasty.
yes, my Ida, I idolize you. I love you, Ida, deed I do.
I knew my violin would get this program going. No kidding, Will. That was Ida, sweet as apple cider, sung by Phil Harris with a violin solo by Jack Benny, that syncopated boy. Well, how'd you like it, fellas?
Well, that was swell, Jack.
Very good, Mr. Benny.
No kidding, Jackson. That was okay. Huh, Mary?
It was a lot better than I expected.
Thanks, Mary.
What I expected
Shouldn't happen to a dog. That I knew.
Oh.
Well, I haven't played my violin a long time. I am a little rusty. Anyway, thanks for helping me out, Phil. That was a nice touch on my anniversary.
And that ain't all, Jackson. Shall we give it to him now, fellas?
Give me what?
You tell him, Don.
Tell me what?
Well, Jack, we've all been with you for a long time, and we felt that the least we could do on this occasion was to buy you a gift as a token of our love and loyalty.
Well, so you devils have been holding back on me, eh? Well, where's the present? Where is it?
The men are out in the hall with it, Mr. Wilson.
Men? What can it be?
All right, carry it in, boys.
Right this way, fellas. Now take it easy. Don't drop it.
Oh, my goodness. Look at that enormous crate. See, it takes 4 men to carry it.
Set it down here, boys. Easy now.
Gosh, it's certainly heavy. Well, quick, open it up. I'm dying to see what it is.
Okay, men, open her up.
Gee, this is the biggest present I ever got in my life. Look at those men. They're working like beavers. By golly, I haven't been so excited since Hornet told me to propose to me. Gee whiz! Hurry, fellas. I'm dying to see it. Well, Really, I'm just... No, well, thanks. Well, thanks, boys.
Well, there it is.
Get out of my way, Don. I can't see the present.
Oh, pardon me, Jack.
Well, Jackson, are you surprised?
Oh, my goodness.
How you like it?
Oh, fellas, just what I needed. A cigarette lighter with 50 gallons of fluid. Oh! Well, by golly.
Isn't it swell, Mr. Benny?
Oh, gee, I can't get over it. Just think, I'll be able to light my cigars with this lighter until I'm 8,000 years old. 10,000 if I'm conservative. Oh, what a present.
Well, we didn't know what to get you, Jack. You've got everything.
Everything and a barrel of oil. Well, thanks. All right, boys, roll out the barrel, leave it in the hall.
Wait a minute, Jack. I wrote a poem that goes with that present.
Oh, goody, that's all I need now. Never mind the poem.
Let her read it, Jackson. It's very apropos.
Apropos. Phil, you've got the right word, but you ought to have brakes put on it. All right, Mary, let's hear the poem. It's my own fault for being on the radio so many years. What's the title of it?
Old Man Benny, he just keeps puffing along.
I'm warning you, Mary. This better be good. Now, go ahead.
Oh, Jack Benny, I salute you, Mary Liv. A gall darn I do not give.
I don't give a gall darn either.
You have stood the acid test, and you've had a great success. People think you are a mess. So do I.
Mary, you bees mean to me. Mary, you bees mean to me. Go ahead.
Okay.
That's a silly show, folks.
How we love you, dear Jack Benny. And we hope
Hold it. Wait till I answer the phone. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Rochester.
All right, what do you want?
Boss, I'm telling you for the last time, I ain't gonna live in the same house with Mr. Billingsley. He's crazy every day.
Oh, you're always worrying about our boarder. What's he done now?
He came down to eat a little while ago dressed in a dinner jacket.
Well, it's Sunday night. What's wrong with a dinner jacket?
That's all he had on. No pants, no shoes, no socks, no nothing.
Oh, well, he's absent-minded. We know that. He's a little peculiar.
Then right in the middle of the dinner, he sent the mashed potatoes back to the kitchen.
What is wrong with the mashed potatoes?
He wanted lumps put in them.
Well, next time, make him with lumps. Believe me, Rochester, there's nothing wrong with Mr. Billingsley. He's just a little eccentric.
Eccentric?
Yes.
Boss, when a man waltzes with the hall tree all afternoon, eccentric ain't apropos.
What? Mr. Billingsley's been waltzing with the hall tree?
He calls it Dolores.
Dolores?
Why the romance, boss? They're flying to Yuma tonight.
Oh, my goodness. That's the silliest thing he's ever done. Well, humor him, Rochester. Do something.
Maybe I ought to lump him instead of potatoes.
No, don't touch him. I'll be home right after the broadcast. Meanwhile, tell him the hall tree is married already. See you later. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, say, boss.
Now what?
The gas man came today.
Oh, he did, eh? You see, Rochester, and you thought Carmichael ate him. What did he want?
He wanted to know what happened to the other gas man.
Oh, forget it, will you? Goodbye. Gosh, I hope Mr. Billingsley doesn't go too far off the beam. Now, he's the best boarder I've ever...
How we love you, dear Jack Benny.
Oh, yes, the poem.
More than ever, deed we do. And we hope that we will always keep on loving you.
Oh, get this over with.
Dennis loves you, Philby loves you, Donzy loves you, so do I. So does Sammy, so does Arthur, so does Bert and Apple Pie.
For a real treat, ladies and gentlemen, in the spirit of the season, try Jell-O's new spring salad that will lend zest to any meal. A salad with a grand, tantalizing goodness, all ready to add brightness and gaiety to a springtime menu. It's a salad that's easy to make, too. Simply prepare a package of lemon Jell-O as you usually do, add 1 tablespoon of vinegar, and chill until slightly thickened. Next, fold in 1 cup of chopped nut meats and 1 cup of diced celery. Then mold and serve on crinkly green lettuce with a dab of golden mayonnaise. And there's one of the swellest salads you ever tasted. Delicious combination of chopped nut meats, crisp diced celery, and rich, sunny lemon Jell-O. Incidentally, friends, this is National Restaurant Week, and I hope a lot of you will take the occasion to drop in at your favorite restaurant where you'll find a grand Jell-O dessert or salad on the menu. Visit your favorite restaurant this week and enjoy a delicious meal that includes a treat that's really tops Jell-O.
Gee, I was thrilled with my violin solo. This is the last number of the 31st program in the current Jell-O series, and we will be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. And, fellas, I can't tell you how happy you all made me on my 10th anniversary. Gee, it was... Oh, for heaven's sake, stop, will you? Good night, folks. Jell-O.
Say, folks, you want to hear a swell echo? Well, listen. Jell-O! Jell-O puddings! Jell-O! Jell-O puddings!
Now, Frank Bingman, what kind of an echo is that? Jell-O puddings aren't the same as Jell-O.
Oh, I know it, but they're made by the same people. Jell-O, you see, is a grand gelatin dessert. And Jell-O puddings are rich, creamy puddings full of the most delightful and mellow flavor and tempting goodness. So always ask for both. Whenever you buy Jell-O, get Jell-O puddings in all three flavors, chocolate, vanilla, and butterscotch. Order Jell-O puddings tomorrow. Order Jell-O puddings tomorrow. This is the National Broadcasting Company. KFI, Los Angeles.
I'm a sportsman, see? Yeah, me, Bill Demarest. I make with the shotgun, see? Bang, bang. And what's more, I'm a member of a very exclusive hunting outfit in Preston Sturges' new movie, The Palm Beach Story. Very exclusive, see? The Ale and Quail Club. Bang, bang! Once a year, we take a private car south for a little sociable shooting. And we never had no trouble till this year when we give a free ride to a dame. A dame by the name of,
Mrs. Thomas Jeffers, alias Geraldine.
Geraldine. This Geraldine, that's Claudette Colbert, is running away from her husband, Joel McCrae. Claudette has it in mind to find herself a millionaire on the type of Rudy Valley, who has plenty of the green stuff and don't mind dishing it out. And what's more, has a dizzy sister, Mary Astor, which considers it a pleasure to work on Joel McCrae. But like I say, at the time, all I know is Claudette is riding in our car and the Ale and Quail Club is going soft on account of her. Bunch of sissies. Supposed to be a gun club, not a blaster singing society. Torch up a couple of crackers, George.
Yes, sir.
For $50. 50 bucks. All right, go ahead.
Ready?
Hey, fellas, trap shooting. Trap shooting.
One of the all-time great directors, Cecil B. DeMille, hosts Lux Radio Theater. Up next.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Dennis Morgan, Al Jolson, and Francis Gifford in Swanee River. Ladies and gentlemen, your guest producer, Mr. Walter Houston.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Without doubt, we Americans are the greatest song-loving nation in the world. Other countries may still lead us in the classics and grand opera, but our melodies have warmed the hearts of marching armies. They've been sung by by the lonely campfires from the steppes of Russia to my native Canada. And they've been danced to from the villages of Ireland to the cafes of Brazil. For songs come easily to Americans. And they came easily to Stephen Foster, whose life story is the subject of our play tonight, from the 20th Century Fox hit Swanee River. In our cast is a man who was for years billed as the world's greatest entertainer, Al Jolson, who made the first talking picture ever produced in Hollywood. Co-starred with Mr. Jolson is another gentleman who is carrying on that fine tradition of great musical entertainment, Dennis Morgan, a singer whose acting talent is as admirable as his voice. And finally, because the life of Stephen Foster had its share of female beauty and romance, we have the auburn-hair and blue-eyed Frances Gifford, shortly to be starred in Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's picture, Our Vines Have Tender Grapes. I hardly need say that it's a pleasure for me to be back on this stage after many years of absence. And while I've missed you all, I've been with you every night as part of the Lux audience. And I might add, I've also been loyal to the real producer of this show, Lux Toilet Soap. In my hometown of Running Springs, about 100 miles from here, Lux Toilet Soap is a regular item at the little general store. And I'm pretty sure that all 36 inhabitants of Running Springs are faithful users. And now, here's Act One of Swanee River, starring Dennis Morgan as Stephen Foster, Al Jolson as E.P. Christie, and Frances Gifford as Jane McDowell.
Bring the room along. We'll sweep the kitchen clear, my dear.
This is the story of Stephen Foster, a man who taught America to sing. A man from the North who found immortal inspiration in the South, whose life story is long forgotten, but whose simple words and music endure forever in the hearts of the American people.
My name is E.P. Christie. Some people call me the king of the minstrel shows. I first met Stephen Foster in Pittsburgh when he tried to sell me a song. He had just come back from Kentucky, been visiting there. That's how he came to write the song. You see, one morning, Foster was supposed to take a girl for a boat ride, Jane McDowell. Jane waited at the landing till the boat left, and then she found him sitting in a field, listening to some darkies singing.
Well, Stephen.
Jane.
Forget about the boat ride?
Boat ride? Oh, of course. Well, come on, let's go.
Can you swim?
Swim?
Well, that's the only way you'll ever reach the boat. Look.
It's gone.
Yes, Stephen.
But that's ridiculous. I just happened to walk over here not more than 5 minutes ago.
5 minutes? Look at your watch.
Why, that's incredible. 10:15. Jane, I'm terribly sorry.
Oh, I should know you by now, Stephen. I said I should know you by now.
Wait a minute. That's singing. I've got it, Jane. I've got it.
You've got what?
Never mind. Just come with me.
Where are we going?
To find a piano.
A piano down here?
There's one in the saloon back at the wharf.
Saloon? Stephen, I can't
Quick.
go to the saloon.
Quick, before I forget. Hurry.
Here come the heaving line. Come on, you.
No, it's no use, Jane. I was so sure I had it.
But what's wrong with your song? I thought it was wonderful.
The ending. I can't end a song that way. I can't end it that way, Jane.
You know, I think the Negroes would end it like this. Like this.
Why, that's right. Jane, how did you know?
I was brought up on darky music.
Darky music. You know, I've always wondered why...
Wondered what?
Why no one's ever taken the trouble to study their melodies. To compose original music in the same simple mood.
Why don't you do it?
Why don't I do it?
Yes.
Yes. Why don't I?
Oh, you could do it, Stephen. You have a wonderful feeling for it.
If I ever do, Jane, you'll have to take the blame for it. You will be all the songs I'll ever write. Without you, they'd just die.
Then we mustn't let them die.
Jane, darling.
Stephen, what about Father?
I saw him last night.
Well, what did he say?
That I have a sense of humor.
Well, see, he likes you.
He also said that I'd need more than a sense of humor to support a wife, and what he called the almost inevitable consequences.
Oh.
He's right. I can't support a wife writing songs. Jane, I'm going back to Pittsburgh tomorrow.
Tomorrow?
I had a letter from home. My family, well, we've lost quite a lot of money. Strange as it seems, I'll have to go to work.
Oh, how can you joke about such a thing?
I'm not joking. It just seems funny that honest endeavor has finally caught up with me. I've avoided it all my life. And now the very thing that I've avoided is going to be the means of our getting married. Don't you see, darling? I'll get a job, make lots of money, and we'll get married.
You're going into business?
Sure.
What about your songs?
Well, I could still write music on the side, couldn't I?
And you're leaving tomorrow.
Jane, could you wait for me? I'll be back for you, Jane. You know I will.
Oh, I'll wait, Stephen. Only hurry back, darling. Be sure to hurry back.
But it'll only take a minute, Mr. Christie.
I told you no, I'm not buying any songs. How dare you trespass in my dressing room? Withdraw.
Look, Mr. Christie, I'm leaving Pittsburgh. I've got a job in Cincinnati.
Cincinnati. They love me in Cincinnati.
I'm trying to tell you I've got a song made to order for you. It could be the best song in your show.
Young man, for 10 years, E.P. Christie has held audiences in the palm of his hand with any song he'd care to sing. One song more or less is nothing in my life.
I see. I'm sorry to have bothered you.
Oh, one moment, my young friend. I am perhaps America's most gifted entertainer. But does that give me the right to be completely heartless? No. In short, I will consider your little opus.
Here it is.
Let's see. Why, you lucky young man. E.P. Christie gives you $15 for your song.
$15?
Oh, come now. Let us not be greedy. Nothing to the tune, but I'll take it. Put my name on it. Put in all the Oscar Missoula.
$15,
maybe...
you pickpocket.
Brother, I'm a patient man. Are you not aware that most songwriters offer me money to present their pitiful endeavors?
Then how do they make a living?
The answer's brief and to the point. They don't.
I'll take the $15.
And here you are. 5, 10, 15.
Thanks.
I shall consider injecting your song in my new routine next week. Now let me see. I come from Alabama with my banjo on my knee. As I went to Louisiana, my true love for to see. It rained all night the day I left. The weather, it was dry. The sun so hot I froze to death. Susanna, don't you cry. Susanna, don't you cry for me. I come from Alabama with my banjo on my knee. I had a dream the other night when everything was still. I thought I saw Susanna, dear, a-coming down the hill. The buckwheat cake was in her mouth, the tear was in her eye. I said I was coming from the south. Susanna, don't you cry. Oh, Susanna, don't you cry for me. I come from Alabama with my banjo on my knee. Oh, Susanna, don't you cry for me. As I come from Alabama with my banjo on my knee. In a week's time, that little tune was selling by the thousands. Yes, I had found a bonanza, no Susanna, but I had also lost a songwriter. Foster had given up composing. He'd gone to work for some commission merchants in Cincinnati.
12 bales cotton, Moody and Sons, New York City. 8 Hoghead Tobacco, Cowley Brothers, Cincinnati. 200... Oscar!
What?
Do me a favor. Whistle something else, will you?
Huh?
Anything else.
Oh, but that's a dinger of a song. The band was playing it last night at the Camptown Races.
Camptown Races?
Yeah.
Camptown Races.
What's the matter with you, Steve? Hey, where are you going?
Boarding house.
But if the boss walks in and...
Tell him I've just saved him the trouble of firing.
Supper's ready, Mr. Foster.
No, thanks. Some other time.
You don't eat, you don't sleep, you don't pay your rent. All week long, you glued yourself to this piano until I...
Here. Here's your rent.
Your watch, Mr. Foster. But this is gold. It's worth much more than you owe.
It doesn't matter. Please go.
Yes, but... Yes, Mr. Foster. Better for you, Mr. Foster.
We do not feel that your song is worthy of publication. However, if you care to send us any further material, enclosing return postage fees, of course, we will be willing...
Letter under your door, Mr. Foster.
We wish to repeat, songs like Camptown Races simply do not have popular appeal. We suggest you turn your efforts to work for which you are better qualified. Wishing you every success.
Miss Jane.
I'm here, Uncle Joe.
Did you get the letter, Miss Jane? Mr. Steve's letter.
Yes, I got it.
Well, when's he coming back to Louisville?
He's never coming, Uncle Joe. He thinks he's a failure.
Oh, he'll be back, little missy. Well, as soon as he gets on his feet, well,
please, Uncle Joe.
Yes, I'm sorry, Miss Jane. Truly sorry.
That's what I told him.
Harry?
Yeah, Mr. Foster?
Here. Give me that much whiskey. I said whiskey, not beer.
For that much whiskey, you gotta have a beer mug. You better take it easy, Mr. Foster.
Oh, sure.
Gentlemen. A toast. E.P. Christie proposes a toast to the fair lady to whom I've dedicated my latest and greatest composition, Susanna.
Wait a minute, Mr. Christie.
Oh, my young friend from Pittsburgh. I've been looking all over for you.
I've been looking for you, you thief.
First, I'm a pickpocket, and I'm a thief. Now, suppose you just sit down
I can't do what I'm going to do sitting down.
Which is, to wit, this.
What's more, I'm not sorry I hit you, and as far as I'm concerned, Mr. Christie, you were a fool to bail me out of jail.
Well, now that you've gotten that off your chest, let me fill your glass.
Thanks. All right. Why'd you do it? Get me out of jail.
To find out why you're so enraged with E.P. Christie.
Because you gave me $15 for a song you knew would make a fortune.
Now, calm down, my boy. I'm about to offer you a job. There's a place for you with Christie's Ethiopian minstrels. You write the ditties, I'll wobble them.
How about another drink?
You shall have a dozen. And Sunday morning, we shall board the steam cars for Chicago. You are now the protege of E.P. Christie.
The curtain party song, the golden party
Now tell me, Tambo, you were saying that your wife didn't want to move. What happened?
What happened? Why, that train done hit my poor old wife.
The train hit your wife, and then what happened?
She moved, brother. She moved.
Ladies and gentlemen, we conclude the first part of the entertainment with a brand new song sung by myself and the entire company. The Camptown ladies sing this song. Do-da, do-da. The camp that racetrack 5 miles long. Oh, do-da day. I come down there with my hat caved in. Do-da, do-da. I go back home with a pocket full of tin. Oh, do-da day. Wind the run all night, wind the run all day. I bet my money on the bobtail nag. Somebody bet on the day. The long-tailed filly and the big black horse. Do-da, do-da. They fly the track and they both cut across. Oh, do-da day. The blind horse sticking in a big mud hole. Do-da, do-da. Can't touch bottom with a 10-foot pole. Oh, do-da day. Wind around all night, wind around all day. I'll bet my money on the bobtail nag. Somebody bet on the bay. Wind around all night, wind around all day. I'll bet my money on the bobtail nag. Somebody bet on the bay.
Fine opening, Mr. Christie. Splendid audience.
Chicago always appreciated me, Wilson. I'll be here in my dressing room doing the oleo.
Yes, sir.
Oh, hello, Foster.
Hello.
Well, they seem to like it.
Camptown Races is a hit, Mr. Christie. They're still applauding out there. I wrote it, and I tell you, this one is even better.
Which one?
This.
You've played it for me 50 times, and I tell you it's mush. It's much too slow.
You could go out and do it now. The orchestra knows it. The whole company knows it.
Forget it, my boy. Or even I couldn't make 'em like that, did he?
Then let me sing it.
Let you sing it? If there's anything I loathe in a man, it's an inflated ego.
Oleo, on stage for the first number of the oleo.
I'll see you later.
Oh, Wilson!
Coming, sir.
Hurry, my man. My yellow silk jacket and the purple breeches.
Yes, sir. You sang Camptown Races magnificently, sir.
To you, perhaps. To the audience. But to me, the true artist is his own severest critic. Frankly, I was colossal.
Yes, sir.
But the strain of introducing a new number...
the bourbon, sir, of course.
Yeah, bourbon. Just a tiny tinsy tumblerful. Wilson, I am weary.
Then lie down, sir.
I shall. Call me in time for my entrance.
What's that, sir?
Rebellion, that's what it is. It's mutiny.
It's Stephen Foster, his new song.
Get out of my way. I'll strangle him the minute he steps off that stage.
Mr. Christie, sir. Mr. Christie.
And the meadows in
But they're not walking out, Mr. Christie. The audience loves it.
I tell you, I'll rip him to shreds. They do seem to be enjoying it, don't they?
It's a wonderful song.
Get the double quartet on stage. Tell them to harmonize with him.
And you, sir?
I'll go out and take the melody.
all merry, all happy and bright. By and by, hard times comes a knocking at the door. Then my old Kentucky home, good night. Weep no more, my lady. Oh, weep no more today. We will sing one song for the old Kentucky home. For the old Kentucky home. Far away.
Uncle Joe, where are you?
Yes, Missy. Yeah, I is.
Oh, look, a letter. It's from Mr. Foster. He's coming here today.
Oh, that's fine, Miss Jane.
Oh, he's a success, Uncle Joe. He's making lots of money, and he wants me to marry him. Now, right away.
And your daddy, Miss. Do he know that?
No one knows that. Uncle Joe, get the carriage. We'll go to the station and meet him, just you and I. Well, Uncle Joe,
Yes?
do you think this dress is all right to be married in?
Why, sure, Miss Jane. I was just wondering about my clothes. When your daddy finds out what I'm doing, I just wonder if these old clothes is good enough to get buried in.
In just a moment, our stars will return in Act Two of Swanee River. And now, here are two young office workers at the end of a busy day.
Oh, my. I guess it'll come sometime. Clang, clang, clang went the trolley.
My goodness, Mary, we've been waiting 15 minutes for that bus. How can you be so cheerful? Especially after the day we've had. Me, I'm all in.
I'm pretty tired, too, Janie, I'll admit, but I'll be all right by 8 o'clock.
Oh, so you have a date tonight.
Sure have. And as soon as I get home, I'm taking my beauty bath.
Beauty bath? What do you mean?
Just a Lux toilet soap bath. It always gives me a real beauty pickup.
Clever girls have taken a tip from Hollywood. They've discovered how to make their daily bath truly luxurious and refreshing. Here's what that lovely young screen star Linda Darnell says about it.
I use my complexion soap, Lux toilet soap, as a bath soap, too. Has such rich, creamy lather. After a Lux soap bath, you feel refreshed, and you look it.
Women everywhere find that's true. And they have many reasons for preferring fragrant white Lux toilet soap.
The lather's wonderful. Whisks away the day's dust and grime in a jiffy.
Leaves my skin beautifully fresh and sweet. Makes me sure about daintiness.
I love the delicate, clinging fragrance Lux toilet soap leaves on my skin.
Why not get some of this fragrant white beauty soap tomorrow? Enjoy its delicate flower-like perfume, its creamy, abundant lather. And here's something else you'll like about it. You'll find Lux toilet soap makes a thrifty bath soap, too. Each satin-smooth cake is hard-milled. It lasts, and it can be used to the last thin sliver. And now, Walter Houston returns to the microphone.
Act 2 of Swanee River, starring Al Jolson as E.P. Christie, Dennis Morgan as Stephen Foster, and Frances Gifford as Jane.
Yes, Stephen Foster came back to Louisville. Jane met him, and they ran right off and got married. Only old Uncle Joe knew their secret. He drove them down to the river landing. Their honeymoon was starting with a boat trip to Pittsburgh.
What am I going to do without you, Uncle Joe?
You do fine, Missy.
We'll never forget you, Uncle Joe.
Be sure to tell Father as soon as you get home.
Your poor guy skin me alive, but I don't care as long as you's happy. Oh, here's the steamboat ticket, Mr. Steve.
Thanks.
And the change from the money.
That's for you.
No, Mr. Steve, thank you. But someday maybe you do like you said and rat me or so.
I'll write it, Uncle Joe, I promise.
And promise to take care of my missy.
I will.
Hurry, Uncle Joe. Didn't you hear her blowing?
Well, we'll get down, Miss Jane. Don't you worry.
Oh, it's just perfect here on deck.
There's music inside, darling. People dancing.
Oh, let them. Out here, it's like the whole boat is ours.
I'll buy it for you if you like. Someday.
Take a lot of money.
I've got a lot of money. It seems incredible, Jane, but I'm a success. People like my songs.
Oh, they're good songs.
And I feel as if I could keep it up forever, more and more. They're all inside me. I'll be respected. We'll have all the money we want. We'll make that banjo ring till... Ring. Ring the banjo.
Stephen?
Those are the words I've been searching for. Ring the banjo. Darling.
Yes?
Just stay here on deck for 10 minutes.
Alone?
I'll be back. I've got the chorus for a new song. I want to jot it down before I forget.
Stephen!
Excuse me. Are you the leader of the orchestra?
That's something you'd like played?
It's a song I've just finished. If you could play it now, I'd be happy to buy you all a drink.
Well, we'll try.
Mind if I lead them?
Go right ahead. All right, men, keep your eyes on the music.
Yes, sir.
Thanks, and please use the banjos. Ring the banjo, I like that good old song. Come again, my true love, oh, where you been so long? Ring the banjo, I like that good old song. Come again, my true love, oh, where you been so long? Ring the banjo, I like that good old song. Come again, my true love, oh, where you been so long? Do you think we could do it again?
Well, we'd like to, but it's 11 o'clock, and we close the ballroom at...
11 o'clock?
Why, yes.
Excuse me, and thank you very much. Jane. Oh, Jane, darling.
Well, I waited, Stephen. Was it 10 minutes or 10 years?
Someone should hit me on the head and throw me overboard.
We've been married just 3 hours. For 2 hours, I've been alone. It's not a very happy start, is it?
I'd sooner die than hurt you, darling. You know that. Jeannie...
Jeannie? Why did you call me that?
I don't know.
Well, that's what Father used to call me when I was a little girl.
Jeannie. Jeannie with the moonlight in her hair. In her light brown hair. Oh, sweetheart, can you forgive me?
Oh, you know I will. How can I help myself?
From Pittsburgh, Jane and Stephen went to New York. They rented a fine house on Washington Square, and then, about 6 months later, I brought my minstrel show to town. They had a reception in my honor. Later in the evening, Stephen said he had a surprise.
Friends, it's a new song. It's really not mine. It's hers, Jane's. I wrote it for Jane.
Jane, is it as good as the others?
I like it best of all, Chris. You see, he wrote it for me.
I dream of a genie with the light brown hair, born like a vapor on the summer air. I see her dripping where the bright streams play, happy as the daisies that dance on her way. Many were the wild notes her merry voice would pour. Many were the blithe birds that warbled them o'er. I dream of a genie with the light brown hair, floating like a vapor on the soft summer
You leaving too, Chris?
Yes, it's pretty late. Oh, that song, Steve, Ginny, with the light brown hair. It's the best thing you've done.
Thanks. But I'm working now on something that's really important. An orchestral suite.
Orchestral suite? That's pretty high-class stuff. You have the training for that sort of thing?
Well, that's a fine thing to say.
You know what I mean, Steve. I'd hate to see a first-class Stephen Foster turn into a 10th-rate Beethoven. Anyway, good luck. Good night, Jane.
Good night, Chris. Stephen.
Oh, just a little nightcap, dear.
Don't you think you've had enough to drink, darling?
More than enough. Jane, this is my last drink until the suite is finished.
Thank you, Stephen. And now I have a surprise for you. Of course, it isn't as wonderful as a suite, but then...
Jane, what is it?
Oh, I don't know, really. It may be a boy, and then it may be a girl.
Jane, you're not joking.
Oh, no, I'm not joking.
Well, why didn't you say something? We've got to get a nurse right away. And you've been on your feet all day long. All night long. Jane, you've just got to. A baby.
Poor Stephen. Fathers have such a dreadful time, don't they?
I'll try to be worthy of him, darling. And worthy of you. I'll try harder than ever, Jane.
That autumn, a couple of days before the baby was due, Stephen's orchestral suite was introduced. The concert hall was filled with top hats and music critics. Jane, of course, couldn't be there. But just as well. For halfway through the composition, the people started to walk out. I started out, too. I saw Stephen all alone in the last row.
You walking out, too, Chris?
Yes, Steve. I never attend my friend's funeral.
I had such hopes for it, Chris. It would have made Jane so happy.
Oh, come now. Don't take it so hard. Let us go and search for the silver lining.
Leave now?
Why not?
Yes, why not? But I'll go on home. Jane's waiting for me.
Now, one moment. You can't go home looking like Hamlet's ghost. Now, come on, chill up, my boy. We'll have a couple of drinks, and you'll feel a lot better. You'll be home in an hour. My fault as much as Steve's. I don't know what happened, except Steve never did get home that night. And while we were going from bar to bar, Jane was bringing Steve's baby into the world. He had failed her. Failed her badly when she needed him most. When he finally faced her, no man, I'm sure, was ever more thoroughly ashamed.
Jane, are you all right?
Yes.
I'll never do anything like that again. I promise.
We have a child now, Stephen. We've got to think of her. I think if you ever do this again, I'd have to leave you.
If I ever do, I'd want you to.
Why don't you go and introduce yourself to your daughter? She's awake in the cradle.
Hello? Jane. Jane, she spoke to me.
She did not.
She did. I heard her distinctly. She said, Daddy, you've got circles under your eyes.
Stephen.
Yes?
As soon as I'm able, I'd like to go home.
I see.
The baby and I. And you.
Oh, my darling. My darling.
In Louisville, Jane's father welcomed them with open arms. He was proud of Steve now and delighted with his granddaughter. But the visit was not entirely a happy one. The old darky Uncle Joe was very, very sick.
I was glad you come home, Missy. Mighty glad.
What's the matter, Uncle Joe?
I was tired out, Mr. Steve. Bone tired.
All you need is a good long rest, and you're going to have it.
Yes. The voices talk about it all the time.
Voices, Uncle Joe?
Mr. Steve, that song, you ever write that song for me like you promised?
Well,
Of course he did.
Let me hear how it go, Mr. Steve. Let me hear it.
Tomorrow, Uncle Joe. You're too tired now.
Never too tired for that. Never.
Tomorrow, Uncle Joe.
Uncle Joe never heard his song. Stephen Foster wrote it for him that night. But by morning, Uncle Joe had died. I shouldn't say he never heard it. I'm sure he did because they sang it for him. Steve and all the darkies who gathered around his grave to say goodbye.
When my heart was young and gay, gone are my friends from the cotton fields away, gone from the earth to a better land I know. I hear their gentle voices calling. Old Black Joe, I'm coming. I'm coming. I'm coming. For my head is bending low. I hear their gentle voices calling. Old Black Joe.
With the years, Stephen Foster's success went on and on. It was at its height when the Civil War exploded. He tried to enlist, but the army doctors turned him down. His drinking had affected his heart. He said nothing to Jane, didn't want to worry her. One night, when we're having dinner in a restaurant, the manager paid him a wonderful tribute.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are greatly honored tonight. With us is America's foremost composer, America's troubadour, the incomparable Stephen Foster.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
In honor of Mr. Foster, our orchestra will play a medley of his best-known compositions.
Wait a minute. Who wants to hear Southern song?
Yeah, that's a rebel song. Who do you think we're fighting?
He's right. All Foster writes about is the South. I never want to hear his songs again.
What's the matter with Yankee Doodle?
Stop it. Stop the music, please. Stop it.
You sympathize with the South, don't you, Mr. Foster?
Yes, deeply.
Then you're a filthy traitor.
Excuse me, please.
Stephen, where are you going?
Let him alone, Jane. I think right now he'd rather be alone.
But where's he going?
Don't worry about Steve. I'll take you home and come back for him. Come on now, we'd better leave. Long after midnight, I found Steve. It was just a matter of touring the saloons. I brought him home. I thought he'd be all right. I didn't know he'd stagger straight for the room of his little girl. All he wanted was to kiss her goodnight, but...
Where's my baby? Gotta kiss my baby goodnight.
Daddy, what's the matter?
Where's my little girl? Here she is. Just kiss her goodnight.
Daddy!
Just kiss her.
Mommy!
No one could really blame Jane for doing what she did. The next day, she said goodbye to Steve. She and his little daughter, Marion, were leaving him.
Will you write to me, Jane? I mean, just to let me know how Marion's getting on?
Of course I will.
Tell your father I'm sorry I made such a mess of things after all.
Oh, Stephen, if it were just the two of us,
what good would it do? I'd only make promises and break them again. I guess there's nothing more to say, Jane, except I love you. I'm losing my whole world.
I'm ready, Mother.
We'll go right away, dear.
Where's your hat and coat, Daddy?
I'm not going with you, darling. Daddy can't go with you. He's got to stay here and rattle out some more songs.
But I don't want to go if you're not going.
Oh, of course I'm going, darling. Later on.
Stephen, I think we'd better be leaving.
And you'll bring the songs and we'll sing them together?
Of course I will. Run along, darling. A ride on the ferry boat. A ride on the steam cars.
Goodbye, Daddy. You'll hurry, won't you?
Yes, my darling.
Goodbye, Stephen.
Goodbye, Jane.
We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. In just a moment, we'll return with Act 3 of Swanee River.
Hello, Mr. Kennedy.
Why, Sally, hello. You certainly look fresh from the Easter parade. That's a very becoming bonnet you're wearing. Or is it a bouquet?
No, don't tease, Mr. Kennedy. The very nicest hats this spring are trimmed with flowers, lots and lots of flowers.
I'm not teasing, Sally. I think it's really charming. Just a hat, may I say, to set off a lovely Lux complexion.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Kennedy. You know, I was sort of hoping for that. I'll bet this spring everyone's more grateful than ever for Lux Soap Beauty Care. Fashions are so feminine and frilly. Naturally, a girl wants her complexion to be, well, sort of spring-like looking, too.
That's a good way to put it, Sally. A lovely, fresh complexion gives any girl that springtime look, doesn't it?
And it's wonderful what regular Lux Soap facials will do for your skin. You notice how much smoother and softer it is in a very short time.
Recent tests proved that. Actually, 3 out of 4 complexions improved with daily Lux Soap care.
Screen stars depend on their active lather facials for real beauty care.
Won't you describe a Hollywood beauty facial for our audience, Sally?
It's very simple. You cover your face generously with the creamy Lux Soap lather and work it well in. You rinse with warm water, splash on cold, then pat dry with a soft towel. That's all. But it works so well that 9 out of 10 Hollywood stars take Lux Soap facials regularly.
That's because skin really becomes lovelier with this gentle daily care. Lux Toilet Soap is the chosen beauty soap of famous screen stars. Women whose skin must be soft and beautiful enough to face camera close-ups at all times. Why not take their tip? Start tomorrow to use their fine white beauty soap, Lux Toilet Soap, regularly. And now, Walter Houston returns to the microphone.
Act 3 of Swanee River, starring Dennis Morgan as Stephen Foster, Al Jolson as E.P. Christie, and Frances Gifford as Jane.
Stephen Foster disappeared soon after Jane and little Marion left him. I looked for him for weeks. Then I had to leave, too, because the minstrel show was going to Europe. Soon after I returned, I found Stephen working in a cheap saloon as a piano player.
It's good to see you, Chris.
What are you doing here, Steve?
Oh, handsome wages, delightful surroundings, and the liquor's passable. How was Europe?
Europe a triumph. Why, Queen Victoria herself said, Christie, at last I've heard the real Oscar Missoula.
Yes, I can imagine.
Stephen, what's happened to you?
Oh, I guess I'm just played out.
And Jane, Marion?
They never came back.
That's a woman for you.
No, Chris, no. She should have left me long before she did, the way I treated her.
Steve, I've made a lot of money. How much do you need?
Nothing.
But I owe it to you if it wasn't for your songs.
I don't want any money. I don't want anything. No, that's not true. There's one thing I'd like. I'd like to hear my songs sung as they used to be. I'd like to be able to write one more. But if I can't, I'm much better off forgotten.
How can you talk like that?
Chris, I wish you'd go away. I wish you'd let me alone.
Steve.
Please.
If you ever need anything, you know where to find me.
Hey, don't you ever sleep in the bed?
What do you want?
Boy, you must have been on a good one this time. Here, letter for you.
A letter? Read it to me.
Oh, sure. It says, Dear Stephen, I don't know where you're living, so I'm sending this in care of Chris. I'll be in New York on my way to Boston, and I should like to see...
Who's that letter from?
It's signed Jane.
Give it to me. And I should like to see you. Please meet me at the Hotel Brevoort on the 23rd. Jane. Jane. Sam, what day is it today?
22nd.
22nd.
Of September.
Tomorrow.
Oh, Stephen, won't you sit down?
Jane. How's Marion?
She's grown so you'd hardly know her. She looks more and more like you every day.
Poor child. How long will you be in New York?
How long do you want me to stay?
Do I want? But I thought you were going to Boston.
There's no hurry.
Well, I'm afraid I won't be able to see you as much as I'd like. My new songs are keeping me pretty busy.
Oh, I'd like to hear them,
Oh,
Stephen.
of course, yes, Oh, you know I'm lying, Jane. I haven't written a song that's worth anything for... Well, not since you left.
Oh, I'm lying too, Stephen. I'm not on my way to Boston. I've come back to you. If you'll have me.
Oh, no, Jane. No. I'm no better than I was. I'm worse. Much worse.
I believe in you, Stephen. All I'm asking you to do is to try. You can do it. I know you can.
If you still think so, I will try, Jane. I will.
He did try. He tried for weeks to write something new, something good. But it was a long road back. He could stop drinking, but he couldn't give himself a new heart. Jane still didn't know about that. Well, one morning after Jane and I had a little talk, we went down.
Stephen, I just saw Chris. He wanted me to tell you he's holding a place in his show for the new Foster song, as soon as it's written.
If it's written, Jane. I've tried as hard as I know how, but I've done everything I can.
Stephen, you must understand. Nothing's changed in you, really. You're still Stephen Foster. The Stephen Foster who told me long ago he wanted to write the music of the South. Remember, Stephen, it was the day we missed the picnic boat and went off by ourselves. Remember, down in the river?
Yes. Down on the river. Long ago. Jane.
Yes.
Jane, I wonder. I just had an idea. If you'll leave me here alone for just a little while, Just a little while, maybe I can.
Oh, darling, your new song.
Maybe, Jane, I don't know. Maybe.
Well, John, how are the tickets going?
I can't understand it, Mr. Christie. The entire house is sold out.
And you're the muttonhead who told me New York wouldn't come to hear a new Stephen Foster song.
I didn't think you should advertise it so much.
Why?
Well, like I said, I thought the war would stop him from wanting to hear the kind of thing he writes. Well, I was wrong. Say it's after 8. Hadn't you better get ready?
Right away. Oh, wait. There's Mrs. Foster. I'll see you later. Oh, Jane.
Hello, Chris.
Well, the house is all sold out.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Well, Steve.
Well, to tell the truth, I'm so nervous that I thought I'd make him that way, too, so I left him to dress. He's joining us here.
Fine. Let's go in.
So that's the great Christie.
Yeah, thinks he's going to sing a Southern song, does he?
Just wait till he tries. He'll find out what we think about the rebels.
Good. Where's the rest of the boys?
They'll be long, got it all fixed. They'll be sitting all over the house. And the minute Christie starts singing Foster's tune,
Better hurry up, Mr. Foster. You're going to be late for the theater.
Won't take me long. Bring my shaving water?
Right here. Pretty hot.
Thanks.
Mrs. Foster says your song's going to go over big tonight.
I hope she's right. Look, Sam. Has your father got a razor strap?
Yeah. Strapped me with it yesterday.
Suppose you can borrow it?
Sure, I'll get it. Mr. Foster, you feel all right?
Yeah, I feel fine. Fine. Now hurry.
I'll be right back.
Have to hurry. Razor. Where's... Oh. Better start shaving. Better...
None of us at the theater knew what had happened to Steve. We started the show. During the mission time, Jane came looking for him in my dressing room. Just then, the boy from Steve's boarding house burst in.
Mrs. Foster, you gotta come. You gotta come right away.
What is it? What's wrong?
It's Mr. Foster. The doctor sent me. He's had an accident.
Doctor, I'm Mrs. Foster. Where is he?
Still in his room. Ambulance is on the way.
What happened?
Heart attack. Cut himself badly when he fell. He's been asking for you both. You better come in.
Stephen.
I'm sorry I missed the show. Did they like the song?
Oh, they loved it, dear.
Yes, Steve, the old Oscar Missoula, my boy. They lapped it up, yes, sir.
You always did sing my songs better than anyone else. Our songs, Jane, Jeannie. Just seems that something always happens. I'm sorry. I didn't try, Jane.
Ambulance is here, Mrs. Foster.
I'll go with him, Chris.
Yes, we'd better both go.
No. Go back to the theater. Sing his song. Please, for him.
Sure, Jane, sure. And so, I went back. I planned to close the show with Stephen's new song. When the time came, they put the signs up on the stage announcing it, and the manager went out to make a speech. While he was making it, someone handed me a note.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've all waited patiently for a new song by Stephen Foster. Ladies and gentlemen, it's our great pleasure to announce we have not waited in vain. Mr. E.P. Christie will now learn.
Ladies and gentlemen, please, give me your attention. We intended bringing you a brand new ballad by America's favorite composer, Stephen Foster. Please, just a moment. We also intended that Mr. Foster be here tonight. Unfortunately, this isn't possible. Please, ladies and gentlemen, please. This was to have been his evening of triumph. Instead, it becomes his memorial. Stephen Foster is dead. He left us his new song. A song that will endure long after the war between the North and the South has become history. It is a song for all Americans. With your leave and permission, I'd like to sing it now. Way down upon the Swanee River, far, far away, does warm my heart is turning
never does what your folks say. All up and down the whole creation, sadly I roam, still longing for the old plantation and for the old folks at home. All the world and sad and dreary everywhere I roam.
I can see you all now, Chris, and Jane, my darling, and my little girl, and my heart is full.
Far from the old folks at home. All the world and sad and dreary, everywhere I roam. Oh, dark is how my heart grows weary. Far from the old folks at
As the strains of Swanee River fade from our stage but linger in our hearts, we join in a vote of thanks to our stars who have made this composer's life so real to us. Al Jolson, Dennis Morgan, and Francis Gifford.
Thank you, Walter.
Walter, I think you should have had a part in tonight's play.
Yes, I think you should, too. I remember Walter Houston was touring the small time singing his own act.
Well, we came up the hard way, Al.
By the way, Al, isn't the musical director of the Lux Radio Theater an old pal of yours?
That's right. Lou Silvers. Quite a while ago, he used to be my musical director. Wrote one of my most popular numbers, April Showers.
Why don't you sing it for us, Al, for old time's sake?
Oh, do, Al.
Well, I will if Lou can remember it and plays it for me. Try it, Lou.
Good enough. You're both on.
Though April showers may come your way, they bring the flowers that bloom in May. And if it's raining, have no regrets, because it is raining. Rain, you know, it's raining violets. And when you see clouds on the hills, you soon will see crowds of daffodils. So keep on looking for a bluebird and listening for its song. Whenever April showers come
Very fine, Al, very fine. For that, you deserve a cake of Lux toilet soap.
You mean to tell me I got to take a bath?
You better take Walter up on that offer, Al. Lux toilet soap is mighty precious.
Well, I can tell from that lovely complexion that you use, Francis.
Thank you, Walter. And you're right, I do.
What are you going to do here next week, Walter?
A play from one of the most exciting movies of the years, Universal's thrill-packed melodrama, The Suspect, starring Charles Lawton and Ella Raines in their original screen roles. And I think you'll agree that it is Lawton at his best, in the role of a man who had never hurt a living being, but who finds himself torn between murder and the woman he loves.
It's a great story, Whirler, and we'll be listening. Good night.
Good night, and thanks to all. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Charles Lawton and Ella Raines and Rosalind Evan in The Suspect. This is Walter Houston saying good night from Hollywood.
Swanee River was presented through the courtesy of 20th Century Fox, producers of A Royal Scandal, a 30th anniversary production. Al Jolson appeared through the courtesy of Columbia Pictures. Dennis Morgan can currently be seen in Warner Brothers' picture, God Is My Co-Pilot. Walter Houston will soon be starred in another 20th Century Fox 30th anniversary production, Dragonwick. Tune in again next Monday night to hear The Suspect with Charles Lawton, Ella Raines, and Rosalind Yvonne.
Gala Party Cake, Golden Jubilee, Orange Upside Down Cake. These are 3 of the 10 luscious cake recipes you get in Spry's free cake booklet. No butter needed. Sugar-saving tips galore. At leading grocers or write Aunt Jenny, Box 78, New York 8, New York.
Be sure to listen in next Monday night to the Lux Radio Theater presentation of The Suspect with Charles Lawton, Ella Raines, and Rosalind Yvonne. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. CBS, the
American desert lies a forest turned to stone, the petrified forest. Grim, silent, mysterious. Here in a lonely desert tavern, fate draws together a strange company. Alan Squire, a vagabond adventurer running away from his past. Gabrielle Maple, a beautiful girl weary of the desert solitude, eager to escape with the first man who comes her way. Bose Hammond, an ex-football hero down on his luck. Paul Chisholm, multimillionaire banker vacationing with his disillusioned young wife, Dorothy. Gramp Maple, a sly old reprobate. And Duke Mentee, vicious leader of a notorious band of gunmen, hiding out after a gang massacre. In a short space of 24 eventful hours, these characters live a lifetime of romance, adventure, terror, and tragedy. It's one of the most unusual stories ever brought to the screen. The Petrified Forest.
Well, if you must know, I'll tell you the extent of my pride. Gabrielle gave me this $1.
You did?
It's none of your business.
Would you like to know what she was going to give me when those rats showed up? Would you like to know?
Well, speaking of rats, of all the low, slimy, stinky...
Now, Gabrielle, now, you mustn't blame Bose. You must remember he's a man of muscle. He's suffering from the pangs of frustration.
I said you were a dirty low...
I'm sorry, Gabby. I didn't mean it. Honest, I didn't. They've got me absolutely crazy mad with all those guns staring me in the face.
Shut up, Bose.
Step over to the other side of the room, halfback.
Wouldn't you like someone to be in love with you?
Yes, Gabrielle, I would like someone in love with me.
Do you think I'm attractive?
There are better words than that for what you are.
If I speak up, my dear, perhaps I could tell you some things that...
What do you know about me?
I don't know about you, my dear. But I do know what it means to repress yourself and starve yourself.
What were you saying? I'm telling you for your own good, Magee. They know where you're heading. They picked up your trail. And they'll get you.
What's the matter with you, Duke? Do something!
Shut up! Shut up!
Give me time to think!
No, Duke. You want revenge, don't you? You want to go out of your way again to get that blonde who snitched. Well, don't do it, Duke.
She has snitched. Come on, Duke!
I told you to shut up.
You know they're going to get you anyway. You're obsolete, Duke, like me. You've got to die. Well, then die for freedom. That's worth it. Don't give up your life for anything so cheap and unsatisfactory as revenge. Any woman's worth everything that any man has to give. Anguish, ecstasy, faith, jealousy, love, hatred, life or death.
Sometimes I feel as if I was sparkling all over, and I want to go out and do something absolutely crazy and marvelous.
Just keep in mind that I and the boys is candidates for hanging. And the first time any one of you makes a wrong move, I'm going to kill the whole lot of you.
the seedy side of fame comes to life with Broadway is my beat up next. You know, someday I hope to make it on Broadway myself. Ow!
The FBI and Peace and War, ordinarily heard at this time throughout the year, is taking its usual summer vacation and will return to CBS 1 week from tonight on September 1st.
Broadway's My Beat. From Times Square to Columbus Circle, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world.
Broadway's My Beat, with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
Broadway. It's a swamp that'll drag you breath by breath into its shadowed pools, or it's a meadow shining with golden light. It's a place and a time and a loneliness that reaches out for you, then beckons you into an airless room and locks the door. You get out or you don't. Either way, it's Broadway, My Beat. A man dies in silence and in dark, and the city sets up a shrieking clamor, and you're part of it. You ride a scream through the crowded, heat-heavy streets, and then you hit a dead end. And it's a building, and a room at the top of the building, and it's a man lying in the center of the room while other men take notes on the history of his dying.
All right, Joe, get one from this angle, huh?
Yeah, hold the light while I focus, will you? Hiya, Danny. Okay, that's good. Got it. Now get a shot of all that food. Oh, what a banquet this guy laid out for himself.
Danny, come over here. This'll interest you.
It never interests me, Doc. What have you got?
Val Dane, the novelist. Ever read any of his stuff?
No.
Neither do I. The wife does, though. Says she's mad about him. But she went mad over Rebecca of Sunnybrook Farm.
Well, let's have tea some other time, huh, Doc? Tell me about Dane.
Yeah, well...
Hey, first tell him about me, huh, Doc? Tell him about me.
Oh, yeah. Danny, this is
Clem Picasso. Yeah, that's who I am. Picasso.
Picasso? Haven't I heard your name someplace?
Sure you have. Clem Picasso, the painter. I paint flagpoles.
That's where it was. You were painting a portrait of a flagpole for Dane, is that it?
No, you don't understand. I'm the real article. Let me tell you about me.
Yeah.
If it wasn't for me, you guys wouldn't even know Dane was dead.
Tell me more about yourself.
Well, I was painting a flagpole on top of this building, see? All of a sudden came a gust of wind. I grabbed hold of the pole, dropped my pail of paint right through that skylight there, see? I look for spilled paint. I find a dead man. That is the experience that happened today to Clem Picasso, flagpole painter. Unforgettable.
It'll live in my memory, too. You got anything to add to that, Doc?
Only this, Danny. This room is a fortress. Dane must have built it on top of his penthouse for a retreat. It's ventilated by an air conditioning system. The only source of outside light is that skylight, and that's at least 30 feet from the floor.
Mm-hmm.
There's no phone, and the room was locked and bolted from the outside. Dane couldn't get out. This place is bare. No writing materials, nothing.
Yeah, like a tomb. Maybe he needed this kind of atmosphere to think.
Maybe. All the boys found when they broke in here was Dane and that table, loaded with food, all jarred. Fruits, chicken, all sorts of good things to eat.
What's the matter, Doc? You hungry? Just tell me how Dane died.
He died of starvation, Danny.
Huh?
Yeah, all that food, and he died of starvation. Curious man, this Val Dane. Huh, Danny?
I could have dropped it right there. Val Dane, I told myself, had committed suicide by starving himself to death, thereby obtaining new material for his next novel. That's what I told myself. That's how much sense it made. And that's why I couldn't drop it. In New York, hardly anybody dies in a vacuum. A man as famous as Val Dane never does. There has to be a close friend or relative to break the news to, and in a case like this, to question. It wasn't tough to find out that Val Dane had a wife, now divorced, and a city directory said she lived on West 79th Street. It was apartment 105. As simple as that.
Yes, what is it?
You're Mrs. Dane?
Well, only approximately. Mr. Dane and I are divorced. I've kept his name for my son's sake. You're...
Danny Clover. I'm from the police.
Oh, how interesting. We've never had a caller here from the police. Won't you come in?
Thank you.
I do hope you'll stay until Jimmy comes home. Jimmy is my son, Mr. Clover. I'm sure he'd love to hear the experiences you'd have to tell him. In here, the living room.
That's quite a collection of glass toys there on the floor. Clowns, building sets, animals, and all in glass. Jimmy must be an unusual boy.
Oh, yes, he is. That's all I have left in life, Mr. Clover. To make him happy.
There's something I have to tell you that might make you quite sad.
About Jimmy?
No, it's about your former husband, Val Dane. He's dead.
Oh, I'm so happy. Well, I mean, I'm relieved. I was afraid with Jimmy being on the streets.
Then it doesn't affect you, Mr. Dane's death?
I think I should be more sad if I read in the papers that a man I never met had died at the age of 93.
I see.
No, you don't, really. How could I feel sorrow for Val Dane? He was a miserable 10 years thrust into my life.
Why do you say that?
Because he was a talented egoist. He cared nothing for Jimmy. Cared even less for me. We lived for him. He lived for Val Dane.
When did you see him last?
2 years ago. In that horrible cabin in the Adirondacks. He forced us to go there so he could write. And one more thing, Mr. Clover.
Yes?
When you write your report about me, put this down. Put down Joanne Dane, Val Dane's ex-wife. She's glad he's dead.
I didn't bother to tell Joanne Dane that her former husband had starved to death. I had a feeling she would have enjoyed that too much, and death doesn't need laughing at. But when I hit Broadway again, death was screaming at me in big black letters. Val Dane had become public property for a nickel a copy. You got the funny papers, too. I called headquarters and asked Sergeant Tartaglia if anything new had turned up. Something new had. Get back to your office right away, the sergeant said. There's a guy wants to see you. He's hysterical. The sergeant wasn't kidding. Something in my office makes you laugh like that? The pollen, maybe?
I can't help it. It's rich. It's the richest one I've ever heard.
Okay, come out of it. Who are you?
My name's Brooks, Lyle Brooks.
Lyle Brooks, huh? Tell me gently, what's so rich?
Oh, if I think of it again, Lieutenant, I shall roll on your floor in continued convulsions of hilarity.
And think of something real sad, like a right to the jaw, and tell me what's on your mind.
Why, Val Dane starved to death. Don't you think that's funny? No? Well, I think it's funny.
What tickles you about a man's death, Brooks?
About Val's death? He was such a pig, and he starved to death. Well, that, Lieutenant, is humor. Category ironic humor.
What's your interest in Val Dane's death?
I'm his ghost.
Ghost, huh? Tartaglia.
Yeah, Daddy. Now, what do you want?
Book this guy for impersonating a human.
Hey, that's a serious...
Right now. Tartaglia, book him.
Well, sure. For impersonating a human, huh? Come on, you.
Policemen have a sense of jest, too, I see.
Come on, you.
So I'll explain. I am Val Dane's ghost.
You're doing it again, Brooks.
His ghost writer. I did much of the writing which is credited to our so literary Mr. Dane. That's why I came to give myself up.
To give yourself up, huh? Did you have anything to do with his dying?
Assuredly not. But you might think so. I hated him. Val Dane cheated me time and again. But this time was the biggest cheat of all.
What's he talking about, Danny?
I'm talking about The Great Fake, Val Dane's latest book. I wrote at least half of it, you know. Got no credit. Val said I would get credit.
What are you trying to tell us?
Just this. If Val Dane met with foul play in any way, I should head your list of suspects. Me and Cynthia, of course. We mustn't forget Cynthia.
Oh, we can't forget her. Cynthia who?
Cynthia Troy. Why, everybody knows she's the woman in The Great Fake. Heavens. Do you mean to say you haven't read the book, Mr. Clover?
Mr. Clover hadn't, but Mr. Clover did. The Great Fake, new novel by Val Dane, available at your favorite bookstore, $3 the copy. I bought it, noted it carefully on my expense account, and went home and curled up with $3 worth of vitriol. Because that's what the novel was. A book of hate, a sneering book, a book without humor. There wasn't a person in it, only caricatures dipped in acid. And the leading woman of the novel had been dipped deepest of all. It tweaked me. The next morning, I just had to see her.
I'd been expecting a call from the police, Mr. Clover. Drink?
No, thanks, Miss Troy.
Then you won't mind if I do.
No.
I realize it's before noon, but then I haven't had my breakfast yet. You sure you won't have a drink?
Yeah, I'm sure. Just why had you been expecting a call from the police, Miss Troy?
Because I have no doubt about your intelligence. One thing you must know in my business is never to underestimate anybody.
You mind if I ask what your business is?
The same as in Val's novel. I give parties, Mr. Clover. I arrange that the unfortunate rich be impressed by their leisure and their wealth, by opulent and clever parties, Mr. Clover, for an opulent price, Mr. Clover.
Now the question, Miss Troy. Why was
Why
I...
were you expected, Mr. Clover? The answer is a question. How do you get a man to starve to death?
I've been asking myself that. You think somebody got Val Dane to starve?
Undoubtedly. Val Dane was a man whose only love was Val Dane. He was too jealous of his love to kill himself. He would never commit suicide.
Then you think he was murdered?
I believe I implied that, don't you?
Did you kill him?
The idea titillates me. Yes, it's a rare thought. Ask me that again, Mr. Clover.
Look, Miss Troy, the social graces aren't one of my, social graces. In your circle, how do you tell a lady to quit stalling?
By telling her.
Then let's quit stalling, huh?
Very well. You've read Val's novel, yes? It made a fool of me, didn't it?
Is that why you killed him? Locked him in that room and starved him to death?
I should like to have done that, Mr. Clover. The idea...
Yeah, I know. It titillates you.
You've started a train of thought, Mr. Clover. I should like to have locked him in that room and spent days of ecstatic joy watching Val Dane starve.
I went back to the clean, almost domestic air of the police laboratory and waited while the lab boys checked and rechecked the coroner's report. No matter how you shook it, it came out that Val Dane had died of starvation. Then it caught up with me what Cynthia Troy had said. It would have given her days of ecstatic joy to watch Dane starve. There was only one place anyone could have done that. That was from the roof and through the skylight of Dane's death room. I took a uniformed officer with me because maybe that kind of ecstasy leaves a clue.
Danny, I've been over every inch of this roof. There ain't a particle of it that ain't intimate and familiar to me. I'm also sick of the sight of it under my nose.
Okay, officer. You can get up off your hands and knees now.
Thanks, Danny. You know, Danny, maybe it'd help if you told me what it is we're looking for.
I don't know. Threaded cloth, a cigarette butt, the smell of hate.
The smell... Huh? Hey, Danny, you dizzy from the altitude or something?
No. You can go now, officer. I won't need you anymore.
Okay. Hey, you know, it's kind of pretty up here.
Huh.
All the lights of the city. Gee, that reminds me. I think I'll take my wife to the top of the Empire State Building. It'll be like a second honeymoon. Well, so long, Danny. Don't stay too long in the night air.
Yeah. There has to be something. Didn't make sense what I saw. A piece of Scotch tape stuck to one of the panes of the skylight. I leaned down to examine it. And then there was something that did make sense. The sound of someone moving toward me. And then I whipped out my gun and ducked behind the jut of the skylight. And then it found me. When I woke, a sickly dawn spread itself over the roof and over me. I took inventory and found I was missing 2 items. A valuable hunk of skin from my right temple and a piece of Scotch tape. Just that. Scotch tape.
You are listening to Broadway's My Beat with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover. A thrill a minute. High-tension suspense from the word go. Dramatic excitement that builds and builds until it explodes in a smashing climax. That's Inner Sanctum, the great mystery show that's another of CBS' top-notch Monday night programs. You'll find Inner Sanctum one of the most entertaining spots on your Monday night listening schedule. And remember, Lux Radio Theater returns next Monday, August 29th, for its 15th year of great dramatic presentations. Inner Sanctum, Lux Radio Theater, every Monday night over most of these same CBS stations. Now back to Broadway's My Beat.
Morning on Broadway is like any other August morning on 1,000 other main drags. People are caught up in a salary to be earned, baseball scores, and the heat. You keep moving and do the best you can. The best I could do was to try to push my way through a brick wall. Progress was practically at a standstill. But by now, one thing was obvious. I had a murder on my hands. Valdane had been found starved to death in a locked room with a banquet spread before him. That in itself was something to nick the curiosity. But when I got too curious, somebody had taken a shot at me. Draw a line and add that up, and you get a 6-letter word meaning foul play. At headquarters, after I had my head bandaged, Sergeant Tartaglia was terse and intelligent about the whole thing.
I can't figure it, Danny.
Now, don't try, Tartaglia. If you could figure it, you'd become invaluable to the department. You'd never get your pension. Did you get what I told you to?
Yeah, one piece of frosted glass, just like you said.
Thanks. Where'd you get it?
Now, Danny, where would you get a piece of frosted glass at police headquarters? Out of the men's powder room. You better hurry up with it.
Yeah. Now, we'll tear off a piece of Scotch tape. Now, we'll paste it over the glass like this.
What are you doing, Danny?
Pasting Scotch tape on frosted glass. It's the latest craze. Now we hold it up to the light. Look through it, Tartaglia. Get up close and look through it.
Hey, you can see right through it. The part of the glass with the Scotch tape on it, you can see right through. Hey, that's a neat trick, Danny.
It's also a clue, Sergeant. The skylight to Valdane's retreat was frosted glass. Somebody stuck that missing piece of tape on the glass so they could watch Valdane die.
Uh-huh.
Tartaglia, suppose you were locked in a room loaded with food and you were starving to death. What would you do?
I'd eat the food.
Unless what, Tartaglia?
Unless nothing, Danny. I'd eat the food.
Unless what, Tartaglia?
Danny, I said I'd eat the food unless it was poison, Danny.
You're so right. Tartaglia, I want all the food found in Valdane's room transferred to the technical lab right away. I want every piece of it analyzed for poison. I want the analysis on my desk as soon as possible.
Right.
Now, wait a minute.
Yeah.
Danny Clover speaking.
Plainclothes Meshikov, sir, assigned to follow Cynthia Troy.
Oh, okay, Meshikov, what do you got?
At 9 a.m. this morning, Cynthia Troy entered the Fifth Avenue apartment of one Michael Green.
Who?
Cream. Michael Cream. C-R-E-A-M. Cream. You know, like in cream? So I took a plant in the hall. At 9:15, I heard loud voices, which at 9:20 become a heated argument.
Who's this Merkel Cream?
Oh, him I checked. He's a yogi.
A yogi, huh? Oh, that's interesting. These guys go on starvation diets to get next to their souls. Thanks, Mechikov. Stick with Cynthia. Hey, Tartaglia.
Yeah, Danny.
Get my bed of nails. I'm calling on a yogi. The yogi with a homogenized name, Merkel Cream, lived in a rich, creamy Fifth Avenue mansion with a high money-fat content. The outside stairs were covered with a thick layer of perfumed oriental carpet. When you rang, a girl made of copper with bells on the ankles of her bare feet and a jewel stuck in the middle of her forehead opened the door. With a scented arm, motioned you into the presence. The presence was a muscular man with the body of a professional football player, wearing a plumed turban and an imported English tweed loincloth. He sat in the middle of the floor, bathed in the celestial glow of a baby pink spotlight. And then the presence spake.
You have come.
Yeah, Mr. Cream,
Speak not when I speak. You have come.
You said that.
You have come to attune yourself to the eternal harmony that lies 6 fathoms deep in the cosmic sea. You will go into the cleansing room.
Huh?
You will go into the cleansing room and there cleanse yourself and attire yourself in a loincloth. You will find a suitable array hanging from pegs. The panther skin for you, I think.
Look, Mr.
Have
Cream...
no fear. They are sterilized after each use. Now go, tortured one, go.
Look, Cream, I'm not here to cross your palm with
How
silver.
dare you speak to Merkel Cream thus? How dare you, savage?
That's me. Look into your crystal ball and tell me why you should scream at a tortured one named Cynthia Troy and vice versa.
How did you know? Don't answer. I will answer for you. You are omniscient, clairvoyant, like the me that is the true me.
Like the me that is Danny Clover, New York police. I got a hunk of protoplasm named Meshikov who floats under windows and soaks up things like a fishwife's brawl between you and Cynthia.
But you are clairvoyant. The Cynthia underneath Cynthia is a fishwife.
She pays you to tell her that?
Cynthia Troy is a disciple. Disciple fall out sometimes, as you know.
I've heard. Valdane, he was a disciple, too. What did you do to Dane, Yogi? Put him on a starvation diet for his eternal harmony?
Then you've read his book.
Yeah, he gave you a paragraph. Let's see if I can remember the exact words. The Yogi, a vicious parasite, a jeweled vampire, a stinking phony. Did I quote the exact words exactly, Yogi Cream?
Dane died in a way that pleases me. He died in an agony of hunger. What does it matter if his exact words are remembered? To him or to me, what does it matter?
Yeah. Get up, Cream. You're coming with me. I got a feeling you can give me better answers with your pants on.
You believe that I'm a fake? You believe what Dane said of me?
To put it bluntly, Cream, yeah. Sorry, but yeah. Maybe Dane killed your lush racket with his bestseller. Maybe you knew it would. Maybe you arranged for him to die. Let's go.
Help me up, Mr. Clover.
Yeah, cosmic harmony makes you weak. All right.
You know I can't afford to go to jail. It would ruin me.
Let go of me.
If you move, Mr. Clover, I'll break your back as if it were a stick of wood.
Let go of me.
A little trick I learned from a man on Amsterdam Avenue. 10 judo lessons for $20. Worth it, don't you think? Don't you think?
I got my lessons for free.
Well, send them back. They're no good.
Let's find out, shall we? Let's find out. Now, my way, Cream. Let's do it my way. Oh. Well, what do you know? The yogi found cosmic harmony. Has to be a phone in this dump. Yeah.
Headquarters, Tartaglia speaking.
Tartaglia, this is Danny. Send a stretcher to pick up Yogi.
Mr. Merkel Cream?
Yeah, he spilled out of his bottle.
One stretcher coming up. Hey, Danny, we got a report on that food.
Yeah? Give it to me.
I was about to, Danny. You know, it is very interesting.
Tartaglia, if you don't talk fast, order a stretcher for yourself, too. What about that food?
Well, that's what I'm telling you, so interesting. It was not poison, Danny. Valdane's food was not poison.
Until the yogi was in condition to talk to me, I had to talk to myself. What kind of man was Valdane? That was the big question, the important question. Locked in a room long enough to starve to death, and he refused to touch the food, the unpoisoned food at his fingertips. Why? What was the mentality of the man? Once, long ago, he had been human enough to marry, to have a family. Maybe that was the clue. Once somebody loved him. Maybe his ex-wife, Joanne Dane, would be calmer now. Maybe she could divorce her memory from ugliness.
Yes? Who are you?
I'm Danny Clover, police detective. Who are you?
I'm the landlady. What can I do for you?
I want to see Joanne Dane.
Joanne's not in any trouble. She's a fine girl. What kind of trouble would she be in?
No, I didn't say she was in any trouble. I just wanted to talk to her.
Well, she ain't in.
Where is she?
Joanne's out for a walk.
With Jimmy?
Jimmy? What are you talking about?
His son, Jimmy.
Mister, you got the wrong address. Joanne's got no son. Nobody lives here by the name of Jimmy. Say, what kind of a detective are you anyway?
Yeah. What kind, Clover? Let's go find out.
Oh, here are the vital statistics he asked for, Danny.
Yeah?
Hey, when are you going to take me to see South Pacific, Danny?
Oh, any day now, doll. I'm just waiting for that inheritance.
Oh, Danny, stop pulling my leg. Here. Know the vital statistics, Danny.
Read it to me, doll, because your voice is like honey. Read it to me.
Get him. James Dane, age 4, son of Val and Joanne Dane. Died June 22nd, 1947. Cause of death, accidental poisoning. Death spasms took 4 hours. Remoteness of cabin in Adirondacks made it impossible to reach boy in time to help. Signed, Dr. James Robeson. Hey, Danny, where you going? I haven't finished. Danny, come back here. I've got some things to settle.
I was out when you called before, Mr. Clover.
Yeah, I know. Joanne, your landlady said you'd gone for a walk.
With Jimmy. Jimmy loves to walk on a sunny day like this.
Where's Jimmy now?
Out playing.
Joanne, I asked you before. Now, don't lie. When was the last time you saw Valdane?
I won't lie. A few weeks ago, as I told you.
A few weeks ago, yeah. Another question. Why did you go to see him?
To ask him for money. I hated myself for it, but Jimmy needs clothes. You see, he'll be going to school this fall, and...
I see. Joanne, did you take anything with you, anything that you gave to Val?
Well, I don't think so. I can't remember that I did.
Food?
Why...
Food in jars, chicken, preserves, things like that?
Well, now that you mention it, Mr. Clover, yes, I think I...
Yes, Joanne, you told Val that food was poisoned, didn't you? Just before you left, just before you closed the door behind you. You told Val it was poison, didn't you, Joanne?
What are you talking about?
Just before you locked the door and bolted it behind you, you told him that. You pointed a gun at him and told him that.
Why should I do that?
Joanne, listen to me. Jimmy is dead, isn't he?
Jimmy dead? Jimmy dead?
Jimmy died 2 years ago. You know that, Joanne.
No, what? I don't know what you're saying.
In the Adirondacks, one summer 2 years ago. Jimmy took some poison by mistake. There was no way to get help soon enough. You and Val had to watch him die.
You're making all that up.
You blamed it on your husband. You blamed him for bringing you there because it was so remote.
No, it wasn't that way at all.
Yes, it was. You left that food with your husband, Joanne. You told him it was poisoned. You knew he'd never have courage to taste that food after seeing the way Jimmy died. Your husband took his chances with starvation rather than suffer the way Jimmy did.
Jimmy suffer? Jimmy dead?
Yes, Joanne, he's dead. These glass toys are only a lie that you're making yourself believe.
Put them down. They're Jimmy's toys.
Your final revenge, Joanne. You had to watch Val die.
Yes.
You came back each night to look through the skylight.
Yes.
And finally, when he was dead, you came back to remove that tape. That's when you saw me.
Yes. And I wanted to kill you because I was frightened of you, Mr. Clover. That's the only reason. I didn't hate you then. You've got to believe me. I didn't hate you.
Joanne.
But I hate you now. And I've got to kill you now, Mr. Clover. I've got to.
Joanne, put down that gun.
I'll kill you. You broke Jimmy's toys. You broke them. Oh, Jimmy. Jimmy, all your beautiful toys broken. All your toys. Oh, Jimmy. How can you forgive me, son? I'm sorry. Oh, you're
Hello? Give me the police department. This is Danny Clover. No, I don't want a riot squad. I want an ambulance and a doctor. It took 15 minutes for them to come, and in that time I watched the shadows soak up the remnants of her mind. How do you tell a woman her life is done? How do you fill it in reports? How do you make statistics out of it and file it in a ledger? How do you write sorrow as a number? How? Broadway's really living now. It's got a creamy yogi back in circulation. Cynthia is throwing a marvelous party for Patrolman Mishakef. And the ghost, Lyle Brooks, he's haunting another author. Broadway's jaunty now, and it wears a chip on its shoulder. It's flexing its muscles and daring the nighttime. And before it's over, it'll tear itself apart and laugh at its own agony. It's Broadway, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway, my beat.
Broadway's My Beat, with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover, was directed tonight by Cliff Howell, with script by Morton Fine and David Friedkin. Musical direction is by Lud Gluskin. That man is coming back again. Yes, Arthur Godfrey is returning from his vacation, and he'll be helping some promising young performers up the ladder of success when Arthur Godfrey's Talent Scouts return to the air next Monday night over most of these same CBS network stations. Along with the Talent Scouts, you can hear such great shows as My Friend Irma, Inner Sanctum, the Lux Radio Theater, and The Bob Hawke Show, all on Monday nights and all on CBS. Stay tuned now for Mr. Keene, which follows immediately over most of these same CBS stations. This is CBS, where you hear Lux Radio Theater every Monday, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
It was October 1943. The United States government authorized an experiment that would render its ships undetectable by radar. The experiment took place on a ship in Philadelphia Harbor.
Generators activated, sir.
For 41 years, the government denied it ever happened.
I don't believe this. The Eldridge has vanished.
Of course she has. She's radar invisible.
No, sir. She's really vanished.
But one ship did disappear, and 2 of the crew suddenly find themselves in the present.
Maybe all this isn't real.
You're telling me this is my imagination? You think the Navy knows what they're doing? You saw the guys on the boat. This wasn't supposed to happen, Jimmy.
Jimmy, whatever it is, it's after us.
Michael Pere.
Somehow we got moved in time. This time, it's not ours. 1943 was yesterday for me.
Menzie Allen.
What sort of experiment is it? Is it some kind of secret thing? Is that it?
Well, all that stuff I told the doctors back there, about time in 1943, do you believe it?
I believe that you believe it.
And Bobby DiCicco.
Don't leave me, Davey. Can't go through this again.
The Philadelphia experiment. They opened a hole in time, and it stayed open.
Good God, there it is.
Now, the government needs the one man who can stop the experiment.
Look out!
We can't stop it, but I believe that you can.
He's lying, David.
I wish to God I were.
I gotta go.
Remember, communication ceases when you enter the vortex. We won't be able to help you.
A Philadelphia experiment.
Two of my personal favorites, George Burns and Gracie Allen, are up next in our lineup.
Starring George Burns and Gracie Allen. With yours truly, Bill Goodwin, and the music of Meredith Willson and his orchestra. Here's Meredith Willson with his chiffon arrangement of If I Loved You.
As we look in at the Burns home today, we find George and Gracie discussing the problems of their next-door neighbor, Meredith Wilson.
So, Meredith is going to drop over, George. He has a date tonight, and I want you to give him some advice about women.
What? Again? Why doesn't his father have a talk with him?
Oh, his father is even shyer with women than Meredith.
Oh, so he got his shyness from his father.
Yes, and it not only affected Meredith, but his 10 brothers and 14 sisters.
Well, I don't think I'm the one to advise him about women.
Oh, I bet you know plenty about women, George Burns. I wouldn't be surprised if you used to be quite a ladies' man.
Me? Oh, a little, maybe.
You handsome rascal. I'll bet you were plenty of competition for Francis X. Bushman.
Yeah, took plenty of dames away from George Hollis, too.
Oh, don't tell me you don't know anything about women. I knew the first time I kissed you that you'd been kissed before. You were dynamite.
Really?
Sure. You kissed almost as good as I did.
Thanks.
So you will have a talk with Meredith?
Well, I guess it is sort of selfish of me to keep all my vast knowledge about women to myself. They didn't used to call me Volcano Lips for nothing.
Why, you've forgotten more about love than most men ever knew.
Yeah, I guess I have.
I wish you could remember a little of it.
I'll try.
Oh, this must be Meredith. Come in.
Howdy, folks.
Hello, Meredith.
Gracie tells me you have a date tonight, Meredith.
I surely have. Her name is Peggy, and I'm awful anxious to make a good impression, so I thought I'd like to get some advice from the old master himself.
Well, you've come to the right place.
Yeah, I know Bill Goodwin usually drops in.
Meredith, it's possible that I can tell you some things about women.
Oh, well, thanks, George, but you probably just heard the same rumors I have.
Well, listen, Meredith. No amount of talking about women is going to take the place of experience. You ought to get out and rub elbows with them.
Is that fun?
It's keen.
Come in.
Hi, folks.
Oh, hello, Bill.
Hi, Bill.
Hello, Master.
Hi, Meredith.
Say, Bill, I've got a date with a girl tonight, and I wish you'd please give me some
Now,
advice.
some other time, please, Meredith. I've got a big problem of my own right now.
But, Bill,
Meredith, I'm sorry. I've got something on my mind right now beside women.
See him later, Meredith, when he's thinking normally again.
Well, okay, I'll drop back then.
What's up, Bill?
Yes, it must be pretty important if you refuse to talk about women.
Gracie, I don't think only about women. I think of my career, too. And that's what this is about. I want fame and success and lots of money.
Well, of course you do.
Sure. Look at the women I'll be able to get.
Bill, suppose you tell us what this is all about.
Well, George, there's a part open at my studio that I'm dying to get. It's in a picture called Love in a Cottage. And who do you think I'd be playing opposite? Ingrid Bergman.
Really?
Yeah. Can you imagine Ingrid Bergman and me playing opposite each other? What an opportunity. What a chance to become the biggest picture name in the country.
Well, sure.
And, of course, it'll help me, too.
He's murder, isn't he?
Well, Bill, what's the matter? Can't you get the part?
Well, I don't know, Gracie. You see, the producer, Mr. Sherwood, is one of these guys who believes in realism. The part is a married man, and he feels only a married man could play it.
Well, there's only one answer, Bill. Get married.
Well, sure, pick out one of the girls you're engaged to and surprise her.
No, I thought of a better way, Gracie. I told the producer that I was married, that I already have a wife.
What?
Well, yeah, I've even invited him to dinner tonight, so now I gotta produce a wife. You don't know where I could borrow one, do you?
Well, no, I'm afraid I... come in.
Good afternoon, Mrs. Burns. Here's your mail.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Postman.
Did I interrupt a family conference?
Oh, no. We're trying to help Mr. Goodwin. He wants to borrow somebody's wife.
Oh, but Mr. Goodwin's is sort of a wolf. If he borrowed a wife, he might keep her.
No, I wouldn't.
Darn it, I was going to lend you mine.
No, thanks, Mr. Postman.
Not even if I threw in a week's salary?
No.
My government pension?
Nope.
No matter what shape she's returned in, I won't ask for a refund.
No, we better forget it.
I don't don't understand you, Mr. Postman. If you're that anxious to get rid of your wife, why did you ever marry her?
Oh, I was young, and it was spring. The hollyhocks were blooming, and the chickadees were singing.
I see.
Since then, I've been arrested a dozen times for pulling up hollyhocks and throwing them at chickadees.
Well, Mr. Postman, I'd like to oblige, but you know how it is.
Yes, I know. I'm stuck with my mail bag and that female, too. Well, goodbye. Remember, keep smiling.
Well, Bill, I guess you'll have to look somewhere else for a wife.
Well, I was sort of hoping that you'd play the part, Gracie.
Me?
Well, yes, we could invite the producer here for dinner.
I don't think much of the idea.
Oh, neither do I, Bill. Oh, you better forget it.
Okay, Gracie, I just picked you because I wanted the producer to think my wife was as charming as Ingrid Bergman. Well, I'll be running along.
As charming as Ingrid Bergman?
Oh, yes. And just as beautiful. Well, I'll be running along.
I'm as beautiful as she?
Oh, sure. And even more talented. Well, I'll be running along.
More talented than Ingrid Bergman, me?
Well, easily. Well, I'll be
sit down, Bill. What's your hurry?
Then you'll do it?
Well, yes. You can call the producer and invite him here for dinner.
I already did. Well, I'll run home and get dressed. See you later, wifey dear. Here's Meredith Wilson and his chiffon arrangement of that top tune, Till the End of Time.
Be done. You let Bill flatter you into it. Imagine going for that line of hooey.
Well,
Anyone who falls for flattery is a dope. Besides, what'll I do while Bill is your husband? Hide in the attic?
Well, no. You can be our butler.
Butler? Nothing doing.
Oh, all right, dear. I just wanted to show Bill that you're a finer actor than Charles Lawton, that's all, but forget it.
Me? Finer than Lawton?
Oh, yes, and much more convincing, but that's all right. Forget it.
More convincing? I am?
Well, of course. No one could play an English butler like you could, but forget it.
Don't try to talk me out of this part. Blimey, Governor, the bloomin' dinner is served. Shall I pass the tomatoes?
Oh, then you'll do it?
Quite, old bean. Frightfully amusing and all that sort of rot.
Oh, you're cute. Now, Bill, if you hope to convince this movie producer that you're married, you better have some lessons in how to act like a husband.
Oh, Gracie, I don't need any lessons.
Well, I better try you out. Now, I'm your wife, and I say, Do you love me, darling?
Yes. Yes, my beautiful queen. I love you deeply, devotedly, tenderly, passionately. And I shall always love you.
You're the singlest man I ever saw. Now, I'll show you how a husband answers that question. George is in the den reading the paper. George?
Huh?
Do you love me, darling?
Uh-huh. Close the door.
See what I mean?
Gee, the little man's a ball of fire, isn't he? Are all husbands like that?
Oh, no, not right away. The first year, they sit across the breakfast table and tell you how beautiful you are. That lasts until the first anniversary.
Oh, I see.
I think that's why they call it the paper anniversary. From then on, they'd rather read the paper.
Say, what time is the producer coming to dinner?
Well, Mr. Sherwood will be here at 7:30, George, which means you'd better hurry and teach Bill how to act like a husband.
Well, it's very simple, Bill. Now go outside and come in like you're a husband coming to dinner.
Okay. Darling.
Dearest.
Here's a big hug and kiss from your loving husband.
We better run through that again.
Here's a big hug and kiss from your loving husband.
Once more.
Gracie, I don't like this.
How do you know? You've never tried it.
Never mind. Get on with the singing. And, Bill, try to remember that you're a tired, hungry husband coming home after a hard day's work. Don't be so agreeable.
Oh, okay. What do we got for dinner, wife?
Oh, we're having the most wonderful dinner, dear. First, there's caviar.
Now you're working.
Then, turtle soup. Then pheasant under glass. Then crepe Suzette.
Okay, that's enough rehearsal.
Come in.
I've been waiting in the little old car for an hour now, Dimples, honey.
Dimples, honey?
Well, that's me. I'm sorry, baby. Folks, I'd like you to meet the one and only girl, the girl I really love. Miss, what's your name again, kid?
Cynthia Lou Culpepper.
Oh, that's right.
Glad to meet you, Cynthia Lou.
Oh, the pleasure's mine, sir. I've always wanted to meet Bill's father. And this charming lady must be Bill's sister.
Oh, no, I'm his wife.
His wife?
Well, just temporarily. You see, I was George's wife until Bill came in. And now I'm Bill's wife this evening. But tomorrow I'll be George's wife again, and Ingrid Bergman will be Bill's wife. But when they finish Love in the Cottage, maybe you'll be his wife. Just remember, this is Hollywood.
Well, it certainly is living up to its reputation. I'll see you later, Mr. Dimples Goodwin.
Wait, Cynthia Lou.
And hand me you Yankee.
Holy smoke, now I am in trouble. What a mess.
Oh, gee, I'm glad you're still here, Bill. Will you give me some advice now, will you, Bill? Huh? Please,
Now,
Bill,
later,
will you?
Meredith.
Bill, please? Huh?
Later, Meredith, later. I'm busy.
Bill, just tell me the first thing I should say to Peggy tonight.
Oh, go jump in the lake.
Gee, why couldn't I have thought of that?
Now here's Meredith Wilson's chiffon arrangement of Say It With Music.
better hurry up and get dressed, Gracie. That producer will be here any minute.
Oh, yes, dear. Give me a hand with this girdle, will you, dear? It's so tight.
Okay.
Oh, one more pull. There. Oh, darling, it makes you look wonderful.
Well, I knew it was the only way I'd ever get those tuxedo pants to fit me. Haven't worn them for 10 years.
Oh, how about it? Can you get them fastened?
Nope. They don't quite reach.
Well, here, I'll help you. Pull in your tummy.
Okay.
No, pull in your chest.
Okay.
No, pull in your tummy.
Okay.
No.
Why don't you make up your mind?
Well, I can't tell which is which.
I should never have agreed to do this. I'm worried about the part of the butler.
Yeah, me too. The part that won't fit into these pants. Now, take a deep breath, dear. Let's try it again. There, I got it. But for heaven's sakes, George, whatever you do, don't bend over.
Don't worry.
Oh, dear, that may be Mr. Sherwood already. Slip on your coat.
But what'll we do? Bill isn't back yet.
Oh, that's perfectly all right.
How do you do? I'm Lawrence Sherwood, the movie producer.
Oh, how do you do? Come right in, Mr. Sherwood. I'm Mrs. Goodwin. Burns, take Mr. Sherwood's hat.
Yes, madam.
Oh, how clumsy of me. I dropped it.
I'll pick it up. Uh-oh.
Oh, you ripped your pants, sweetheart.
Did you call the butler sweetheart?
Oh, I meant Burns. Excuse me, Mr. Sherwood. I'll have to take him in and put some different pants on him.
I wonder if Bill knows about this. Well, that was a delightful dinner, Mrs. Goodwin.
Mrs. Good... Oh, yes. Well, thank you. You may clear the table, Burns.
Very good, madam.
Hubby, dear, take Mr. Sherwood into the living room, and I'll have Burns serve the coffee in there.
All right, lovey-dove.
It's a charming place you have.
Well, George, the dinner went off without a hitch. Now, bring in the coffee and some brandy, too, into the living room.
Now, wait a minute. I've only got one bottle of brandy, and I've been saving it for 10 years.
Bring it in, dear.
But we never save brandy after dinner.
Maybe you Burnses don't, but we good ones know how to live.
Well, I'm not going to let those two guys drink up my precious brandy.
But look what's at stake, dear. A pot opposite Ingrid Bergman. And just think of her, George. Beautiful, luscious, divine Ingrid Bergman. Now, how about the brandy?
Bergman can have a drink, but not those two guys.
George, have I ever forced you to do anything against your will?
Yes.
Well, I'm still at it. Bring in the brandy.
Yes, and I'm really settled down. Yes, sir, Mr. Sherwood, there's nothing like being a family man.
Oh, you're right, Bill. And if I may say so, you've a mighty pretty young wife.
Well, of course you may say so, Mr. Sherwood. After all, you're a guest.
Thank you.
But I'm not really as young as I look. I'm way over 20.
Really?
Oh, yes. Weeks and weeks. Burns, we're waiting.
The brandy, madam.
Well, don't just stand there, Burns. Offer some to Mr. Sherwood.
Yes, madam. You wouldn't want any of this brandy, would you, Mr. Sherwood?
Why, I wouldn't mind a little.
I wouldn't take too much. It's lousy.
Why, Burns, you let Mr. Sherwood have some of that brandy.
Certainly, and take all you want, Mr. Sherwood. There's nothing cheap about us Goodwins. Hand Mr. Sherwood the bottle, Burns.
Yes, sir. Very good, sir.
Well, don't you want any, sweetheart?
Certainly I do, but he'll drink up all the brandy.
I was talking to my husband.
Oh, beg pardon, madam.
Don't you want any, sweetheart?
Well, I'll have a drop or so, lover. When Mr. Sherwood has had his, I'll finish the bottle.
What?
Burns, bring us a box of cigars.
Cigars?
Yes, they're in the sideboard in the dining room, the second
I
drawer.
know where they are.
Rather odd sort of fellow, that butler.
Well, yes, isn't he, though?
I notice you and he keep referring to each other as sweetheart.
Oh, that. Oh, well, you know what you have to do to keep health these days.
Now, Mr. Sherwood, about that picture, Love in a Cottage.
Oh, yes,
I think...
I'm glad you brought that up. You know, Bill, when you told me that you were married and settled down, I didn't believe it. You see, I had heard that you were a wolf.
A wolf? Lover, what's a wolf?
Oh, he's so innocent. A wolf, Billy boy, is a man who stands on street corners and whistles at girls.
What for?
Well, darling, so they'll get in his car and he can hug them and kiss them.
Oh, any man who'd do that should be run out of Hollywood.
Well, it would be a pretty dull place with just women.
Yes, Bill. Yes, you wouldn't want to be the only man left among thousands of women.
Oh, no, of course I wouldn't. I have never looked at any woman except my dear, sweet wife.
Come in.
Bill, you just got to give me that advice. It's getting late.
Oh, not now, Meredith. We have a guest.
Oh. Well, I'm sorry to interrupt, sir, but I need Bill's help. You see, he's got so many girls.
Girls? Bill?
Well, didn't Bill tell you about our girls?
Oh, no, darn it. It slipped my mind.
Well, how many have you got?
2.
4.
How many?
4.
2.
Well, just don't let him kid you. Now, Bill's got a whole lot more than that.
Really? And how old are they?
Well, most of them are around 18.
18? Mrs. Goodwin, you just said that you were barely over 20. How could you have daughters 18?
Well, once we got married, we decided not to wait.
Yeah.
Say, I don't exactly know what's going on here, but I just came to get some advice from the biggest wolf in Hollywood.
And just who is that?
Cigars?
There he stands. Burns the homewrecker.
Huh?
Mr. Wilson wants some advice from you, Burns. But take him out of here, you lady killer. I don't want my husband to hear that kind of talk.
But you...
Quickly, Burns. Take him out. I don't want my ears soiled.
Okay.
That butler is such a wolf.
Yeah. So now you understand what Mr. Wilson was talking about.
All but one thing. Those grown daughters.
Oh, well, they're not really grown. One's 2 and the other's 3.
But Mr. Wilson said there were 18.
Oh, well, they're a little large for their age.
Where are they now? I'd like to see them.
Well, we have them in boarding school.
Yes. We feel that every child should learn how to board.
Yeah.
Well, 2 children. You really are settled down, aren't you, Bill?
Oh, you bet, Mr. Sherwood. Now, about that picture, Love in a Cottage.
Oh, yes, I'm glad you mentioned it. Now that I see you're really happily married, I think that...
Come in. Now, looky here. Poor little old me has been kicked around. All poor little old me can stand.
Uh-oh, poor little old us.
I demand that Dimples marry me right away.
Dimples? Who's Dimples?
Cigars?
Well, really, Burns, this is too much.
Huh?
You take this girl right out and marry her.
Marry her?
Now, see here.
Get going, Dimples.
Okay.
Oh, what a man. Does this sort of thing happen often?
Oh, constantly. Why, Burns is responsible for half the women on Mr. Anthony's program.
Yes. Really, dear, you must fire that awful chaser. He may lead me astray. Now, about the lead in your picture, Mr. Sherwood.
No, it's all settled, Bill. I've found the perfect leading man.
Oh, good.
And, who is he, Mr. Sherwood?
Cigars?
There he stands, Burns the butler.
Huh? But I thought I'd get the lead in Love in a Cottage.
That's what I've been trying to tell you, Bill.
Huh?
We're not making Love in a Cottage. Instead, we're doing a picture called On the Prowl, the story of a wolf. And Burns is just the type.
Oh, no.
I'm going to be in pictures?
You'll be the new Van Johnson, the heartthrob of every American woman.
You mean he'll be making a movie star's salary from now on?
Until he's too old to walk before a camera.
Oh, George, what a wonderful year we have ahead of us.
Would you like my autograph?
This is the Armed Forces Radio Service. port bow.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention, please. It is exactly 50 seconds to midnight. Hard left! Get up for Mayday.
That's our only chance.
Don't listen to him! We've got to stay here till help arrives.
Help from where? From the captain? He's dead.
The boat tilted and he fell. The shaft blew up and he's dead. And that's it. Or do you want to make something more out of it?
Johnny, keep your eyes on the ladder. Don't look at anything except the ladder.
I want you to give this to our little grandson, huh?
Why, I'm going somewhere you're not going?
Hold it. Do you know what a flash fire is?
Well, mister, I'm not going to let you kill us.
I'm going through that door, Mr. Rogo. You need to stand aside and close that door to keep the air from coming in. Or you can try to stop me. I was going to get everybody out of here, and damn it, I'm going to do it!
The biggest of all game with the Green Hornet and Cato coming up next.
The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game. Public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure of Cornered Steel. The Green Hornet strikes again. Jim Jennings had built his business the hard way. During the war years, his foundry had operated 24 hours a day, turning out steel products for the Army. A reconversion had brought countless headaches and shutdowns due to shortages.
I've run this place at a loss for 2 years. I can't hold out any longer. I tell you, Axford, my back is right up to the wall.
That does it. Shut her down.
Hey, Jennings, they're shutting down the plant.
You're telling me.
Shut off on 5.
But it's only 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
I know it is.
Shut off the rest of the work.
We've got to shut down on account of steel. You can tell Britt Reed that I don't know when we'll open up.
Oh, golly.
I'll do all I can to get more steel, boys. I'll let you know when you're to come back.
Okay, boss. Just let us know.
Yeah. Yes, I'll let you know. Well, Axford, you came here to get a story, didn't you?
Well, Reed heard something about a black market in steel, and he wondered what there was to it.
I can't get steel, and I can't run my plant without it. So that's that.
By golly, that's a shame.
It's more than that. Look at those men going out. They've been with me right through the war. They're a swell bunch. And I've got to send them home to tell their families they're out of work for I don't know how long.
Jennings, I'm sorry to interrupt.
What is it, Mabel?
A man just came into the office. He said you'll want to see him.
For what?
He can let you have as many tons of steel as you need.
Swamp snakes, Jennings. That sounds like something hot.
Wait here, Axford. I'll be with you in a minute. Mabel, that news is worth a box of candy.
Oh, yeah? Maybe I better run ahead and be sure he doesn't get away. Mr. Barnaby? Mr. Jennings.
How do you do, Jennings?
Barnaby? Is that the name?
That's right, Bill Barnaby. I understand you're in the market for steel.
I've seen you somewhere, Barnaby. Where was it?
That's hard to say. I get around quite a bit.
What steel company do you represent?
Well, I might say I'm a broker.
I have it. It was in Washington. You called on me at the hotel.
Remarkable memory, Mr. Jennings.
You were going to expedite a contract if I laid $10,000 on the line.
I'll overlook the things you called me.
So now you're selling steel. What's the racket, Barnaby?
You want steel? I can let you have steel. That's all there is to it.
The market price is $85 a ton.
But there's none on the market. Hey, young lady, would you mind if we talked privately?
Well,
Mabel, go on out and entertain that man from the Daily Sentinel. His name is Axford. I may say a few things that would curl your hair.
Oh.
Let's have it, Barnaby. How can you sell steel?
Sit down. I'll tell you all about it.
Thanks, I'll stand. Make it short.
I represent a group of men in this city who have some steel to sell. You see, these men corner the scrap iron market. They release the scrap iron to the steel mills for a reciprocal agreement. They're able to buy enough new steel to keep you going.
So that's where the new steel is going. Well, how much over mill prices are you charging?
Price is $250 a ton.
$250?
Take it or leave it. And if you leave it, you can sell your machinery for scrap.
So you're the key figure in the black market. Why,
Don't be a fool, Jennings. No witness to this conversation, and you can't prove a thing. Just get this through your head. You'll pay the price or go out of business.
Barnaby, I restrained myself in Washington because I didn't want to make a scene in the hotel.
Well, what do you mean?
Here's what I wanted to do in Washington. You come here. Here's another. Come on, get up. Get on your feet.
You'll pay for this.
There's the street. Get out. Get out before I use my foot.
You'll regret this, Jennings. Hey, what's up?
Mr. Jennings, what is it?
Where's the fight?
It's all over.
What? Look at that chair. It's all smashed.
Why didn't I get here sooner? Who was it, Jennings? Who did you polish?
His name was Barnaby. I threw him out of this office. Go back and put that in your newspaper.
Suffering snakes. You mean Bill Barnaby, the broker?
Yeah. And if that Playboy publisher you work for is interested...
You mean Reed?
Yes. If he wants to learn something about the black market in steel, he can come to me.
afternoon, Mr. Reed.
Miss Case, where's Axford?
Well, I think he's around somewhere.
Gunnigan tells me he called in this story about Bill Barnaby.
Oh, yes, that's right. Oh, isn't it priceless? I'd give a week's pay to see Barnaby thrown out of someone's office. Oh, here's Michael now.
You, Axford.
Oh, hello, Reed.
I want to talk to you about this story you sent in.
Reed, can you beat it? Barnaby's nothing but a crook. He's operating the black market in steel. He
How
told
do you
Jennings...
know?
Huh? Why, he called on Jennings like I said there.
Did you hear the conversation?
No, but Jennings told me
Did
that...
anyone hear it?
Well, Jennings heard it.
Anyone else?
No, but Reed, I can tell you that...
You've made charges against Barnaby and you haven't a thing to back him up.
Oh, golly.
I don't know why Gunnigan let this thing get through.
But Reed, holy crow, it's a scoop to find out that Barnaby's the guy with the black market in steel. It's the biggest...
It's also a libel suit if we can't prove it. We can expect to hear from Barnaby or his lawyer any minute.
Uh-oh.
If that's Mr. Barnaby calling, are you in or out?
I'll take it. Might as well face it.
Maybe I'd better go see if the
You'll
city...
stay right here.
Mr. Reed's office?
Reed, there ought to be some way of getting proof against Barnaby.
Yes, Mr. Jennings.
Reed, it's not Barnaby. It's Jennings.
Mr. Reed, you want to talk to Jennings?
Yes. I'll use your phone, Miss Case.
Yes, sir.
Hello, Jennings. How are you?
Oh, golly, Casey, I thought I was getting the scoop.
You let your enthusiasm run away with you, Michael.
The worst of it is I told Gunnigan the story would be all right. I told him I could prove what I said.
Yes, I certainly do.
Oh, Michael.
Well, golly, Casey, I thought Jennings' word would be proof. Where Reed puts it, I don't know.
Barnaby's a dangerous man to cross.
Okay,
you're
Jennings.
telling me.
I'll be there.
Oh, I guess Reed's through talking.
Till tonight, then. Goodbye, Jennings. Axford, did Jennings tell you he wanted to see me?
Reed, I didn't have a chance to get a word in the way you pop questions at me. Are you going to see him?
Yes. He said he'd give me the facts about the black market in steel.
Oh, that's swell, Mr. Reed.
When are you going to see him?
Tonight, at his home in the suburbs.
Maybe I'd better go along with you, Reed, just so as I
Maybe
can...
you'd better not. You get hold of Lowry and a couple of other good legmen and persuade them to help you learn all you can about Barnaby. He won't take your story sitting down, and we'll need all the ammunition we can get.
Britt Reed asked his valet Cato to accompany him to the Jennings home that evening. Cato sat behind the wheel of Britt's convertible while the young publisher waited at the front door of the house.
It's curious.
Cato presently got out of the car and joined his employer.
Perhaps Mr. Britt's doorbell doesn't work. I suggest I go around to rear door.
I heard the bell ring, Cato.
Mr. Jennings have no servants?
They come by the day. He must be in there. He was expecting me. Something curious about this. Look here. The door's unlocked.
Did you go in?
I'll call. Maybe he's upstairs. Jennings! Jennings, where are you? It's Britt Reed. Huh. It's mighty funny.
What trouble?
Cato, I smell gunpowder.
What do you mean you
Smells as if a gun's been fired in this house. We're going to look around. Looks like a library and office over here. Cato.
Yes, Mr. Britt.
Jennings. Dead.
Gun is in hand. It looked like suicide.
That's the last thing a man like Jennings would do, especially after what he told me over the phone.
Look, here is note.
Let me see it.
It's signed with Jennings' name.
Suicide note. Listen to this, Cato. There's no use trying to go on. I'm tired of fighting.
Well, that is all?
Yes, tired of fighting. That's not like Jennings. He wanted to see me because he was determined to fight to a finish. Cato, I think this suicide note is a forgery. We're going to take it away with us. Pick up that gun, wipe it off, and toss it on the other side of the room. The stage was set to look like a suicide. We're going to change the property so the police look for a murderer.
Will you call police?
Yes. Hello, operator. Give me police headquarters. I want to report a murder.
Is that all you can tell us, Mr. Reed?
Well, I've told you everything, Inspector. I had an appointment with Mr. Jennings. I got here, and the front door was open. That's how I found him, on the floor of his study. My valet was with me.
Yes, we got a statement from Cato. Mr. Reed,
You know of anyone who had reason to kill Jennings?
I might refer you to the afternoon edition of the Sentinel.
What's that say?
Well, it's a front-page article about Jennings. He seems to have had a misunderstanding with one Barnaby.
That's right, Inspector. I read about that. Maybe we ought to question Barnaby.
Sentinel Extra paper. Publisher finds dead man here, sir. Read all about it.
Barnaby faces police questioning and death of manufacture. Here you are, lady. Police to question Barnaby and Jennings dead. Here you are, sir. Read all about it. Sentinel Extra paper.
You think I killed Jennings because of our argument? That's preposterous.
Maybe so, Barnaby. But how about an alibi?
I took some friends to my country place last night. We were there all evening.
You probably saw the evening paper, Cato.
Yes, Mr. Britt. Our Barnaby has airtight alibi.
He probably didn't shoot Jennings, but I'm sure he was behind that shooting. He couldn't afford to let Jennings expose the black market in steel.
How can you prove Barnaby is guilty?
We'll use that note I took from the Jennings house to set a trap.
Oh, you use note as bait for trap?
No, Cato. I'm going to bait the trap with the publisher of the Sentinel.
You mean
I'm going to be bait for the trap as Britt Reed. And I'm going to close the trap as the Green Hornet.
We'll continue our Green Hornet adventure in just a moment. It was the following morning in Britt Reed's office. Michael Axford was with the young publisher.
I was at the cops' headquarters all last evening, Reed. They're getting nowhere on the Jennings murder.
No fingerprints?
Nothing at all. By golly, I'd bet all the tea in China that Barnaby's in back of it.
Yeah, so would I. I don't suppose the police can shake his alibi.
Oh, not a chance. He opened up his country place for a poker party last night. It's a few miles beyond where Jennings lived.
Oh, I thought Barnaby lived in that new apartment house.
Oh, he does. He just goes to that country place once in a while for special occasions, like last night when he had his friends in for cards.
Probably he had a dozen men for his alibi.
Oh, that he did. It's quite a place he's got there, Reed.
You saw it?
Yeah. Imagine having a place like that and only opening it up once in a while.
Oh. Axford, I'll tell you something confidentially.
Yeah?
When I saw Jennings, the gun was in his hand and there was a note on his desk.
Holy crow.
I took the note and moved the gun.
Reed, you shouldn't have done it.
I didn't want the police to be misled.
You got to give that note to the cops. Good gravy, you can't keep it quiet.
Now, just a minute, Axford. Barnaby has some pretty influential friends. I know how he operates. I'm reasonably certain he's planted a couple of his men in newspaper offices. And it's quite possible he has some friends at police headquarters. Friends who could dispose of evidence like fingerprints on the note. Now, you keep quiet about this note until we see how things develop.
Okay, Reed. I won't tell a soul. Can you beat it, Casey? Now be sure to keep it under your hat.
Well, why should I, Michael? You'll tell everyone in the place. You never kept a secret in your life.
Is that so? Well, I'll have you know that I could be as mum as a clam.
Now, Joe, don't breathe it to us all. I'm telling you confidential.
Don't tell anyone, but that's a straight goods. I got it from Joe.
Yeah, Reed is holding a note. He sure stuck his neck out.
Wait till Barnaby hears this. It'll answer a lot of questions.
Hello?
Barnaby?
Yes.
Now listen close, boss. You were wondering what happened to a certain piece of evidence in connection with Jennings' death. Well, I know where it is. Britt Reed picked it up, and he's holding it because it's got fingerprints on it.
Jennings' fingerprints, aren't they?
If they were Jennings' fingerprints, there wouldn't be any reason for Reed to hold it. He's out to get you, boss. I thought you ought to know.
Reed's out to get me, huh? Maybe I'll be the one that'll do the getting.
Stay on the job there. Let me know if you hear anything else.
Okay, Barnaby.
Bye.
Is that your man from the Sentinel office, Barnaby?
Yeah, Martin. Now, I know where that note is. Have you still got those phony credentials?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, you use them tonight. Call on Reed at his apartment. You get over there about 9. By that time, Axel will have gone out for the evening. You'll probably find Reed alone.
Has Axford gone out for the evening, Cato?
Yes, Mr. Britt.
The poor guy. If he only knew how he'd been used.
He spread information you told him in confidence.
Yes. He's so darn frank and honest he can't keep anything to himself.
What door, Mr. Britt?
Now, wait a minute, Cato. This may be one of Barnaby's men rising to the bait. You keep back out of sight and keep the gun handy.
Yes, Mr. Britt. I have gun and mask of Green Hornet ready.
Remember, a slip may mean the end of the Green Hornet and the end of me.
Mr. Reed?
Yes.
My name is Martin. Police headquarters. Here are my credentials.
Headquarters, huh? I've never heard of you.
You're hearing from me now. You found Jennings' body and reported his death.
Yes.
You also found a note that you did not report.
Oh, I wonder how that got around.
You don't deny it, huh? Now, look, Reed, you're no fool. You know you can't take evidence away from the scene of a crime.
Well, I didn't mean to make any trouble, Martin. I intended to turn in the note.
You can turn it in right now. Give it to me, and I'll square things for you at headquarters.
That's right here in this table drawer. I don't see how you knew about it.
What's the matter?
There, behind you, the Green Hornet.
You trying to trick me into turning my head?
No, that mask. That gas weapon.
Hey,
He's gassed you.
The Green Hornet.
Wait. Yeah, he's out cold. That did it, Cato.
I saw a Green Hornet mask, Mr. Britt.
That's all that's necessary. Give me the mask and gun.
Here from police headquarters?
Oh, I know all the men at headquarters. This man's a phony. Get my hat and coat. We're going to take him for a ride in the Black Beauty.
Carrying the unconscious man between them, Britt Reed and his Filipino valet Cato went along a narrow passageway built within the walls of the apartment itself. This passage led to an adjoining building which fronted on a dark side street. Though supposedly abandoned, this building served as the hiding place for the sleek, super-powered Black Beauty, streamlined car of the Green Hornet. Britt Reed pressed a button. The great car roared into life. A section of the wall in front raised automatically, then closed as the gleaming Black Beauty sped into the darkness. Wearing his mask, Britt Reed guided the black car through the dark streets toward the city limits. Then he headed into the country. Martin, still unconscious, was on the seat between the Green Hornet and Cato.
Give him more gas if necessary, Cato. Don't let him recover consciousness until we're ready.
Britt stopped the car in the darkness behind the Barnaby country house. Then made an investigation while Cato remained with Martin.
I've opened the rear door, Cato. The house is empty. We'll take Martin inside.
I help you with him.
I can carry him. You go ahead with the flashlight. tie him up in the library and then make a couple phone calls. First of all, you'll call Axford. You'll probably find him at police headquarters.
Police headquarters, Sergeant Burke speaking. Axford? Yeah, he's here. Just a minute.
For me?
Yeah. Why don't you do your business at the office instead of tying up the phones here at headquarters?
Axford speaking. Oh, it's you, Cato. It's Cato.
Yeah.
What's that, Cato? You say you and Reed were captured.
Oh, golly.
So you got away. But where's Reed? Bill Barnaby's suffering snakes.
Hey, Joe, come over here.
Yeah. I'm listening, Cato. Me and Burke and some of the cops will get there right away. Huh? Be quiet about it. Okay. Who? Holy crow!
Take the desk, Joe. I gotta go with Axford. Right.
Yeah, Cato, we'll do that. Leave it to me and Burke. Burke, we gotta get to Barnaby's country place in a hurry. Reed is there a prisoner. Cato managed to escape. And who do you think captured Reed?
Who?
The Green Hornet! Cato said the back door was open and to be quiet.
Why all the hush?
The Hornet might be coming back. We gotta watch our step. I guess the car won't be seen over there in the dark.
I'll go first, Axford.
Over here. Reed, turn the flashlight over there, Burke.
Yeah.
Axford, I'm glad to see you. Cato call?
That he did, Reed.
Get me untied.
You boys close the door to this room and stand guard outside now.
Right. Now, Cato, get away.
Jump for it. Luckily, he heard where we were being taken. And listen, we're not alone in this house. I heard someone moving in the front room.
Why'd the Hornet bring you here?
Bert, perhaps I made a mistake. I took a suicide note away from the Jennings house.
Yeah, Axford told me about that. Confidential.
He must have spread the word far and wide. Axford, the Green Hornet knew I had that note.
Oh, golly. There.
He came to the apartment and demanded it. When I wanted to hang on to it, he brought me here, a prisoner.
But suffering snakes, this is Barnaby's house. Where's the note now?
The Hornet may have gone back to the apartment to search for it.
Hey, Sarge. Car's just stopped out in front. Someone's coming to the front door.
It was Barnaby himself. He unlocked the door, flicked on a light, and went to the library where Martin, now conscious, lay tied on the floor.
Barnaby, thank goodness you got here.
What happened to you?
I'll tell you everything. Get me untied.
Start talking.
I went to Reed's apartment and flashed the phony credentials. He believed I was a flatfoot, and he was going to turn that suicide note over to me.
Then what?
The Green Hornet showed up.
The Green Hornet?
Yeah, he must have heard about that note.
How could he know of it?
Maybe he's got a line into the Sentinel's office, same as you got Jake Kitson. Anyhow, he gassed me, and I went out like a light. I came to here on the floor there.
You don't know if your fingerprints were on the note?
They're on it by this time. You can bet the Hornet saw to that.
What's the Hornet's game?
I got it all doped out. He'll go to you and demand a wad of cash. If he doesn't get it, he hands the note to the police. Barnaby, it'll mean the works for me. You had an alibi for the murder, but me,
Take it easy, Martin.
You'll pay off the Hornet, won't you?
Depends on what he wants. I won't be played for a sap.
You've got to deal with him. You've got to get that note.
By the way, Martin, who phoned me about you?
Huh? Phoned you?
Someone called and said you'd been brought here as a prisoner. I thought it was one of the boys.
I don't know who it could have been. I don't know who knew I was captured by the Hornet.
Martin, maybe I'd better send you on a one-way, no-return trip.
Barnaby, put the gun down.
You threaten me, Martin. I don't like that. Reed will tell who captured you. The Green Hornet, huh? Well, he can be charged with your murder.
No, don't do it, Barnaby. Please don't shoot.
What?
The cops.
I'll shoot.
Oh, that'll hold you.
You're covered. We got you, you spalpeens.
Where'd you come from? What does this mean?
It means that you and Martin are all true. We heard plenty.
It's a frame-up. We were framed.
That'll do. You're under arrest. Now shut up.
Well, Axford, I guess you have a front-page story.
That I have.
Reed, you.
Yes, Martin. The Green Hornet seems to have given us both a little ride into the country.
By golly, for once the Green Hornet has done all right. And so have I. Look, Reed, there's the lug you said would sue our paper for libel. I knew he didn't have nothing to worry about.
Well, if you ever find the Hornet, Axford, you should buy him a drink.
With the reward I'll get, I'd be glad to treat him.
Well, how about treating me? I'd like a cup of coffee, and I didn't bring a cent of money with me.
Oh, sure thing. I could stand a cup of coffee myself. Where'll we go?
Well, the 39 Club?
The 39 Club?
Hey, they got a $2 minimum charge at the place.
Axford, don't be a piker. Floor show's worth it.
You, Reed, you and your nightlife. Won't you never get over being a playboy?
Crosby, Bob Jennings, murder solved, black market operator exposed, Green Hornet plan backfired. Read all about it, Green Hornet still at large, set the Lux Street, Bob!
These copyrighted dramas originate in Detroit, and all characters, names, places, and incidents used are fictitious. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Plaudits of the world still resounding for such brilliant triumphs as Anthony Adverse and the story of Louis Pasteur, Warner Brothers are again prepared to delight theatergoers with a spectacular production of Mark Twain's immortal story of adventure and romance, The Prince and the Pauper, studded with scenes of towering magnificence, ringing with a clash of steel on steel, seething with the intrigues of the court of King Henry VIII. It is truly colorful, exciting, fascinating entertainment every minute of the way.
Would you sit in the presence of your king?
Now, see here, my
I
lad.
will no longer tolerate your manner.
I ask your pardon, Your Majesty. But after that chase we led them, it would be good to sit down.
Perhaps. No. Custom must be preserved. You will stand. On the contrary, you look like me. That's what I said, Your Highness. We look alike.
After I'm gone, Edward, you'll wear the crown. And remember, there is only one crown, but there are many heads it will fit. So a wise king removes those heads. Never love so much, trust so much, or need anyone so much that you can't betray them with a smile. I have a skin I'd like to trade you in exchange for a little information.
A skin, ermine or sable?
Neither. You see, the skin happens to be yours. And if you want to save it, you'd better tell me who that man was who dragged the beggar boy off. Quick.
I don't know. I swear I don't.
No? Too bad.
Wait.
Then you know who I am?
Yes.
When can I go home?
Never.
Never? But if I'm not the king...
You are the king. The only way to lose the crown now is to lose your head with it.
What would you suggest doing with this one, sir? He seems capable of digesting about 20 lashes. Thank you, Captain.
And when next we meet, I trust you'll be equally capable of digesting about 20 inches of steel.
Silver, wait those thrilling days of yesteryear with the Lone Ranger up next.
Hi-yo, Silver! Away! A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo, Silver, the Lone Ranger. Cattle raising was the first great industry in the western United States. But when fresh waves of immigration reached the new territory, sheep herders and farmers claimed a part of the open range. The ranchers were determined to drive them out, and range wars might have followed if it had not been for the masked rider of the plains. It was he who persuaded the cattlemen that there was room for everybody, and that only through cooperation could the winning of the West be accomplished. Return with us now to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again. Come on, Silver! We're heading for Buffalo Bend! There's going to be trouble! Hi-yo, Silver! Away! The husky young man who paused to wipe the perspiration from his face before entering the door of a small cabin had the unmistakable stamp of the Easterner about him. He wore chaps and a broad Stetson, but his skin was burned, not tanned, and when he walked, it was with the stride of a man not accustomed to broken ground, but to the pavements of a city. He straightened himself and assumed a smile before pushing the door open, then...
Hi there.
Dave!
You'd think I'd been gone a month instead of just the afternoon.
It gets so lonesome.
Sure it does. It smells like something good to eat.
Dinner's almost ready. Here, give me your hat. There. Now then, Tell me what you did today.
Got the first acre almost cleared. Cleared away enough stones this afternoon to make a wall all along the south side there. Now, how's that?
Poor Dave, you're working so hard.
And enjoying it.
Aw, Dave.
I am, Connie. I mean it. It's fun. You wouldn't get me back east in an office again with a team of wild horses.
You're not just saying that, Dave.
Huh?
I mean, because it was my fault we had to come west.
Would you like to go back?
Oh, no, not ever. Why, Dave, I only sat down to rest once today. 6 months ago, I could hardly get out of bed.
Another 6 months and you'll be as good as new.
Oh, I will, Dave, I will.
Good fresh air, exercise, all the food you can eat. Well, almost all you can eat.
And we'll have our garden.
And there's game. I'm getting to be a pretty good shot. Oh, what if we haven't money? That'll come when we've had our crop.
Of course it will. Dave, think of it. Back east, we'd have had to save half our lives just for land enough to build a home on. Here, it's free for the taking. In 5 years, we'll have as fine a place as you'd want to see.
I'll be a doggone plutocrat.
And I'll be so healthy you won't know me.
And we'll both be so happy we won't know each other. What's that?
2 men.
Connie, they're our first company. Set the table. I'll invite them in. Now, hurry. We'll show the folks around here that Easterners can be just as friendly as anyone born in the West.
Oh, I look a fright.
You look swell. Hello there. Step in. Glad to see you.
Evening. You Dave Randall?
That's right. Come in. I'd like you to meet my wife. And maybe you'd have time for a bite to eat. We were just about...
Ain't got time. Just on our way to a ranchers meeting in town.
Oh.
Thought we'd stop by on the way. I'm Ward Dunlop. My place is the big one beyond the ridge. This here's Zach Wimple.
How do you do?
I'm stopping by now to save us another trip later on. You're a squatter here, ain't you?
Well,
Of course you are. Well, squatters ain't wanted.
What?
This is cattle country. Going to stay that way. You've got till the end of the week to move on.
But I don't understand.
You don't have to savvy nothing, but you got to clear out. If you don't, well, there's been other squatters in this county afore you. There ain't none here now, above ground.
Now, just wait a minute.
Dave, what's the matter?
Did you hear what these fellas said, Connie? They're giving us orders to leave, calling us squatters. Just as good as threaten me if we didn't go.
Oh, no.
We ain't looking for trouble, ma'am. We ain't got nothing against either one of you. Maybe you're fine folks. Maybe you ain't. No matter either way. Squatters just ain't welcome.
But men, this is our home. It's the only home we've got.
Can't help that.
Well, we couldn't leave if we wanted to. We have no money.
We don't aim to be hard on you. Reckon we could make up a purse.
You're offering us money to leave?
We wouldn't want you to suffer.
Your offering is the same as charity.
Now, young fella, be
Just a
sensible.
moment. You listen to me. You call this cattle country, but there hasn't been an animal ranging up here since we came. We aren't in your way or in the way of anyone else.
Just the
and
same,
we're staying. You hear that? We're staying. Go ahead and threaten if you like.
Dave.
Maybe I am an Easterner, but I don't scare. Now get out. Get off my place.
You can't
Forget it,
get
Zach. We ain't the time to argue. We gotta get to the meeting.
Brave young fool.
Remember, mister, the end of the week.
Or leave on a rail.
Get out.
Get him,
Oh, now, Connie.
Oh, Dave. A minute ago, we had everything. And now we've got nothing. Nothing.
A ranchers' meeting had been called for that evening in the small town of Buffalo Bend, and the cafe had been chosen for the meeting place. Everyone not expressly invited was excluded, but there was one man present, unseen and unsuspected by the others. He sat a great white stallion just outside a half-open window at the rear, and his features were concealed by a mask. Inside the cafe, one of the ranchers shouted,
Here comes Warden Zach now. That's all we was waiting for. Let's get down to business.
Evening, Ted. Howdy, Ted. Howdy, Bill.
What made you late? Well, we rode around with them squatters. Gave them their marching orders. They'll leave them?
Said they wouldn't, but they will. Well, they don't amount to nothing. Figure I should take charge here?
Sure, go ahead.
All right, gents. Quiet down. Meeting's called to order. Men, most of you know what's happened. But for those that don't, for those that have been away the past month, I'll give you the facts as brief as I can. A little over 3 weeks ago, the sheepmen south of us got the notion they could take over our range. Well, they soon found out they couldn't. We met them beyond the flats and turned them back. It took some lead to persuade them. And afterwards, there was a couple of breeds left behind that'll never herd woolies again. Well, more than one of our boys reached the end of the trail, too. Wait. That's over and done with. We come out on top for just one reason. We had a gent to lead us who savvied what to do and when and how. We followed his orders and gave them sheepmen the licking they needed. Friends, the fellow I'm referring to is Adam Sawyer.
They framed him, Ward. They framed him, and all of us know it.
You're right. Adam should have known better than to go over to Kinsville. That's a sheepman's town. But he went just the same. And now he's sitting there in jail, waiting for a trial where he won't have a chance. And a hangman's noose at the end of it.
Hey, why thunder he won't hang?
They try it and we'll clean out the town.
We'll break him out.
Why don't we all ride to Kinsville together?
And we could show him a thing or two.
We'll decide what to do, men. That's what we're here for. But me, for one, I'm again riding over there in force. It'd mean more killings. It'd mean a pitched battle with every sheepman and every cattleman in the section choosing sides.
What's the matter, Ward? You scared?
I'm not afraid. I think there's a better way. And I'm not forgetting that the U.S. Marshal's been swearing in extra deputies just in case there's another ruckus. None of us wants to find himself arrested by the government.
I'll take the chance.
So'll I.
You choose to start a range war? You square off again the law when there's a better way?
What better way?
You got one? We want to hear it.
Yeah.
Now let Ward talk, you idiots. Well, we're waiting.
Listen to me. Me and Zach had a reason when we asked to have this meeting kept private. We got a plan we think will work. If you don't like it, say so and we'll forget it. But let me tell it first.
Go ahead.
Well, it's this. Most of us are known in Kinsville, but some of us ain't. I'd say let's choose maybe a half a dozen from those that are strangers there. Let them go to Kinsville. Let them look over the ground, wait their chance, then break Adam out and dust it back here. The sheepmen won't dare to follow. Adam will be free. Nobody will be hurt. And we'll have showed them gents they can't take a slap at the cattlemen of Buffalo Bend and get away with it.
Yeah, that's right.
Now, how does that sound?
Great.
Well?
Ward, it sounds to me like sense.
Yeah. I'm apologizing for what I said about your being scared. I knew better at the time. You and Zach are the only ones of us that have used your head.
Yeah, that's right. Then you hombres figure to do like Ward says?
Sure.
Thanks, men. Believe me, you won't regret it. Now, that leaves us with just two things to do. Choose the fellows that'll go, and give our words we keep this to ourselves. An hour later, although their plan won't work. It's reasonable. There's no question but what Adam Sawyer was arrested merely to strike at the people he represents. Perhaps as leader of the cattlemen, he was morally responsible for the sheepherders who lost their lives. On the other hand, the sheepmen started the fight, and cattlemen were killed as well.
Not right.
What Ward Dunlap and his friends don't realize is this. There were ranchers present at that meeting who were in the pay of the sheepmen. They're small ranchers who'll do anything for cash. Whoever the men chosen to go to Kinsville, the sheepmen will know their identities. They'll be picked up before they can raise a hand.
That's bad.
It's bad, but it'll lead to worse. The next time, there will be a range war. The very thing Ward hopes to avoid. There'll be killings from one end of this territory to the other.
How stop them?
Perhaps you and I, Kimasabi, can do something about that. Perhaps, at the same time, we can take care of another matter.
What's that?
That young couple from the east who came here hoping to make a home.
Oh.
Call, Scout.
Here, Scout.
Here, Silver.
Where we ride?
To see Dave Randall. If we hurry, we can get there by dawn. Come on, Silver.
Get him up, Scout.
Come on. Early the next morning,
Eat something, Dave, please.
I have.
Hardly 2 bites.
I'm not hungry.
Dave,
Well?
you're thinking of yesterday. You're thinking of what those men said.
Well, why shouldn't I? Do you think it's just something I can forget by telling myself to? Do you?
You shouldn't get angry with me.
I'm sorry, Connie. I guess it's got me so worried I don't know what I'm saying. It's so darned unfair. How's a little bit of land I can plant going to hurt these ranchers with miles and miles of open range?
It wouldn't, of course.
Most of them are rich. We haven't a penny. They have dozens of men working for them. You and I are alone. Oh, I'll stay on. I'll fight them. But it's because I can't do anything else. If we left, we'd have to leave afoot. You're not strong enough for a change so soon. What's the use of talking about it? We're here and we can't move on.
Perhaps they'll change their minds. Perhaps we can show them that we want to be friends.
I doubt it.
You can't tell. They might.
Connie.
What?
Don't say anything. Just do as I tell you. They promised us until the end of the week. They're striking already. It's a masked man. Hand me that gun.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. The Lone Ranger and Tonto, unaware that Dave Randall was waiting inside with a loaded gun, walked toward the door of his cabin.
We'll have to convince Dave that we mean to help him. If he'll listen, I believe we can.
Open the door and walk in.
Come.
You drop!
Get him! His arms trying to hold him.
Get back! Let's go!
Drop it, quick!
Don't you dare hurt him! Don't you dare! Don't you touch
Why,
him!
you...
There.
You coward! Oh, you coward!
Don't, Connie. They've got us.
Is this what you've learned since coming to the West, Dave? To shoot without warning?
I'm not a hired gun hand.
Am I?
I knew it was the only chance I'd have against you.
I wish he'd hit you. I wish he had.
We've done nothing to harm you.
You wouldn't call it that, huh? You think it's nothing to drive a man from his home.
Oh, you big fool. Be quiet, Tonto. I think I understand now, Dave. You believe we were sent by the ranchers. You thought we were here to make you leave.
Well, weren't you?
No.
You don't mean...
I suppose you're not to blame when you saw my mask, but you made a mistake. We're not your enemies. We hope to be your friends.
But I thought...
I know what you thought. You were wrong. If you weren't, you'd have had reason to be sure of it by this time.
Then what?
Dave, our arrival doesn't mean you'll lose your home. It means your only chance to save it. It was late in the afternoon of that same day that 5 grim-faced cattlemen rode along the trail to Kinsville. Each was heavily armed, and each was fully determined to rescue Adam Sawyer. Ward Dunlop, too well known to the sheepmen, was not among them, but his friend Zach was, and...
We'll keep just to this pace all the way, men. It'll get us to Kinsville after dark. Keep our horses halfway fresh in case we have to make a quick getaway.
All right, Zach.
There'll be a crowd in town tonight.
That should help. We won't be noticed so much.
That's one thing Ward figured on. Before we get to town, we'll start dropping back one to a time. We don't want to get there in a bunch. And after we're there, we don't want to be seen all together.
We're taking your orders, Zach.
Well, ain't much to say. Just use horse sense is all. Kind of drift around, listen to the talk. Maybe you'll pick up something that'll come in handy. But stay away from the jail. I'll look that over myself.
All right,
Jack. And when do we meet?
Ward says there's a grove behind the feed store. That's the place. Time will be midnight. And don't let nobody see you. And we'll compare notes and make our plans.
Good enough.
And if any of us is recognized...
Hightail if you can. If you can't, the rest will hear the shooting. We'll fight our way out the best way we know how. And try for Adam some other time.
So the thing to do is to keep from being found out.
Right.
I wouldn't mind a fight particular. It'd be a real pleasure to drill some of them tallow-scented varmints. But I sure hate like the dickens to have to leave Adam behind.
We won't.
Raise up and reach. Hey, what's the mess, man?
And that blasted squatter.
And the Redskins.
Stand aside.
And keep your hands from your host.
My hand.
Who's next? Who else wants to slap leather?
Why,
You not shoot. What's this mean? What in blazes you want? Let's cash her after
It
you.
isn't.
Then what is
It's
it?
your mounts. Out of the saddle, quick. All of you.
Oh, horse thief.
Hurry.
Tell us what to do here.
So you came out in your true colors. You showed us just what kind of a sneaking coyote you are.
For this time, Zach, we're giving the orders.
I was feeling half sorry for you. Now, by thunder, I'll run you and that woman of yours out of this part of the country if it's the last thing I do.
On your way.
Hey, you mean we got to hike it back afoot?
Exactly.
No, now wait, listen.
That's just a suggestion. My next chance may be closer.
No, you go.
It's a long way back to Buffalo Bend, gentlemen. The sooner you start, the sooner you'll get there.
Come on, fellas.
One of these days, we'll skin you polecats alive.
And nail your hides to the calaboose.
Them got walk a long way now.
And in those high-heeled boots they're wearing, I've got an idea. After they've reached town, they'll find a place to sit mighty comfortable.
We still have lots to do. Not too much time to do it in. What do now? First, help me put on a disguise. Then you and I change horses, Kimasabi. You ride Silver, I'll ride Scout. Dave and I are entering Kinsville, and I can't risk being recognized. What we do with other horses? Round them up, put them on a single lead rope, and take them back to Buffalo Bend. You let them loose when you reach town. Friends of those fellows will catch them soon enough. How to do it?
You and I ride to Kinsville alone, stranger?
Right. And if nothing delays us, we should get back to Buffalo Bend as soon as Zach and his friends. Unless they find horses on the way, they won't reach town until morning.
We've done all right so far.
And we'll the rest of the way, Dave. All right, Tonto. We gather these horses, and then the disguise.
The captured mounts were rounded up, the Lone Ranger disguised, and then Tonto rode toward Buffalo Bend with the horses, while the Lone Ranger and Dave took the trail to Kinsville. It was after dark when they reached their destination and drew rein before the jail. Oh, Scout. Oh, boy. Oh, there. Oh, boy. The sheriff's inside, Dave.
You'll wait here?
Not right here. It might attract attention. But I won't be far. Careful to keep your coat high around your face and your hat pulled down as well as possible. Don't let the sheriff get a better look at your features than necessary.
You bet I won't.
Everything all right over there? Yep.
Who are those fellows?
Guards, most likely. Sheepmen. They know the ranchers will free Adam Sawyer if they can. Think you can go through with it?
Sure.
You've got nothing to fear. Not a chance in 10 that anything will be suspected. If there is, I'll be on hand.
Well, here goes.
Good luck.
Sheriff Barlow?
What? Oh, sure, that's me. What do you want?
You've got a prisoner here.
I got lots of prisoners.
The man I mean is Adam Sawyer.
Yeah, what do you want with him?
Just to talk.
What for?
I'm afraid it's a private matter.
Huh? You want to talk to him alone?
Yes.
You can't do it. It ain't allowed. He's a real desperate character.
Give me 10 minutes. That's all I ask.
Say, who are you? You one of them pesky cattlemen?
Do I look like one?
No, can't say as you do. Are you a lawyer?
No, I'm not.
Then who
What
in
difference
blazes?
does it make? What's the harm in letting me see him? Your prisoners can have visitors, can't they?
Well...
Afraid I might try to break him out? Your jail looks well guarded.
Young fella, you'd be a fool to try it.
Very well, then.
I reckon it can be done. Mind if I search you first?
Not at all.
Got anything hidden in that coat you're wearing?
Now look for yourself.
I will. Ain't nobody putting anything over on me. Ain't saying he ain't all right, just ain't taking chances.
I don't blame you.
And that ain't all.
No?
You don't talk private with that fella unless I lock you up inside with him. You got any objections to that, you can just go on about your business. You can holler when you're ready to be let out.
Sheriff, I was just about to make that same suggestion.
30 minutes later, one of Sheriff Barlow's deputies entered the office.
Everything quiet, Sheriff?
Always is, ain't it?
Mm-hmm, most times. Hey, didn't I see some young fella come in here a while back?
You did?
What'd he want?
To talk to Sawyer.
Yeah? Who was he?
Dunno.
Well, didn't you ask him? He's still here?
He wasn't saying, and he left 20 minutes back. And is it your place to ask me questions, or do you figure maybe I'm still the sheriff of this county?
Sorry, Sheriff. Didn't mean nothing by it. Just curious was all. I was only thinking, if them sheepmen was... Hey, you hear that?
What the...
It's one of the prisoners. Something must have happened. Come on.
What's the trouble back there, huh? What's the trouble?
It's Sawyer.
If that young whippersnapper hurt him somehow...
Let me out of here.
Jumping Jehoshaphat.
Tain't Sawyer.
Here, what's happened here? I thought you went out. Where'd Sawyer get to? Speak up, can't you? Speak up.
He hit me. Knocked me out. Left these clothes and stole mine.
He's gone. He's got away.
Oh,
you must have let him out. You call yourself a sheriff.
It was that coat and the hat. It covered his face almost.
And when the sheepmen hear about this, you can just say goodbye to that badge. Get out of here, you. Sheriff, we'd better get on the trail.
The sun was just rising in the east when 5 footsore and weary ranchers trudged down the main street of Buffalo Bend. They were so exhausted they could hardly shuffle along until suddenly they caught the sound of approaching hoofs.
Doggone idiots. Getting up this time of day. Oh, my poor feet. The masked man. It's the masked man. And that squatter.
Who's the third one?
Must be the redskin. Fellas, here's our chance. We still got our guns. Give it to us.
All right. You dirty horse thieves. You doggone coyotes.
You fools. Put down those guns. They stop firing. It's Adam.
Go, Scout.
There, we got you two fellas. We got you, you thieving snakes. Now it's your turn to reach. They take you prisoner, Adam?
Adam, how'd you get loose from jail? We started at Kinsville to get you.
But if it hadn't been for the masked man and Dave here, I'd still be in jail. And you with me.
What? You loco?
He's right, Zach. The sheepmen had been warned that you were coming. And you just who to look for. They had extra guards in town. You wouldn't have lasted in Kinsville 5 minutes.
But what do you mean?
You wouldn't have believed us if we told you. So we did the only thing we could. Set you afoot so that you couldn't continue.
Adam, how much of this is true?
Whole thing. What's more, this young fellow risked being jailed to get me out. He got in to see me, had me change clothes with him, and stayed behind while I got out, pretending to be him. The sheriff hadn't believed I knocked him out to be there yet.
But the masked man thought of the plan, gave me the chance to do my part, and seen the whole thing through.
That ain't explaining what become of our horses.
Look there.
Fellas, there's our horses, there by the cafe.
The engine's with him.
Well, I'll be...
Zach.
Hey?
After what Dave's done tonight, if you don't treat him and his wife as they deserve to be treated, I'll take care of you myself.
You hear that, Zach? What the masked man says goes for me, and twice as strong.
What kind of a skunk you take me for?
I heard you threatened to run him out.
Run him out? Why, I'd like to see the gent that'd have the nerve to try it. Now, look here, young fella. Forget anything was said. This county's your stamping grounds, and you're here to stay.
Wait until Connie hears that.
Hey, where's the masked man going?
He joined the engine.
Hey, come here.
Hello, Silver!
Hey!
Away!
Gone. And I never even thought to ask his name.
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Grandfather's here.
Can't you tell me I'm sick? He'll pinch my cheek. I hate that.
Maybe he won't.
Hey, how was this sickie? Huh? I brought you a special present.
What is it?
It was the book my father used to read to me when I was sick, and I used to read it to your father. And today, I'm going to read it to you.
It was a time when life didn't seem so complicated.
Marriage is what brings us together today.
What?
What?
I'm killing myself once we reach the honeymoon suite.
Wouldn't that be nice?
A courtly age of gentle conversation.
I won't always come for you.
But how can you be sure?
This is true love.
Oh, no. Is this a kissing book?
No. Actually, there was a lot of treachery, peril, and revenge.
Prepare to die.
Never go in against a Sicilian when death is on the line.
There were affairs of state.
But I've got my country's 500th anniversary to plan, my wedding to arrange, my wife to murder, and Gilda to frame for it. I'm swamped.
And affairs of the heart.
My Wesley will always come for me.
Your Wesley is dead.
I've seen worse. Bye-bye, boys. Have fun storming the castle.
It's more than turning.
What's the difference? We've got him.
Think it'll work?
It would take a miracle. Bye-bye.
It's a story of love, a tale of adventure. It's as real as the feelings you feel.
I'm kissing again.
Someday you may not mind so much.
The Princess Bride. Not just your basic, average, everyday, ordinary, run-of-the-mill, ho-hum fairy tale.
Let's check what's coming the mail at Box 13 next.
Box 13, with the star of Paramount Pictures, Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday.
Box 13, care of Star Times. I'm a betting agent in my state where betting agents are legal. I'm one of the many who are being taken for plenty. I think there's something haywire, but none of us have been able to figure it out. Now, since you'd be a stranger here, we figure you'd have a better than even chance of nosing
around and finding out how we're getting clipped. If you do, we'll pay. If you don't, maybe you'll have yourself an adventure anyway. My name is Bert Hendricks. Look me up at 6729 Sierra Way. Enclosed is enough money to take care of immediate expenses. Have a look, huh? Yeah, I had a look all right. Right into the muzzle of a nasty 25 automatic. Now back to Box 13 and Dan Holliday's newest adventure, Much Too Lucky.
Are you going to be going long, Mr. Holliday?
Well, I don't know, Susie. That all depends.
On what?
On what happens.
Oh, what could happen?
Where I'm concerned, anything.
Oh, yeah. Sometimes I get worried about you, Mr. Holliday.
Sometimes?
Most times. It's just like a nomination.
Oh? What am I running for?
Huh?
Nothing. I just had a premonition.
What's that?
What you didn't have.
I don't get it.
Well, you work on it until I get back, Susie. I'm off to the races. The plane trip was quick and pleasant. And 8 hours after I said goodbye to Susie, I was talking with Bert Hendricks, a big, nice-looking fellow, but with a worried look on his face. After we had introduced ourselves, Hendricks let me know what was putting the wrinkles between his eyes.
Oh, it's got us roped and tied like a Christmas package, Dan.
Huh? How much are you losing?
Plenty. Runs into 4 or 5 figures every week.
Maybe somebody's being lucky.
To be that lucky, a guy'd have to be born with a silver horseshoe in his mouth. Look, yesterday I paid off on a long shot at 40 to 1. The clip ran to the tune of 20,000.
And that, as they say in books, is sugar with a capital S.
It'd buy a lot of coffee. Anyway, we figure we're getting it the wrong way. Clip, bamboozled.
Well, why don't you go to the police?
With what? Troubles? That's not the answer.
Have you tried to find out?
Are you kidding? We ran ourselves into a lather trying to catch the angle. No dice. Dan, somebody in this town's plenty smart. Smart enough to know our boys.
And that brings me in.
That's right. You're a stranger. They won't take a second look at you. I caught your ad in the Star-Times and played the bet. Well, here you are.
With nothing to do.
How much do you want?
Well, believe it or not, Bert, I do this for nothing.
Yeah, I heard you say that before, but I don't get your dodge.
My what?
Your gimmage. Dodge, racket, angle.
Oh. Well, I figure if the plot's good enough, I can use it in the story.
Okay, but no dough?
I'll tell you what, Bert. If I figure this, will you turn over what you'd give me to any charity I name?
Here's a blank check. Fill in the amount, I'll sign it. But try to catch the capers that are putting the shellac on us.
With nothing to start on, I've got a job.
They're smart, plenty smart. What they win is over and beyond the run of luck or chance.
Any ideas?
Yeah, one.
Oh, what's that?
They got a guy with a crystal ball.
That the best you can do?
Come out in the wire room with me. See if we can catch anything.
Well, up front?
This way.
And we're getting ready now for the third race of the day.
We've got a radio back here, broadcasting direct from the track. Comes over a local station.
Oh, and where are the bets placed?
Right here, or by phone.
I see. And you take bets up until the time the horses are at the post.
That's right. But once the race starts, no more bets. Listen to the race.
Now he's in place. We're ready. And they're off.
Hiya, Bert.
Hi, Billy. How's it going?
Somebody called up and got a century on Party Line.
Oh, the 20 to 1 shot?
That's right. Oh, Billy, this is a friend of mine, Dan Holliday.
Hiya.
Hello, Billy.
If Party Line wins, Bert, it's the 4th long shot this week that's paid off.
Yeah, I know.
And each one was bet on, is that it?
But heavy.
I still say there's one of them guys that's doing it by telepathy.
Listen.
At the half, it's mine, owned by half a length over Cantilever. Rocket is third and falling back with Old Joe as Party Line still swings wide and moves up on the outside. Coming into the turn now with mine owned by a head over Cantilever and moving up fast on the outside is Party Line in third.
There he comes.
Who made that bet on Party Line?
Mike took the call.
Okay. Get me the name of the guy who made the bet.
Sure. Right away.
Listen to that.
Mine owned and Party Line. It's mine owned by a half over Party Line, and it's a driving finish with mine owned in front by a nose. Party Line getting up the whip and moving up, and across the finish. It's Party Line by a head over mine owned.
Oh, 20 to 1.
And $100 at 20 to 1.
Don't say it. Don't say it. Come on. Let's go back to my office. Oh, Dan, I don't get it. How can they pick long shots like that?
Is it only long shots?
No, not always. Sometimes it's the favorite, but it's always a winner. And I say no guy can pick a winner every race, especially every long shot. Come in.
Want to know who placed that 100 on Party Line, Bert?
Yeah.
Here's the tab.
Oh, her again.
She's awful lucky.
Yeah, too lucky.
Who is it?
Name's Vaughn. Terry Vaughn. Singer at one of the clubs here.
She's done this before, huh?
Yeah, she's done it before. 20 grand today, 5 last week. Why doesn't she retire and leave here?
Well, she can.
Look, Dan, we've got this betting narrowed down to about 20 people.
20?
Yep. The most consistent winners. They never lose.
Oh, a ring, is that it?
That's right. But not one of them is ever at the track.
You mean they just don't go?
That's right, never.
I don't get it.
Neither do we.
Oh, Billy.
Yeah?
This call from Terry Vaughn came in just before the horses were at the post, huh?
Sure. We take bets up to the break.
What are you thinking about, Dan?
I was just wondering if there was any way of getting advance information on a race.
You kidding. Not a chance. This is a business with us. Legitimate. On the level. We know every angle and dodge. There's no way anyone could know before the race that a long shot like Party Line was going to nose across first.
You've got yourself a problem.
All right. How about taking a slice of it, Dan? What I said about that blank check still goes.
Okay, you've got yourself a boy.
Good.
I don't know where I'll start, but as they say in books, everything has a beginning. So, why not start with Terry Vaughn? Waiter. Oh, waiter.
Oh, yes, sir?
I wonder if you'd deliver this note for me.
Certainly, sir. Where to?
Miss Terry Vaughn.
I'll see about it, sir.
Will this make you see any better?
Oh, yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Oh, and tell Miss Vaughn I'm a journalist.
Newspaper man?
Yes, I guess that's it. You see, I'd like an interview.
Well, I'll see what I can do, sir. I'll do my very best.
I waited. I didn't know what Miss Terry Vaughn could tell me or wouldn't tell, but it was a chance. She didn't know me, so she wouldn't be suspicious. It was 10 minutes later that the waiter came back to my table.
Miss Vaughn will see you, Mr. Holliday.
Oh? How did you know my name?
It was on the card you sent with the note.
Simple, isn't it, Dr. Watson?
I beg your pardon?
Oh, never mind. Now, where's Miss Vaughn?
Oh, she'll be here in a moment.
Oh. Okay, I'll wait.
Yes, sir. Glad to have been of service.
I waited, and I'll admit the wait was worthwhile. Miss Terry Vaughn glided across the floor to my table, smiled $5,000 worth of teeth, tossed $1 million in red hair over her shoulder, and put $10 million of the rest of her in the chair across from me.
You're Mr. Holliday.
You're Miss Vaughn.
Mm-hmm. Your note said you wanted to interview me.
That's right.
Well, I'm flattered.
I imagine that's a fairly common situation with you.
What paper are you with, Mr. Holliday?
I have a connection with the Star-Times.
Oh, you're a big city boy.
I didn't know it showed.
Why do you want to interview me?
Oh, lots of reasons, Miss Vaughn.
Name one.
Well, I heard you were very lucky today.
Lucky? How?
Or do you win $20,000 every day?
What does this have to do with an interview?
Well, it's human interest stuff, Miss Vaughn. Very human and very interesting.
I see. But why pick on my lucky streak?
Because it was so lucky.
Oh, I've always been lucky.
I can understand that. Oh, how did you happen to pick party line today?
I like long shots.
Always?
When I feel lucky.
Do you ever lose?
Sometimes. Why?
Oh, I'm just asking.
Mr. Holliday, this is a peculiar interview.
Oh, I don't think so. Just pleasant.
What paper did you say you were with?
The Star-Times.
And what are you doing here?
Vacation.
When is it over?
Couple of weeks.
I see. Well, Mr. Holliday, as far as I'm concerned, it's over now. Have a nice time.
Oh, wait, I'm sorry. Please stay here.
Why?
I feel that I owe you an apology.
For what?
For being so curious.
All right. We'll forget it.
Let's do. Let's forget all about $20,000, long shots, and lucky streaks.
And what shall we substitute?
Terry Vaughn. Do you mind?
I don't mind if I do, Mr. Holliday.
Well, it was a pleasant way to spend an evening. But when it was over, I was just as smart as at the beginning, which was zero. Maybe Terry Vaughn was lucky, but how lucky can you be? The next day, I met Bert Hendricks, and he had more trouble.
Well, somebody did it again today, Dan. Not quite as big as Terry's play yesterday, but enough. Enough.
One of the same 20 people you've tabbed?
One of the 20.
If it weren't for the fact that it's those same 20 people all the time, it could be just luck.
Could be. You saw Terry last night?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I saw Terry.
And?
A very lovely girl.
I wish I had her money. It's mine. That's funny.
Oh, I'm sorry, Bert. I don't have to ask if you've watched those 20 people.
Oh, sure we have. They don't talk to anyone connected with the track. As far as I know, they don't even know anyone there.
There's got to be a gimmick.
Yeah, that's what I keep telling myself in the head.
Look, Bert, let's try to figure it out logically. You say every one of those bets is placed just before the race is run.
And that's right.
And each of those 20 people picks a winner.
Yeah. Not only with me, but with all the other agents who have the same setup I've got.
Then how could they get advance information?
They can't.
They've got to, Bert.
Dan, we've been all over that.
Yeah, maybe there's an angle you've overlooked.
Okay, name it and I'll buy it.
Is there any particular race or races they always bet? What races do you lose the most heavily on?
Wait a minute. That is an angle.
You think of something?
Maybe. Wait a second. I'm going to check. I think I'm right, but I'll make sure.
Hello?
Hello, Billy. This is Bert.
Yeah?
What race is being run now?
Time for the 6th.
Do you have any big bets?
No.
Were there any of the 20 on this one?
No.
Which ones did they hit?
3rd, 4th, 5th.
That's all?
Yeah, why?
Nothing. See you later.
Well?
3rd, 4th, and 5th. That's what I thought. Never the 1st, 2nd, or the 6th, 7th, or 8th.
Always the 3rd, 4th, or 5th.
That's right. But where's the gimmick?
I don't know. But hand me the phone.
Here.
Thanks. Now, what's the phone number of the club where Terry Vaughn works?
No, I don't know. It's in the directory. But why? What's that got to do with this?
Bert, I don't know yet. But I'm going to ask the lovely Terry Vaughn if she'll go out with me tomorrow afternoon.
Afternoon? What are you getting at?
Your money. I hope. Hand me the directory.
And now back to Much Too Lucky, another Box 13 adventure with Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday.
Well, I had an idea. Not a big one, and not one that made sense, yet. But I was going to play it. So the next afternoon, I met Miss Terry Vaughn for lunch. I arranged the time so we'd be together just about the same time the horses went to the post for the 3rd race. We sat in a little cafe.
I was really surprised that you called me, Dan.
Oh? Why, Terry?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe because you seem more interested in my luck than in me.
The two go together.
I suppose so. Do you ever play the races?
No, I never have. But there's always a first time.
That's what they all say.
Why do you ask? Got something good, as they say in the vernacular?
Oh, I never get tips.
Ah, but you win.
Occasionally.
Mm-hmm. What's your secret?
What makes you think it's a secret?
That was just a figure of speech. But let's talk about something else.
Oh, what time is it?
Oh, 2:20. Why? Thinking of leaving me so soon?
No, but I have something to do around 3.
Oh, important?
To me, yes.
I see. Well, shall we take a walk?
Yes, I'd like to.
Okay, that's it. So we walked. Terry was very charming. I was beginning to wonder about my hunch. Maybe it was luck after all. Then, a few minutes after 3...
Dan, will you excuse me for a few minutes?
Oh, your important 3 o'clock date.
That's it. I have to make a phone call.
Want me to wait?
Yes, if you want to.
Oh, I do.
I'll make it from this drugstore.
All right. I'll wait right here.
I won't be more than a few minutes.
She went into the drugstore and straight to a phone booth. I slipped inside, went to a counter. The clerk came up to me.
May I help you, sir?
Oh, yes. Let me see a pair of those binoculars, will you?
These? They're not very good, except for children, just toys.
Oh, I like to play with toys. May I see a pair?
Certainly. Here you are.
Thanks.
If you point them outside, you'll get a better idea of what they'll do.
Oh, I'm getting a good idea right here.
Excuse me, I'll be right back, sir.
Uh-huh. I watched Miss Terry Vaughn in that phone booth. The binoculars weren't very good, but I saw the numbers she dialed and remembered them. She spoke for a few seconds, hung up, dropped another coin, and dialed another number. I got that one, too. Then the clerk came back.
They work all right, sir?
Oh, they're marvelous, just marvelous. How much are they?
$2.95.
Here you are.
Shall I wrap them?
Got any kids?
Huh? I mean, why, yes.
Well, here's a present for them.
But you just bought them.
Well, you see, I like your kids. You take these.
But sir, I can't take these, or can I?
I walked back outside and got to the pavement before Terry Vaughn finished her second phone call. I was standing there when she came out.
Well, there we are. All set.
Make a call all right?
Yes. Now, how'd you like to see the town?
I'd love it. Come on, let's go. We spent a pleasant afternoon, but my mind wasn't on my work. I was trying to keep those phone numbers straight in my head. Then Terry had to go to the club for rehearsal. As soon as she left me, I headed for a phone booth and dialed the first number she'd called.
Hello?
Hello, Bill?
Bill? What number do you want?
Is Bill there?
There's no Bill here. I'm sorry.
You're sure there's no Bill there?
You got a wrong number, bud.
Wrong number, huh? Maybe not. I dialed the second number she'd called.
Hello?
Hello, who's this?
Hendricks. Who's that?
Hendricks. This is Holiday.
What's up?
Listen, did Terry Vaughn place a bet this afternoon?
Yeah, on the 4th.
Did she win?
She had 50 on the winner's
knows.
Look, she was with me when she made the bet.
You heard her make it?
No, she was in a phone booth. Was that the only bet she made?
That was enough.
How many winners did you have in that race?
6 of the other 20 people had the winner.
How about the other races?
3rd, 4th, and 5th. All winners among the 20 people.
Uh-huh.
You got the gimmick?
Maybe. But I've got to prove it. Listen, just sit tight, Bert. Don't open your mouth, don't let out a peep, and above all, don't try to see me.
But, Dan, if you know anything, please.
I don't know whether I know anything or not, but I'll find out tomorrow at the track. Later that evening, I made a purchase, a very important one. Then I called Terry Vaughn and asked her to go to the track with me the next day. It took a little persuasion, but she finally said yes. So the next afternoon, with my purchase in the pocket of my topcoat, Miss Vaughn and I went to the track. And up in the stands...
Do you know, Dan, this is the first time I've been here this season.
Oh, I thought you liked racing.
Oh, I do, but, well, being at the track makes me nervous.
Nervous? Why?
Oh, no reason at all.
Ah. Which horse do you like in this race?
Oh, I'm not going to bet.
Oh, now, with your luck?
I don't want to force it.
I see. Well, I don't blame you.
Why don't you go ahead and bet?
All right, you pick a horse for me.
Think my luck will rub off on you?
Could be. Go ahead. Pick one.
Well, let's see. How does this one sound? Bright Angel.
Bright Angel it is, in the 3rd.
It's almost post time.
Uh-huh. Well, these are good seats.
Yes, they are.
I reached in my pocket and took out the important purchase I had made the previous evening and started to unwrap it.
What's that, Dan?
Oh, I just bought this, a portable radio. I wonder if I can hear the race on it.
Don't turn that on.
Why not?
Put down that radio, Mr. Holliday. Put it down.
Why don't you want me to turn it on?
You're just a little too smart, Mr. Holliday. This is a gun in my purse. You're getting out of here. Go on.
I carry radios. You carry guns. You're well equipped.
Go on. Lead the way.
Oh, okay. She was as cool as an Arctic winter, and she handled the gun nicely, kept it in the small of my back under her handbag. Somehow I knew she'd use it if she had to. We got to her car, and a half hour later, she marched me into a room where a man sat wearing a pair of headphones. He looked up as we came in.
Oh, hello, Terry. Who's this?
A smart boy, Tim. I'm leaving him with you.
Smart boy?
Mm-hmm. He's wise. How he got that way, I don't know. But after the 5th race cleanup, we're leaving town.
Well, it's about time. We couldn't run this racket forever.
You know, Mr. Holliday, you're lucky you didn't come along sooner.
Yes, I know. Before you made your take.
That's right. How did you figure it?
Through a .295 pair of binoculars. I saw the numbers you dialed yesterday.
Oh, you should be with us.
Let's see. That thing there is a wire recorder. You tap into the broadcast line that runs from the track to the radio station without the station's knowledge. You record the broadcast, then play it back into the broadcast line. 2 minutes after the regular airtime.
You are smart.
And those 2 minutes give you enough time to place bets on sure things. You already know the winners, but the bookmakers don't.
Correct.
But you only pull this on the middle 3 races of the card, so that latecomers and those who leave the track early won't catch wise by listening to their radios.
Right again. The broadcast is delayed 2 minutes. The race is already over before the bookmakers even think it started. Sit down, Mr. Holliday. Watch him, Tim.
Yeah, okay.
I'm going to clean up a few odds and ends. Goodbye, Mr. Holliday.
Oh, we'll see each other again.
Oh, I doubt that very much. Goodbye. And be very happy that some of my luck did rub off on you.
Smart dame, smart dame. Knows angles.
Yes, I can see that.
Yeah, we make a take here and then move on. Now, you just sit still, Bub. I got some work to do, but I can still watch you.
I watched him, too. The wire recorder was spinning. He flipped a switch, and I knew what happened. The 3rd race at the track was over, but the broadcast of it was going over the air now. 2 minutes later. Then...
Now we sit tight for a while.
Say, that wire recorder, I've never seen one before.
Uh-huh. Great gadgets. Yeah. Great. I make recordings of my own voice all the time.
Oh? You mean all you do is talk into that little microphone and your voice is recorded right away?
Mm-hmm. Hey, you want to say something?
Hey, You're obliging.
Oh, sure. Anything to pass the time. Gets dull in here. Go on, say something, and we'll play it back for you. Go on.
Well, what'll I say?
Oh, anything. First thing comes to your mind.
Well, my name is Dan Holliday. I'm being held prisoner at 758 Condo Street at the point of a gun. Please help.
Oh, great. Just great. Don't you wish someone on the outside could really hear that?
Yeah, I guess I do. Now, you mean that thing will play it right back, huh?
Sure. I just got to switch from the record to playback, that's all.
He turned his back for a second, flipped the switch. I flipped the switch, too, and waited. Well, my name is Dan Holliday. I'm being held prisoner at 758 Condo Street at the point of a gun. Please help.
See? That's all there is to it.
Well. What do you know about that? Isn't science wonderful?
Yeah, sure is. Too bad you had to come along and spoil this racket, mister. But I guess we made a big enough take, and keep your hands up, mister. I can shoot and answer the phone at the same time. Yeah?
Tim, what happened?
Happened? Nothing. Why? The guy is
Listen,
still...
get out of there fast and take him with you. We'll take care of him later, but get out of there fast.
Terry! Terry!
Something wrong?
I don't know. Get up and move out. Go on.
I did. But I did something else first. We walked out of the place, a gun in my ribs. I hoped what I'd done would work. We walked up the street a piece, and then...
That's cops. All right. Duck in here. Go on. In this hallway. Now, just keep quiet and let them go past. Guess they won't find nobody there, will they?
No, I guess not. Well, what now?
Well, wait for a minute, and we go. All right. Now get in front of me and stay there. Go on.
Drop that gun.
What? Who?
Better drop it. There are a lot of cops.
Okay, don't shoot.
Dan Halliday. You all right?
Sure, Hendricks. Did you hear my broadcast?
Yeah. Your voice cut in right in the middle of the regular broadcast.
Huh? I don't get it. How'd they find us? How'd they trail us?
Oh, look on your coattail, Tim. You didn't know it, but when we left that room, I hooked the end of the wire from the recorder on your coat. You see, Tim, you were wired for sound.
Gee, that sure was a clever idea they had, Mr. Holliday.
Uh-huh.
And you were clever, too. That wire left a trail right to you and that man.
Yeah, he was wired for sound, Susie.
Uh-huh. Oh, and I'll bet you got a racy story out of it.
What, Susie?
No, don't you get it, Mr. Holliday? I made a joke. Racy story. Get it?
Yeah. Yeah, I got it. Good night, Susie. Next week, same time, through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures, Alan Ladd stars as Dan Holliday in Box 13. Box 13 is directed by Richard Sandville, with this week's original story by Robert M. Light and Mr. Sandville. Original music is composed and conducted by Rudy Schrager. Part of Susie is played by Sylvia Picker, and production is supervised by Vern Karstensen. Box 13 is a Mayfair production from Hollywood. Watch for Alan Ladd and his latest Paramount picture.
Out of the pageantry and romance of the most fascinating pages of history comes the glorious story of England in her most turbulent era, surrounded by enemies from without, poisoned by treachery and conspiracy from within, a restless kingdom ruled by a lonely woman, Queen Elizabeth. absolute monarch of an expanding empire, dictating the destiny of millions, yet jealous of the heritage of the lowliest woman in her realm, the right to love, freely, completely.
Look at you. Because a gentleman once glanced at you, does it entitle you to come into my presence dressed like an indecent hedge drab? Take it off, you shameless baggage. Get out of my sight.
Riding into this cauldron of intrigue and danger is one of the most adventurous warriors ever to lead an army on to victory. Lord Essex, dashing knight of Elizabeth's Round Table, whose deeds have captured the admiration of the nation and the heart of the Queen.
Put your arms around me. Do you love me still?
I love you always.
Yes, if this were false, then I would know it now. And truly I should die.
If she were my mother's kitchen hag, toothless and wooden-legged, she'd still make all the others seem pale and colorless. I tell you, she's a witch. She's got a witch's brain. I love her. I hate her. I adore her.
You must go away, darling. You must never see me again.
That's what I said last time I went. Here I am.
You must love someone else. I'll forgive you.
There'd be nothing to forgive. I'd tried to love others. It's as empty as ashes.
What others?
Oh, no one, no one.
What others?
Take care, you are too popular already. My lord, you are loved better than the Queen. That's your danger. What the devil's a king but a man? A queen but a woman? You talk treason and death.
Dare turn your back on Elizabeth of England? You dare!
I would not have taken that from the king, your father. Much less will I accept it from a king in petticoats.